For the past 3.5 years, I've been exploring the lands of Johto like never before. Although I had visited as a child and made an earnest attempt at appreciating the region, I was never so fully able to experience all there was to see and do. This journey was one of great fun, enduring patience, and the discovery of creativity within myself. With newfound confidence in my abilities as a trainer and the winds of Mount Silver at my back, allow me to share with you my findings during what I have come to call the Pokemon Crystal Project. This video is sponsored by no one. Instead, I just want to say hello and cover some housekeeping notes before we get into the narrative portion. First, I want to thank all of you for the tremendous support you've shown me. Without you, I could never have made this channel a reality. We're nearing 30,000 subscribers, which is a number I cannot comprehend. Sincerely, thank you. Second, this project was quite large. I created segments on the timeline so you can reach different chapters more easily, but I suggest watching the entire thing to see just how every little piece fits together. Finally, this video covers my personal definition of completion for Generation 2. It's by no means completely exhaustive, but as you can see by the length, I tried to include everything interesting that I ended up experiencing along the way. We'll start with the story of my adventure in Johto, then move into the technical and commemorative side of things. Without further ado, let us begin the story. Our tale begins with a boat ride from my home region of Unova toward the distant and promising shores of Johto. This region is known for its deep history and largely undisturbed natural environments. Wild Pokemon roam free throughout the forests, caves, and oceans. As such, there would be no better location for me to begin my ultimate project, catching them all. You see, until now, I never saw myself fit to be a trainer. Pokemon were mysterious, challenging, and somewhat scary to me. Since I was always focused on school and later work, there were never any real opportunities to enter that arena. At least until Professor Elm requested my presence at his lab in New Barktown. I had lots of laboratory experience staring at gray walls and running physicals on liquid matter. But this started to bore me. I wanted more out of life, so I began applying for new jobs. I admit I was filling applications faster than I could read them, and once I received the email from Professor Elm, I felt a tinge of uncertainty. But I've learned that if something doesn't scare you a little, it probably isn't worth doing. And so, many dollars later, I found myself riding the Royal Unova toward Johto, with a small stop in Kanto. From there, I took the SS Anne, landing myself in New Barktown, home of my new job. Professor Elm was nearly the opposite of what I expected. In the email, he seemed very excited to have a partner in his research. This was due in no small part to the fact that he was extremely busy as it was, so much so that he barely greeted me when I showed up. I could see why he needed someone in the field. It was my job to step out into the wilds of Johto, catching at least one of every Pokemon the region had to offer. I would have to get over my unease to hold up my end of the job, and in return, I would be given room and board just next door. Finally, I was going to begin the journey of a lifetime, but I also needed the tools to do it. While settling in at the field station, another one of Elm's assistants brought me some sort of device. It was delicately wrapped, and when I finally unveiled it, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was a small rectangular system that fit easily in the hand or pocket, great for fieldwork, but even better than this was the beauty of the device. It was covered in a gorgeous image of the legendary Pokemon Suicune. Known only through the briefest of glimpses, it was a mysterious creature that had many legends formed around it. Some say it races the world to purify polluted waters, while others say it was born from some sort of environmental tragedy. All I knew was that it was a magnificent Pokemon I wanted to see. Aside from the delicate print, there were also opalescent buttons, a backlit screen for ease of use regardless of the time of day, and finally, a crystal shell housing. The moment I received this device was the moment I dubbed my journey the Crystal Project. But in all the excitement of the technology, I had forgotten to ask what it was. The other researcher, a woman apparently named Mom, who am I to judge, told me it was called a Pokegear. With it, I could access all sorts of data in the field, but first I would need a permit cartridge. As mentioned, the wild areas of Johto are abundant with life, both plant and Pokemon. This is due in no small part to the initiative of the Pokemon Rangers, who created an international conservation effort to safeguard each region's natural world. One of the methods by which they sustain this biodiversity is by limiting the capture of Pokemon in both species and number. Each would-be trainer is given a Pokegear as well as a permit cartridge. While in the field, they are required to power on their device with the cartridge docked. This allows the tracking of a trainer's catch data through a wireless system since a transponder rests within the cartridge. For the region of Johto, there are usually two specific carts. First, there's the silver cartridge, represented by the legendary Pokemon Lugia. It permits the capture of certain Pokemon unavailable to those with the gold cartridge, whose emblem is that of Ho-Oh. As an example, where those with the silver cartridge are allowed to capture Lediba, only those with a gold cartridge can catch Spinarak. As a result, the two trainers must trade Pokemon in order to have one or the other, resulting in a total catch number of one entity per trainer. This version exclusive model is genius for the protection of Johto's wild Pokemon, and I was curious as to which permit I'd be given. Imagine my surprise when I received not just silver, not just gold, but another cartridge specifically catered to my Pokegear, depicted with the same legendary Pokemon. A crystal cartridge made exclusively for Pokemon researchers. With all of these permits, I was allowed to catch any new species I found. What nervousness I had about the job was soon replaced with excitement, especially once I got to dig into the Pokegear. With it, I could check my location on the Johto map, make calls back to the lab, tune into the radio, and even see a top-down representation of myself in the field. This was an amazing invention. As I went to bed that first night, I had no idea the wonders I would soon be experiencing. I awoke not to the cooing of wild Pidove, but the gentle brush of two Pokemon I had never seen before. Each was a Meowth, though from different regions. Mallow was a Cantonian Meowth, very crafty and majestic, where Mina was Galarian with sharp claws and an angry resting visage that disguised her sweet nature. Each of them roamed the research station, and there was even a Scraggy living here as well. After making sure to give them attention, I made my way next door and into the lab. Finally, I spoke with Professor Elm face to face and was given a massive gift. My very first Pokemon. There were three options, one grass, one fire, and one water. Chikorita was adorable and green, Cyndaquil was warm and vibrant, and rounding out the trio was Totodile, who seemed full of playful energy. If I was going to work in the field, I would need someone who could keep pace, and Totodile seemed just the type. I called him Crush, for two reasons. First, Totodile has an incredible bite force, which only grows as it matures. Second, he's a water type, and it called to mind the power of a crushing wave. With him by my side, I was now officially sent into the field, ready to find and catch Pokemon, if I could figure out how to do that. As far as I could tell, you needed to whittle down a wild Pokemon's energy, proving to them that you have the tactics necessary to raise them well. This was done by completing a battle with them, in which each Pokemon exchanges attacks until the wild one is able to be caught in a Pokeball. The first route available to me was number 29, a small forest which contained but a few species of Pokemon. My first catch was a Sentret. Its long ears bounced above the tall grass. Once I successfully captured her, I decided to name her Floof. It may not have been a clever title, but my naming conventions would soon improve. Or not. To cover every single route in this story would be as daunting as the Crystal Project itself, so it makes more sense to me to explain in just how many ways Pokemon can be found. First, there's the most simple method, walking in tall grass. Occasionally, a wild Pokemon will be there in between, and will jump out at a moment's notice, thrusting you into battle whether you like it or not. This often happens in caves as well, where the dark can assist already camouflaged Pokemon like Geodude or Zubat. There are multiple methods to encounter water Pokemon. First, there's sometimes a chance they'll be found surrounding water bodies, such as Psyduck or Poliwrath. Next, you can encounter them while surfing the water with a suitable partner. The bobbing of the waves tends to attract Pokemon such as Tentacool in the oceans of routes 40 and 41. And finally, if you have the skills of an angler, you can throw bait into the water, reeling in fish that range from the simple Magikarp to the electric Chinchou. Each part of the Johto region is home to a different array of species, making the journey between them all the more exciting. From the fields of Route 29, through the dark and spooky Ilex Forest, and across the surface of the southwestern oceans, there are over 200 Pokemon to be caught. Many of these only appear during strict times. For example, Phanpy only appear during the morning hours, and Hoot Hoot only show at night. Some Pokemon appear to be rarer than others as well, requiring a lengthier hunt to locate. Specific trees are known to harbor rare bugs and grass types, which appear no other way. Even further, some Pokemon cannot be found at all within a region, even if they were first discovered there. For example, I was unable to find Murkrow or Houndour until my journey leader took me to Kanto. The merging of species across regional borders is something we will definitely have to study in greater detail. There are also some Pokemon only retrievable by rare methods. One of these I don't quite agree with is the monetary sale of previously caught Pokemon. This is often only done in casinos where they're posted as a prize for high winnings. Oftentimes, this is the only way to find rare Pokemon like Mr. Mime and Porygon, since few people know where they tend to gather naturally. Apart from these, there are also trainers that will rarely gift you a Pokemon you've never seen before. For my favorite example, I was given Crush by Professor Elm. Others have given me fossils which, when revived, bring prehistoric Pokemon like Omanite and Kabuto back to life. This interaction with other trainers is immensely helpful for research purposes. This assistance can go even further in the field, where trainers registered to your Pokegear can notify you of a Pokemon swarm, where rare species occasionally appear in large groups. This could be related to breeding seasons or some other natural phenomena, but either way it makes for a fantastic chance to add to your team. And speaking of swarms, Johto is home to the bug catching contest, where you can find rare bug type Pokemon and keep the best one you catch. The winner even gets a bonus prize of a Sunstone, which is required to evolve Sunkern into Sunflora or Gloom into Blossom. And speaking of evolution, we should cover some of those basics. Most Pokemon evolve through battle, gaining experience as they participate in strategic displays of power. This leads to a change in form and ability, leading to a more robust and well-rounded Pokemon. For rare, wilder species such as Larvitar or Dratini, the effort requirement can be quite high. It makes sense that they would be more difficult to train due to their lack of experience with humans. This is a trade-off, however, as the resulting strength of the Pokemon post-evolution is incredible. Some also evolve by trade, like Graveler into Golem, but certain species require items to be held during the process, such as with Slowpoke into Slowking or Scyther into Scizor. Sometimes these items can be found by encountering the relevant species. For example, Slowpoke at the appropriately named Slowpoke Well have a 5% chance to hold the King's Rock. This item boosts the ability of flinching moves, but also allows for their evolution into Slowking. It's unknown whether these rocks are found naturally or if a Pokemon carves them into shape themselves. Speaking of stones, there are also magnificent minerals that allow the instant transformation of a Pokemon into a different form. The most famous species that can make use of this is Eevee, which I have no doubt you've already heard of. With a Water, Thunder, or Fire Stone, it can evolve into Vaporeon, Jolteon, or Flareon respectively. This sort of multi-evolution has recently been discovered in Pokemon like Gloom and Poliwhirl as well. But apart from all the stones, battling, and so on, there's one more method to evolve Pokemon in the region of Johto, and that is by creating a strong bond with them, raising their happiness. In fact, there are two new forms of Eevee that can only be achieved by becoming best friends with your Pokemon. And even cooler, they depend on the time of day. If the moment you reach this milestone is during the day, you'll receive an Espeon. At night, you'll get Umbreon. Each of these are incredibly powerful Pokemon, one primarily known as a special attacker, and the other known best as a bulky defender. Reaching these levels of friendship is an exercise in patience and devotion, and there are various ways you can attain the honor. First, traveling with the Pokemon is an obvious method. The time spent together will allow you to bond, and even better if you're training with them. The occasional haircut and treat will help them along too, but a word of caution, training alone is not always the best course of action. Some Pokemon can evolve really late through this track, often missing milestones at which they would learn very useful techniques, and so it's best to start these journeys on the right foot from the very beginning. This can be done through breeding Pokemon, which we will explain in further detail a bit later, or by catching them in a specific Pokeball, which we can speak on now. As mentioned, Pokemon are all caught in a device called a Pokeball. It begins as a small, palm-sized capsule that can expand to allow for the capture of Pokemon. This allows for them to be safely transported through difficult terrain or by vehicle, even if the Pokemon is massive in size normally. Once at their destination, they can be let out to enjoy their new environment. In my case, I prefer my Pokemon to roam free wherever possible. This is often unrealistic in towns or buildings, but once I leave the city's edge, my Pokemon are out and about. Sometimes I wonder just how they've decorated their own Pokeball's interiors, if they turn them into lavish spaces to rest, or if they play video games in them while I go about my daily business. Regardless, each Pokemon is caught in a ball, though there are several varieties of them, each tuned to a specific purpose. Let's start with the most basic of these devices. First, there's the regular Pokeball. It has a 1x catch rate and is useful for lower level Pokemon. Next is the Great Ball, a blue variety with a 1.5x catch rate. The highest level of basic Pokeball is the Ultra Ball, which has a 2x catch rate compared to the red and white variety. This black and gold, or white and blue Pokeball is the one I most commonly use during my journey to catch them all. There's also something called the Master Ball, which never fails to capture Pokemon, but these are exceedingly rare. This device is most likely never to cross one's path unless they worked in research. However, there are specific varieties available to the public Republic crafted right here in Johto. In the town of Azalea, just south of the Ilex Forest, lives a man named Kurt. This inventor has created new varieties of Pokeball based on a type of fruiting body called an apricorn, which hangs from native trees. Each of these trees produces a different color, which he has fashioned to meet specific purposes. This practice calls far back to the earliest experiences between human and Pokemon, where the initial Pokeballs were first created through a mixture of stone and apricorn. How they worked was a mystery, but the ultimate result was undeniable, at least for the more core concept. Over the generations, small details on how these Pokeballs were created became lost to time. Little notes here and there were tossed, damaged, or otherwise obscured. As a result, despite Kurt's valiant attempts, many of these custom Pokeballs behave incorrectly today. First, let's look at the fastball. This ball is created from white apricorns and is supposed to work best on fast Pokemon. With this knowledge, one would probably use it on species like Voltorb or Tauros, or even the legendary cats if one was lucky enough to see them roaming the wilderness. Instead, due to a mistranslation in historical documents, it has actually been made to work better on Pokemon that are prone to fleeing combat. Drawing on that information, it sounds like an even better chance at catching Entei, Raikou, or Suicune. This was my thought upon learning of the design flaw, but after careful research, it seems the device is somewhat bugged. Instead of increasing effectiveness with the Pokemon's rate of fleeing battle, it only works on a small bracket of Pokemon. In dex order, these include Magnemite, Grimer, and Tangela, all of which have a very small but present chance to escape battle when threatened. During my experience with catching Pokemon between Johto and Kanto, I have never once seen these Pokemon escape battle, though perhaps the ones I faced were just full of courage. That's why I needed them on my team, of course, but you can see why this ball is used less often than, say, an Ultra Ball. Next up is the Friend Ball, which behaves perfectly well. Using green apricorns, Kurt molds the ball into one that increases the friendship of a Pokemon upon capture. This means they have a much higher rate of friendliness than Pokemon caught in a regular ball. Usually, one that has just been caught will be somewhat neutral toward the trainer, with a friendship rate of about 70. Using the Friend Ball instead will raise this to 200, nearly tripling the happiness of a Pokemon. By offering this cozy Pokeball, which must have a nice interior to boot, the trainer makes it that much easier to evolve Pokemon that do so by way of happiness. This is all well and good, but in the regions of Johto and Kanto, there are only two Pokemon that can make use of this ball. These are Zubat and Chansey. Zubat, after being evolved to Golbat through experience, was recently discovered to have a new evolution called Crobat. This speedy Pokemon is very useful for trainers and is big enough to support them, meaning they can fly a full-grown human from one town to another. This is reason enough for me to have obtained my own. What a special Pokemon this is. As for Chansey, the situation is a little more difficult. While Zubat is common and fairly easy to catch, Chansey is not.
Okay, so after days, hi Mina, after days of trying to find Chansey, which is a 1% chance, and we can heal, oh god.
See, this Pokeball helps to enhance a Pokemon's happiness, but does nothing to boost the catch rate. In effect, it's a regular Pokeball with nice cushions inside. This means that Chansey, who is extremely rare, will not have any bonuses applied when trying to maximize that fateful encounter.
So that was the most painful capture in the entire game. I tried all of my friend balls and none of them worked, and it took about 25, 26, somewhere in there, ultras to get it.
As you may have discerned from the field footage, my time catching Chansey was a difficult one, and in the end I decided to use regular Ultra Balls. But what about the 5 other Pokemon in these regions that evolve by happiness? The reason these Pokemon cannot be caught within a Friend Ball is that they can't be caught at all. For starters, you have Eevee. This Pokemon is so rare that it often has to be gifted to someone in order for them to have one. If the other trainer didn't catch them in a Friend Ball during the only opportunity, then you'll have to do the extra legwork of ensuring that Pokemon's enrichment. As for the others, all of them are Pokemon that only appear when specific species are bred, aptly named baby Pokemon. These include Togepi, Pichu, Cleffa, and Igglybuff. After receiving an egg from the breeding center, conspicuously located on Route 34, a trainer is required to travel with it, incubating the unborn Pokemon until it decides to hatch. This is a spectacular moment and one of great excitement. The birth of a Pokemon is a cause for celebration, a time where its potential is limitless. There is, however, a mysterious quality. This is the fact that Pokemon hatched from eggs always gravitate toward regular Pokeballs. Perhaps it's because they most resemble the original Apricorn balls built back in areas like ancient Hisui. Regardless, this means they'll not enter a Friend Ball, meaning they must be trained and enriched with no initial bonus. If you're like me and appreciate Zubat, the Friend Ball is your best pal. After the friend ball comes the heavy ball made from black apricorns. This one is a massive letdown, pun completely intended, yet factual. If you thought the ball would help you catch heavier Pokemon, you'd be right. However, the heaviness of a Pokemon is apparently subjective since there is an actual weight class applied in brackets. In the decks, you can see how much each Pokemon weighs on average when full grown. For example, we have Lyrid, my Tyranitar. She weighs, per the average, 445 pounds or nearly 202 kilograms. To me at least, this is a strong, sturdy weight. I think most people would agree, except for whatever bodybuilder Kurt got the notes from. Instead, Tyranitar is placed within the second of 5 weight classes. Granted, this is the highest end of that category, so it should still have a bonus applied, right? Well, no actually. As a matter of fact, a heavy ball used on this Pokemon and all other Pokemon lighter than Tyranitar would work just as well or worse than a regular Pokeball. It does make sense that a heavy ball wouldn't perform on, say, a Ghastly, whose mostly intangible form provides less than a pound of solid weight, but what about Kangaskhan, who weighs around 220 pounds? Any Pokemon at her weight or below are considered Category 1, and will have a negative catch rate using the heavy ball. It's confusing to say the least, but let's continue. The third weight class contains 7 Pokemon exactly. These are Onyx at 463 pounds, followed by Dragonite, the legendary Lugia, which was newly classified, Lapras, Mantine, Gyarados, and finally, Golem, sitting at 661.4 pounds. These Pokemon are the first to actually receive a bonus of 20 points to catch rate from the heavy ball, and boy is it more than deserved. There's a minor issue though. In the regions of Johto and Kanto, 3 of these cannot be captured outright. Dragonite is not known to be found natively within either region, and the same goes for Golem, which requires trait evolution from a Graveler that has already been caught, and which doesn't receive a bonus to its catch rate. The third, Lugia, is so rare that odds are no one would be able to get it, except for yours truly within said heavy ball. We'll speak more on legendary Pokemon down the line, worry not. But what about the last weight classes? I did mention there were 2 more. There are also only 2 Pokemon left that have not been covered by the previous descriptions. Your assumption is correct. Both categories 4 and 5 contain a single species each. Category 4 only includes Steelix. As mentioned, some Pokemon only evolve by way of trade with a held item, hence why Steelix has rarely been sighted in the wild. Exposure to a refined metal coat is very rare, and as far as my studies have found, there's no single location between either Johto or Kanto that bears this massive steel basilisk, rendering the bracket null. Finally, to no one's surprise, we have Snorlax. This Pokemon weighs in at a monstrous 1,014.1 pounds, and receives an additional 40 points to its catch rate. In effect, this makes Snorlax, aside from Lugia, the only Pokemon on which the heavy ball is better to use than a standard Ultra Ball, and the latter is only due to the natural difficulty of catching such a strong Pokemon as a legendary. Notice I didn't say it adds 40% to the rate, only 40 standard points in the general calculation represented here, where M equals the max HP of the Pokemon, H is the current health, C is the catch rate, and S is the status condition that might or might not be applied. That means the bonus of 20 points to other Pokemon like Onyx and Mantine is outclassed by a simple Ultra Ball. In effect, you should only use this Pokeball if you're lucky enough to find a wild Snorlax in Kanto. Otherwise, Ultra Balls are the way to go. Next up for discussion is the level ball, formed from the husk of a red apricorn. This is, in my opinion, the most simple of the custom Pokeballs. According to its description, the lower a Pokemon's level is than yours, the easier it is to catch. But this is a bit misleading. Much like with the heavy ball, this device does not work in a linear sense, but rather in a categorical one. For it to be useful, your Pokemon needs to be over twice the level of that which you're trying to catch, resulting in at least a 4 times catch rate, twice that of the Ultra Ball. Many research trainers, specifically those who take part in the Pokemon League, plan their strategy around this, and it does end up being quite effective. Once their Pokemon have beaten most or all of the gym leaders, they should be anywhere from level 40 to 50 on average. This means that most wild Pokemon at levels 25 and below will have a 4 times catch rate applied to them, making up for lost time or missed encounters on their first journey through the region. Notably, the remaining energy of the wild Pokemon you're trying to catch is completely irrelevant to the effectiveness of the level ball. In this case, the best strategy to efficiently catch the opposing Pokemon is to put them to sleep or use Mean Look, then begin throwing as many level balls as you own until they're part of the team. Perhaps this is based on the acknowledgement of the wild Pokemon seeing that yours are well trained and taken care of. At least that's my understanding as of writing this study. The next ball on the list was the first in the region to have its problems noted by trainers. This of course is the Love Ball, whose effect was accidentally reversed during production. The initial goal was to create a Pokeball that worked best on wild Pokemon whose gender was opposite that of yours used in battle, while still being the same species. Humorously, some wild wires were crossed, and it only determines whether both are the same. For example, let's say we already have a Chansey but came across another. A separate trainer needed one for their team and offered us a beneficial trade in return for this rare Pokemon. Since Chansey is a female-only species and we have one in battle against the other, this ball will offer an 8 times catch rate, almost guaranteeing the catch. This could also be useful for hunting something called the Lucky Egg, an item rarely held by wild Chansey that boosts XP gained in battle. Though a Pokemon with the utility move Thief may be a quicker and less costly method of retrieval, since pink apricorns are difficult to reach, growing only in a secluded island grove to the north. Either way, it would still be great for that trade, especially if the offered Pokemon was of a different species. In my case, a trainer in Kanto gave me an Aerodactyl named Aeroy in exchange, though again, someone could just breed their Chansey or Blissey with a Ditto to produce the same result. Therein lies the issue with the Love Ball as it stands. In order for it to be effective, you must already have the wild Pokemon in your decks, which means as a researcher, you probably don't need another. If it worked correctly, this could assist in finding a breeding partner, but unfortunately it doesn't. Another issue is that your Pokemon cannot be of the same species family. So if I had caught a Spearow, but later found a wild Fearow of the same gender, I wouldn't get any bonus to catching it. I would use either an Ultra Ball or evolve my own Pokemon instead. The same goes for species without an apparent gender, such as Magnemite, Voltorb, Staryu, or Ditto. In this case, there's nothing to match, so the ball would behave as a regular Pokeball, but in pink. It's my guess that Kurt continues to build them without correction in order to keep the joke going. The penultimate custom Pokeball on this list is the Lure Ball. Appropriately made with blue apricorns, Lure Balls are best used on Pokemon caught by a fishing rod. Believe it or not, this one just works. It offers a triple catch rate for any species encountered by angling. This means Pokemon like Corsola and Quillfish with lower catch rates will be much easier to successfully capture. All in all, a great Pokeball for a fan of water-type species. Finally, the last ball that Kurt can create is the Moon Ball. Carved from a yellow apricorn, this ball is supposed to work better on Pokemon that evolve from using the Moonstone. These include the species families of both Nidoran, Clefairy, and Jigglypuff. Unfortunately, this ball does nothing special at all. No one truly understands why it fails to perform, but Professor Elm has a hypothesis. To make modern Pokeballs that incorporate lots of complicated internal mechanics, one must have a basic understanding of programming. The professor's suggestion is that, while making definite progress in his coding skills, Kurt has a way to go. The most likely specific issue is the following. Like with the other Pokeballs, the Moonball scans the wild Pokemon prior to capture. It's supposed to determine if the species can evolve by Moonstone. However, Kurt may have made a small error in coding, mistyping the relevant item that makes it evolve. This, in conjunction with other possible errors, has rendered the ball ineffective for its intended purpose. Regardless of its lack of specialization, Kurt continues to produce these balls to this day. As it turns out, trainers like the design of the ball itself and are not overly concerned with what it lacks. It still functions like a regular Pokeball, and catching a Pokemon with it can lead to some serious bragging points in the research community. This wraps up all the Pokeballs that Kurt can create. In summary, the only effective designs are the following. The Lure Ball is great for catching Pokemon by fishing rod, the Level Ball is fantastic for a trainer retracing their steps through the region, the Friend Ball is good for fans of Crobat, and the Heavy Ball is good for fans of Snorlax. The others, effectively, currently exist for style points, at least according to this researcher. Apart from these Pokeballs, there also exists something called the GS Ball. It was left with Kurt by a trainer from Pallet Town, but as of yet, he's not discovered any particular use. Rumors abound, of course, but we deal with facts here, not fiction. Real quick, if you find yourself enjoying the study, please consider liking and subscribing for more. This project took over 3 years to complete, and every bit of your support helps me to continue making pieces like this. Thank you so much, and please enjoy the rest of the journey. As mentioned before, there are certain Pokemon that are extremely rare, one of a kind even. These were the most difficult for me to catch while filling the decks, and also became some of the best experiences of my time as a researcher, or in other cases very notable at least. To start, let's speak on the actual 1% encounters in Johto. Based on my time sighting Pokemon in the field, the following species appeared at 1% or slightly less often than that. The first of these I found was Yanma, the clear wing Pokemon. It's a beautiful creature and one I was very happy to see among hordes of Nidoran on Route 35. Occasionally, these Pokemon are known to swarm, which enhances their encounter rate to about 30%. At least, so people say. Despite the event occurring, I still had a very difficult time finding mine, which I named Draconis based on her dragon-like appearance. At least Yanma appear with the same encounter rate independent of the time of day. The same can be said for the elusive Dunsparce, a small bug-like Pokemon that makes its home inside Dark Cave, and specifically the Western Caverns. Opposite to what seems obvious, Dunsparce is a pure normal type, bearing no sign of bug-type weaknesses or strengths. This Pokemon is known for a strong rollout technique, where it increases its defense by curling into a ball before attacking. Catching it can be a pain as well, but nowhere near as difficult as the next Pokemon were for me. These are Jynx and Sneasel, two species that only appear in the Ice Path, which oozes a chilly but powerful aura. Not only are they both 1% encounters, but they can only be spotted at certain times of day, unlike the last two entries, making them even more technical to find. It's important to note that most of these encounters were done with the Crystal Permit, so those with the other two may have different experiences. Also, it should be stated that these chances seem to increase the deeper you venture into the Ice Path. However, it's incredibly dangerous, as the ground is filled with gaps which lead far to the frigid depths below. It's inadvisable for any researcher to move beyond the first steps of the first basement floor. With that in mind, let us continue. The easier of these two species to find is Jynx, which appears on all levels of the cave between the hours of 4 AM and 6 PM. A wide stretch of time. Sneasel, however, only appears on the first basement floor and below, marked by the precarious gaps in stone I mentioned earlier, and are nocturnal, meaning they only appear from 6 PM to 4 AM. Perhaps this has something to do with prey competition with Jynx. Each of them only appears when the other is gone after all. Finally, the last 1% encounter I found great difficulty with was the Pokemon Chansey. It appears in routes 13 through 15 in Kanto. It also shows up regardless of the time of day. So what made this Pokemon more difficult to catch than the other 1%ers? Well, to start, this Pokemon is only level 28. Despite its bulk, I needed to be very careful since my team at this point was quite strong. Enter Citrala, my Pokemon catching partner. Evolving from a Scyther I caught in the bug contest, she retained the moves False Swipe and Thief, leading to a fantastic utility role in which she helped me catch both Pokemon and items. Of specific importance here was the move False Swipe, which has a base power of 40, but always leaves a Pokemon with some energy. That way it can decide whether or not to be caught. To this point in time, False Swipe was our answer to any and all challenging captures. And since Citrala is part steel, the opposing Pokemon's attacks were mostly negligible, meaning a lengthy holdout was no issue. Now, here's where Chansey specifically became a problem. Let's look at its moves. At level 28, the level I encountered most Chansey at, it knew the following: Tail Whip, Soft Boiled, Double Slap, and Minimize. Tail Whip can mostly be ignored, but the other three were frustrating. Double Slap can hit 2 to 5 times in succession, lengthening the battle and potentially requiring time to heal Citrala in between. Soft Boiled heals back all the energy Citrala removed by using False Swipe, and a wild Chansey can use it 10 times. Even worse than all of these is the move Minimize. This increases the evasion of a Pokemon by making it smaller in size, allowing it to dodge moves more effectively. Chansey can use this 6 times to reach a point where it's so difficult for Citrala to see that it may as well be an amoeba. Even then, if you manage to whittle down Chansey to minimum energy, it has a very low natural catch rate of 30. For comparison, this is worse than Dratini or Larvitar, each at 45, both difficult Pokemon in their own right. Also, if a battle goes too long, Chansey will be forced to use the move Struggle since it has a limited amount of power to use its primary moveset. The downside of Struggle is that it has recoil, meaning that last tick of energy will disappear, requiring a trainer to hunt for the 1% Chansey all over again. When I finally succeeded in catching Chansey, it was after a week and a half of grinding. I spent around an hour or more whittling it down, used 6 friend balls which all failed as they had no catch multiplier, then after Citrala had taken over half her energy and damage, and after 26 Ultra Balls, I finally caught Chansey. I named her Over Easy, which was a bit more polite than my original plan.
I'm gonna call you bastard.
Catching Chansey was definitely a challenge, and it's no surprise to me that another trainer who was searching in the same area eventually gave up on the hunt. Instead, since I had a Chansey and could breed for another with Ditto, Kim offered me a trade, her Aerodactyl Aeroy for my new Chansey. I knew she had the Pokemon's best interest at heart, and the two of us occasionally call to see how the other's Pokemon is doing. All in all, another great experience, and I got to save someone the struggle of searching out in the heat for hours to get a Chansey, not to mention the $30,000 or more I spent on Ultra Balls. Although not part of the 1% spawn rate crew, there are a solid handful of other Pokemon that posed a bit of a challenge for me to acquire. The first of these was Tauros, who normally spawns with a 5% rate on Route 38. Last Dana called me to let me know there were more than usual, and I was able to catch one that I named Great Horns, on account of, well, I'll let you run the difficult math to piece that one together. Next, I should mention the unknown. These mysterious alphabet-based Pokemon linger within the ruins of Alph, which seem to have been constructed specifically for their protection by ancient humans. Working with the research team on site and communing with the brightest minds of visitors, I was able to complete puzzles requiring deep mental rigor. It seems that after each of these were solved, new forms of the Pokemon began to appear. If I had to guess, they were emanating directly from the walls of the sealed rooms I had stumbled into, now able to wake and join the others of their kind. The final and most difficult of these was the W variety, but I can guarantee that completing the secondary dex was a W indeed. The local team agreed and upgraded my Pokegear to include a special section just for this endeavor. I wonder what mysteries the unknown will spell out for us next. Just north of this route was also a Pokemon pretending to be a tree known as Sudowoodo. Although appearing as a grass type, it's actually pure rock. This means the traditional answer in battle, a fire type move, would do little damage. Conversely, the type that is usually weak to grass ended up being the answer. Upon being sprayed with a bit of water, Sudowoodo launched into battle. Luckily it chose to join the team, and I thought the name Arbaleth was fitting, calling both to its appearance of foliage while also recognizing its sturdy, rock-hewn build. The next two species of discussion are Teddiursa and Wobbuffet, both of which appear in the eastern tunnels of Dark Cave. Teddiursa shows in the morning with a 5% rate, so I had to get up bright and early on a weekend to find it. Wobbuffet appears with a 15% rate, but only at night. Between these two, Dunsparce and Larvitar at 5%, I spent more than enough time exploring caves. Though of course I later went to explore other caverns, studying Zubat in greater detail. And how could I forget Lapras? Appearing only on Fridays, this rare Pokemon can be found floating in the basement of Union Cave. How it got down there is a mystery, though something tells me the subterranean caverns go much deeper than we expect. Perhaps the submerged sections connect to Kanto, through which Lapras could travel underwater. Regardless, this is where most researchers will happen upon the species. I actually received mine as a gift during travels in its home region. On that note, we should discuss a few more Pokemon given as gifts, or those that are gift adjacent. The most common form of gift Pokemon that someone can obtain is called a starter Pokemon. As makes sense, a trainer receives one to begin their journey. They invariably come in a trio containing one grass, fire, and water type. Only one trainer was able to receive an unusual starter Pokemon, that of course being Pikachu. Since it was considered very dangerous even for experienced trainers, this practice was a one-and-done scenario to my knowledge. As part of my research, I was granted each Kanto starter Pokemon discovered to date. Professor Elm was kind enough to give me a young Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle. Later, I was able to trade with other researchers for Chikorita and Cyndaquil as well. But apart from these Pokemon and the earlier mentioned Eevee, there are a few others only bred by specific people in either region. One of these is my good pal Shucky. Initially, a trainer who goes by the name Mania lent him to me to help crush rocks on Cianwood Beach, where I hunted for Krabby. With his permission, I bred Shucky to bring about my own Shuckle, who I named Ducky in honor of his father. After seeing the two together, Mania decided he didn't want to separate them, and instead offered for me to keep Shucky. Another rare Pokemon is Tyrogue, who was given to me while I traveled through Mount Mortar. The self-described Karate King bestowed him onto me after I defeated him in battle. I named him Warrior for his determination, which he continues to display as a Hitmontop. Next up are the fossil Pokemon, rarely given to researchers in Kanto. Deep in the crust of Poke-Earth are layers of sediment which have built up over time, burying the deceased denizens that used to roam the world. Archaeologists have chipped away at this rock to produce fossils that can now be revived, leading to the rediscovery of ancient Pokemon such as Omanite, Kabuto, and Aerodactyl. Thankfully, I was able to get my hands on all of these, though it required the late acquisition of the red, blue, and yellow permits, as well as my fateful encounter with Chansey. Pokemon are also sometimes gifted as unhatched eggs, such as the newly discovered Togepi, a Pokemon so reminiscent of an egg you may wonder if it hatched at all. There's an element of surprise to this gift, such as that I received with my baby Elekid, who knew the move Dynamic Punch. The phenomenon of Pokemon breeding is a topic deserving of its own section, which I promise we'll get to later in the study, but suffice to say, this gift can be well worth the time spent incubating it. There's no true limit to the amount of Pokemon that can be gifted. These are just those that I personally encountered throughout my travels. But apart from species that are given to you for free, there's also a small selection that you obtain through payment, specifically through one type of currency.
Who's that Pokemon? It's gambling!
Gamble, gamble. Yes, there are some Pokemon who seem to be completely monopolized by the gambling industry. Even researchers must pay full price for them, save for a deal on one species if you have a rare crystal permit. The Pokemon Rangers are currently working on producing self-sustained populations of the following species, but as with the Spinda and Hoenn, their time in captivity has done a number on their survival instincts. Regardless, there are 3 Pokemon that are most often obtained by gambling wins alone: Mr. Mime, Eevee, and Porygon. The first 2 require a gold or silver permit, and as mentioned, there is a massive discount of 4,999 coins for Porygon if you have the crystal cartridge. Also as mentioned, you must obtain the Game Corner currency in order to purchase these Pokemon. You can either play the rigged games, slowly working your way to the top through slots and card flip, or you can purchase coins outright. The conversion rate is terrible, however. To purchase 50 coins, which you'll quickly lose if gambling, it cost $1,000. Now, compared to the price of a single Ultra Ball, that doesn't sound so bad, but the cost quickly ramps up. Consider that, at its cheapest price, with the crystal discount, Porygon is sold for 5,000 coins. That is $100,000 for Porygon, and this insidious ruse is the only way to acquire it. Hopefully the lab team or the Rangers will have success in raising healthy populations soon. To round out our primary discussion on the completion of the Pokédex, let's speak on a very important topic. Now it's time to talk about the greatest, one-of-a-kind encounters I had on my journey to catch them all. While I was able to retrieve them for research purposes through great effort, it was ultimately decided that each of the following Pokemon should be released back into the wild. However, with the assistance of the Pokemon Rangers, the New Barktown lab team was able to tag them with minimally intrusive devices to ensure their protection. This provides a constant stream of information to the Pokemon PC system invented by Bill of Kanto, where we can always check their vitals and GPS location. All of this data is heavily protected and encrypted with a rotating, randomized selection of passwords. With it, we can determine not only the areas that need to be protected in order to preserve their livelihood, but also whether a Pokemon has been seen static in one location for too long. Aside from the potentially grim implications, we also want to prevent any form of poaching from nefarious institutions such as Team Rocket, which we would notice as a deviation from their normal travel habits. With all this said, let us dive into my experiences with the legendary Pokemon of Johto and Kanto. My first journey for legendary Pokemon started in Kanto, where the birds Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres were said to have been spotted. Professor Oak, the original mentor of my own, spoke on good authority that all 3 had been witnessed within the region, disturbed by some sort of event. Although I would love to start with Articuno, it was not the first that I found. Instead, I happened upon the flame Pokemon Moltres. I was traveling along Victory Road near Mount Silver when I suddenly noticed the caves becoming warmer with each step. Elevation was relatively stable, so that wasn't a factor. And since the cap of the mountain was snow-laden and the ice path was also nearby, I quickly felt that something was off. Then, just as I was beginning to sweat, I rounded the corner to see a burst of flame in the center of a cavern. It was Moltres, the third of the legendary birds to have been sighted. Why it was roosting deep within a cave is unknown to me, though the machinations of legendary Pokemon are often difficult for mere humans to understand. Despite the overwhelming heat, my Lantern Angel was able to temporarily paralyze and drench the Pokemon's wings. This brought them down to the ground where a slew of Ultra Balls eventually prevailed. Following the backwards order and a tip from a local power line worker, Professor Oak and I traced a surge of electricity toward the distant power plant. This facility is responsible for powering numerous remote labs at which other researchers are studying Pokemon. At first, there was an overload of energy, but a complete lack soon followed. Before anyone else could reach the station, the Rangers warned workers to stay home while someone investigated. That someone was me, and after getting through the maze-like passages of the power plant, I eventually reached the source of the disturbance. It was Zapdos, drawn to the area through some sort of electrical sense. Perhaps it draws power from the machinery, or maybe it feels almost magnetically pulled toward it. In any case, Zapdos needed to be warded away, and the only method of managing that was to defeat it in battle. Half of my team is weak to electric attacks, a shortcoming I noted soon after devising the original plan. 2 more are weak to flying, meaning the only Pokemon that could help me was Prancer, my Girafarig. This was no issue, however. As a wise woman once said, trainers should try to win with their favorites, and that's what I did. After confusing the legendary bird, Prancer used powerful psychic techniques to prove our worth. Zapdos soon relented, no longer assaulting us with electric attacks. When all was said and done, the legendary Pokemon joined our team. All that was left was the smell of ozone and a few machines that needed to be repaired. The final and most difficult of the legendary birds to locate was Articuno, the majestic freeze Pokemon. It took weeks of following temperature data, noting any possible differences from the norm. The problem was, we only had a handful of monitor towers, far spread from one another. Even then, only a few were functional at the time, no doubt a result of Zapdos' recent antics. But if Moltres was in a cave, perhaps Articuno was as well. According to locals in Fuchsia City, a strange blue blur was sighted over the southern oceans. It was our only lead, so on Crush's back, my team and I traveled to search any nearby landmasses. Unlike with the other two birds, the eventual location we found seemed to be its natural roost. As such, I cannot reveal its direct description. However, I can tell you that it was a surprising place for this legendary Pokemon to rest, mostly because I had no idea how it entered or left the place. Granted, there are many gaps and crevices, similar to other subterranean spaces we visited, but none of them seem large enough for a species with as lengthy a wingspan as Articuno. With Angel leading again, we were able to resist the cold chill, pacify Articuno, and mark its data in the dex. Looking back, this was perhaps the easiest of the trio to capture. It may have had something to do with hibernation drowsiness, though I will say the difficulty of travel was enough to make it the most time-consuming of all legendary birds, and my shoes were wet for days after. The final legendary Pokemon we encountered in Kanto is simultaneously the most well-known and least cited species on my list. The research team decided that, having seen and heard what Mewtwo was capable of, it absolutely had to be monitored. Dr. Fuji, the original creator of Mewtwo, sought redemption after the experiment went wrong. Coordinating with the Newbark and Pallet Town labs, he agreed to reveal the location of the legendary Pokemon. And unlike what the others share today, I am authorized to tell you exactly where this Pokemon calls home. Specifically, as a warning, Mewtwo is not like any other legendary Pokemon. It has achieved an immense power capable of demolishing anything it wishes with mental will alone. This unfortunately fulfilled the exact wishes of the person who funded its creation, Giovanni of Team Rocket. And although the team has officially disbanded, Giovanni is still at large, gone into hiding while under pursuit of the Interpol. Its known home is Cerulean Cave. There, Mewtwo spends much of its time meditating, building its psychic power even further. Truth be told, even my team of fully trained, powerful Pokemon were no real match. Drawing to a stalemate, I attempted to communicate with Mewtwo. Since it was made by humans, it was also given the ability to understand our language, conversing with us mentally. This was a very strange feeling and one I hope never to experience again. Understandably, Mewtwo denied my request to track his vitals or location. It couldn't be expected to trust humans after what we had done. What it did offer me was a chance to leave alive, which I had to take. I assume this luck won't be granted to the next trespasser, so in a final word of warning, please do not attempt to seek out Mewtwo. You may not live to regret it. Although my adventures in Kanto were spectacular in their own right, my heart lies with those I experienced in Johto. The legends surrounding these Pokemon have been carried for generations, and I feel lucky to have chanced upon them at all. To begin, we must tell the story of the roaming legendaries, called so for their transient ways of life. Never staying in one spot for too long, each member of the trio zooms across the region at mystifying speed. Without getting ahead of myself, that ended up being the primary issue for studying them. But a good place to start is their origin. As the legends go, war was raging between certain human groups in the past. After an attack launched on Ekrutik City, a once pristine tower caught flame. As it fell apart, 3 Pokemon were trapped in the rubble, burned along with the building. The flames raged for some time, and when they were over, something miraculous happened. Legends say a bird appeared along with a rainbow, hovering over the smoldering ruins of the burned tower. With its presence alone, the bodies of the deceased Pokemon reformed, life entering them once more. From this event were born the legendary Pokemon Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. Once they had arisen, the humans in Ekrutik were fearful. They had caused the death of these creatures, and now, they assumed, they were back for revenge. This was not at all the case, but seeing the worry among the human population, Suicune and the others simply left, only appearing in brief glimpses to those lucky enough to see them. So goes the legend of the Thunder, Volcano, and Aurora Pokemon. Many assume it was Ho-Oh who revitalized the trio, and I must say I do see some connection. But before we speak on the Rainbow Pokemon, let's discuss my findings on the other 3. It's not known whether these 3 Pokemon convene or even get along at all. I can't recall a single sighting of the 3 of them in one place since that ancient tale of rebirth. Their solitary nature can be witnessed in their behavior, as all of them prefer to scare away or evade their pursuers. Even Eugene, who has trailed Suicune for years to gain its favor, has never seen the other 2 or gotten close to his quarry. Perhaps it's due to my role as a researcher or some ulterior knowledge these Pokemon received, but I did happen to catch all 3 momentarily. Starting with Raikou, my patience was severely tested. Checking my Pokegear over and over, I would finally locate it for one brief moment among the tall grass. But alas, my Pokemon would be forced away, or Raikou would bolt as though it were lightning incarnate. Eventually, I happened upon Raikou downrange of Mount Silver. It created a localized storm, where its title as the Thunder Pokemon was reaffirmed. Like with Zapdos, I had to use Prancer to eventually console it. Although magnificent, Raikou was also quite feral. In order to plant the tag, I had to devise a plan. Rather than attempt to plant it myself and get crushed by Raikou's powerful jaws, I instead gave the chip to Prancer's tail. With the nondescript tail whip attack, the chip found itself tucked under a patch of fur. From there, we backed off and allowed Raikou to escape. Whoever made the adhesive for the chip deserves a raise, as we can still survey its movement patterns to this day. As soon as it enters one route, it immediately moves to another, its locator blipping in what would otherwise appear as an anomaly. Simply amazing. One day I received a tip from Eugene. He had witnessed Suicune at the Tin Tower and said it seemed to be waiting for something. I admit I planned on seeing Entei before Suicune, seeing as it was the boldest of the three, while Suicune was decidedly wary of humans. Regardless, Elm sent me on my way to visit the tower. I was allowed in under the care of 3 wise sages, and there ahead of me was the most majestic, beautiful Pokemon I had ever laid my eyes on, Suicune in all its glory. Fearing neither myself nor Eugene, it slowly walked toward me, its red eyes focused. I got the sense that I was being challenged. There was no way I could deny it. I sent out Aloe, my Heracross, to start the battle. It was intense, with each attack threatening the integrity of the remaining tower. With grace, Suicune dodged nearly every move, but we wouldn't be giving up. Angel sent out a shockwave, slowing its movements. Resistant to the icy Aurora beams, Crush stepped in and tanked the cold. With ferocious speed, he equaled Suicune's resolve. Soon I would need to swap to Venorak, my Ariados, or Taito, my Noctowl. We wouldn't be able to keep this up forever. But while Crush and Suicune grappled, it let out a roar that forced each of us apart. From there, it drew a confident stance, nodding to the empty Pokeball in my hand, and with one throw, Suicune joined our team. Somehow, I realized what its plan must have been. Seeing how I treat my Pokemon, and knowing how hard Entei would be to calm, Suicune allowed itself to be captured, not for my sake or its own, but for everyone's. Now we only had to convince Entei to feel the same. In some way, the volcano Pokemon must have sensed me coming. Every time I neared it, it would flee in another direction, disallowing myself or Suicune to catch it. Part of me wanted to ask the Aurora Pokemon for a ride, but that seemed like an insult to its dignity. Indeed, this may also have been part of the test, to prove to Suicune that my metal alone was enough to make this happen. Finally, on the open plains of Route 39, Entei turned and faced my challenge. Baring its fangs, the Pokemon roared to signal battle. I pulled out my newly captured Suicune, shocking Entei and sending it into a rage. The fire it spewed forth began to catch on the grass, flames erupting on all sides. Between dodging attacks from its peer, Suicune shot Hydro Pumps at each patch, preventing catastrophe. It called to mind an alternative tale for what happened in the burned tower. In a less anthropocentric tale, some say that Raikou caused the fire. In a fit of frustration, it brought forth a devastating bolt of lightning that caught flame among the ancient wood. Entei, part of an apparent dispute with the other, used this fire to its advantage, directing it all about the tower as Raikou leapt in and around. In a poetic display, Suicune used its powerful water techniques to cool the building, looking angrily at the others through the smoke. In penance for their outburst, Raikou and Entei were ordered by Suicune to go their separate ways until they could coexist once more. Since then, Suicune may have repeated this dance many times, but along with the validity of either legend, this remains to be proven. What I do know is that, after much time in battle, the two Pokemon before me knew the outcome. Neither would win. Instead, Suicune spoke to Entei, calming him for the time being. Still feeling the heat radiate from his maw, I carefully stepped toward the massive Pokemon. Within his mane, I placed the sticker tag. At that time, Suicune and Entei bid me farewell. It was a bittersweet moment watching them leave, especially Suicune, with whom I felt a shared sense of honor. Though, this was the best for all involved. Now we could protect them if something seemed off, and they could roam freely as they were meant to do. Next, we come to our final duo of legendary Pokemon, Lugia and Ho-Oh. Each holds an apparent connection to one of the previous trios. Recall the strange behavior of Moltres roosting in a cave, Zapdos attacking a power station, and Articuno laying low to avoid some sort of trouble. Consider too the wild Entei and Raikou sprinting across the land of Johto with some sort of mysterious purpose. The Burn Tower trio is often associated with Ho-Oh according to legend, but what about the birds? It's my guess that, during the hibernation period of Lugia, they begin to get confused, lashing out and attempting to control more territories than they should. There have been events to support this idea before, such as in the Orange Islands. Here, they apparently created mayhem, fighting for control of the various isles. The contested space became too dangerous for humans to travel, as well as for native Pokemon. In the end, it took Lugia to soothe their rage, reminding them of the benefits to balance. Having already set the birds free, I didn't have proof for Lugia of my previous endeavors, at least not living proof. However, I did grab one feather each from their roosting places. Normally, I would follow the nature code, take nothing but pictures, leave nothing but footprints, but I felt this was necessary to ensure a meeting with the legendary Lugia. To test my idea, I would first need to find it. Your initial thought may be that, since it controls the legendary birds, it will most likely be found up in the sky or maybe atop a mountain. You may be surprised to learn that it exists deep within the ocean, a realm mostly unknown to humanity, despite the fact that it makes up most of the planet. Even researchers have a limited understanding of its natural processes, species, and topography. But since life comes from the sea, it can be assumed that it exists in all submerged corners. Unfortunately for me, I can't breathe water. Despite this fact, I braved the southwestern seas in order to search for Lugia. It's common knowledge among marine scientists that aquatic species dwell mostly near the shorelines. These provide recognizable structures for hatching young, upwelling of natural resources, and shelter from predator species. And so, I took it upon myself to travel into the Whirl Islands. One unfortunate habit of legendary Pokemon is that, upon being upset, their connection to nature triggers some sort of weather event. In the case of Lugia's awakening, it was wild whipping winds that wound the water into whirlpools, hence the name of the archipelago. But thanks to my Krabby, Alta, and by extension, Shucky, I was able to pass over and through these chaotic swirls, landing on a rocky shoreline. There were numerous caverns inside, many of which leading to dead ends or exits to the surface. And in my haste, I forgot to bring Beloso, my Bellsprout. She was my only Pokemon with Flash, and so I had to move through the darkness using only my Pokegear flashlight. I ran my hand along the wall, noting the patterns etched by untold years of erosion. Eventually, as my feet found their way into deep pools of water, the light gave out. A loud roar filled the cavern, shaking my very bones. I had stumbled into Lugia's domain. As I tried to back out of the room, I found myself slipping over the puddles. A rumble shook behind me, and as I sent Crush out to defend us, we found ourselves face to face with the legendary Pokemon. Staring deep into my eyes, it sent a beam of light to illuminate the room, offering a more even arena for us to face off within. From there, we fought. At first, I feared Lugia would fill the cavern with even more water. Instead, it shouted Aeroblast throughout the room, sending stones crumbling from the ceiling. Crush and I dove away from each one, all the while attempting to freeze the pool beneath us with Ice Beam. After a few tries, we succeeded, and Lugia was caught off guard. Rather than bring its home down around it, the legendary diving Pokemon surprised me once more. Much like Mewtwo, Lugia possessed the ability to understand human speech. Maybe it sent its feelings directly toward my mind, which automatically translated to something I could understand. Or maybe it had truly crossed paths with humanity before. Regardless, it was only slightly less threatening in its wording. Lugia expressed its anger at being awoken, but soon began to worry about the legendary bird trio. It wanted to leave the cavern to check on them as it realized it had hibernated too long. Here we were, impeding it further. Very slowly, I explained that I had already visited with each, though they were far too wild for me to communicate with. After seeing the now drenched feathers, Lugia almost flew into a rage. To avoid this, Crush jumped in front of me, explaining that no harm was done. This display of trust intrigued Lugia, who then regarded us with newfound interest, allowing me to speak on our plans. When all was said and done, the diving Pokemon, like Mewtwo, denied my request, but he did allow me to catch him temporarily for informational purposes. After this, I thanked Lugia, who then led me out of the cave. From there, we went our separate ways. Hopefully it succeeded in calming the nerves of the bird trio. Unfortunately, their wild nature made them nigh impossible to tag, but after speaking with Lugia, I trust they're in good hands. Last but not least, we have Ho-Oh, our final legendary encounter. This Pokemon required an extremely delicate approach. Between it and Lugia, Ho-Oh is definitely the wilder. Even though I got a sense it had been visited by Suicune, this Pokemon seemed to view me as a nuisance more than anything. There is reason for this. Recall the fact that Ho-Oh was said to have revived the roaming legendary Pokemon from the dead. Others say it can grant a wish to any person who catches it. If either of these are true, it may be the single most threatened legendary Pokemon. I have no doubt that humans have forced their way to the summit of Tin Tower only to harass and make requests of the Rainbow Legendary. Some of those may also have been with attempted force. With these worries in mind, Ho-Oh is a primary concern for protection by both the New Barktown Lab and the Pokemon Rangers, which is why my failure here was monumental, though it also gave me hope. When I first befriended Suicune at the Tin Tower, the sages allowed me unobstructed passage through the building. This was an honor, but I could feel within myself that I wasn't ready. I left that day to begin my research on Lugia, a mighty being that could test my prowess. After meeting, catching, or sighting all other Pokemon between Kanto and Johto, I assumed it was now time for me to ascend the tower and face Ho-Oh. But are you ever truly ready to face a legendary Pokemon? My legs shook as I got higher within the tower, eventually exiting to the open, windy air. There was nothing to catch me if I fell. That would be the will of the tower's guardian. Knowing this, I pushed forward. It had gotten dark by the time I met Ho-Oh, but it still sat there waiting for me. There was nothing left to do now but battle, and so the clash ensued. Before I could think, I was working with my team to ensure success. Venorak coated Ho-Oh in a tiring poison. Angel slowed it down with electric paralysis. Despite either of those conditions, it flew high, preparing to dive upon us. Taito followed it into the air, feathers raining to the ground below. In the end, all that stood were me, Crush, and Ho-Oh. The sun rose on the horizon, and with it, the legendary rainbow Pokemon. My Feraligatr, though resistant to flame, was worn down. There was no way he could take another blast of sacred fire. Unthinking, I jumped ahead of him, waving my arms and asking for a truce. Angered further at yet another human plea, Ho-Oh did not hold back. All I remember is calling Crush to return to his ball, a burst of intense heat, and waking up in the Pokemon Center, completely unharmed. According to Nurse Joy, each of my teammates were perfectly healthy, just waiting for me to wake up. I had apparently arrived sometime early that morning, alone and unresponsive on the front step. There was no indication of how I got there or how I survived my encounter with Ho-Oh. I was thankful to still exist and to have my Pokemon safe and sound, but there in my pocket was the tracking tag I planned to give to Ho-Oh, a reminder of my inability. And yet, something tells me I didn't truly fail. If anything, I now have evidence to support the fact that Ho-Oh, as well as the others who rejected our assistance, may not have needed it in the first place. Notice I didn't redact any of their home locations. This is because, when it comes down to it, these Pokemon are legendary for a reason. They can defend themselves from any true threat, and if they need us, we'll know. For countless years, they've existed safely with minimal human interference. In fact, a lot of our activities have done them more harm than good. It seems a mostly hands-off approach is the way to move forward. From this point on, the Kanto and Johto research teams, as well as the Pokemon Rangers, will continue to protect them from afar. If the legendary birds encroach upon one another's territories, or the roaming trio fall into conflict, we'll stand by to assist their guardians in quelling the situation. Otherwise, with the knowledge gained from this study, we can advance the field of Pokemon conservation for years to come, ensuring the continued balance of nature for both the Kanto and Johto regions, as well as all the people in Pokemon that call them home. As for me, my efforts were rewarded with an official diploma, marking the time it took to gather every Pokemon across these lands. This piece of paper was the culmination of months of hard work in the field, under it, and all around it. We can break down the statistics later, but for now, I've decided to take this momentum along a new path. While catching and bonding with Pokemon, even research-focused scientists will find themselves becoming a trainer. My travel team and I have become the best of friends, and I plan to commemorate this fact later on. For now, they need a good solid break. This is where some new friends come in, and I cannot wait to tell you about them. Completing the Pokédex and Crystal was a dream come true. As a kid, I did not have the tools necessary to even come close, let alone the ability to get a Game Boy printer and make use of all that extra functionality. Holding the diploma in my hands was unreal, and I thankfully took this picture before the image wore away due to some mistakes on my part. With the completion of the Pokédex, the Crystal project was going to come to a close, but with every layer I peeled back, this endeavor offered more activities, more to discover. And so, I followed. Due to the technical nature of the rest of my experiences, I've chosen to end our narrative portion here, but I hope you really enjoyed it. From this point on, I have so much more to tell you about the Crystal Project and its intricate details, many of which would be lost in a strict narrative format. Without further ado, let's jump into the next leg of my adventure, Pokemon Stadium 2. When I first started this project, I had one Game Boy Advance, a copy of the Gen 2 games, and a heart full of hope. Eventually I obtained the other pieces necessary to move forward, which we will discuss after the Stadium segment, but for now, you should know I had never touched a Nintendo 64 in my life. My first game was Pokemon Stadium 2, which was relatively cheap honestly. The cartridge itself was super pretty to me, being half silver and half gold, even containing the glittery bits in the mold. They used to cook with these cartridges, didn't they? Gold and silver had the glint, Crystal took it to 11, looking like a rectangle of magical toothpaste, and the Gen 3 games evoked the translucence of gems with their copies of Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. After that time, things got a lot more streamlined and simplified. In most cases, this was a business move, and I have lots of ideas on that topic, but that's for a future video. Pokemon Stadium 2 is, at its core, a battle simulator. Back in the day, this was your only opportunity, other than the first Stadium game, to see your own Pokemon in 3 dimensions. Yes, you can take your Pokemon Pokemon from the Generation 1 and 2 games and use them here, meaning you can walk around your house, the park, etc. while raising a team to complete this game. That's what initially drew me to extend the project, and I'm so glad I did. Stadium 2 acts as a massive post-game to the Generation 2 games, and has so much polish it's quite ridiculous. Upon hearing that, I'm sure a lot of people are ready to disagree with me. Please note that I'm talking strictly about the game as a whole, not its AI gimmicks or potentially cheaty mechanics. Before we get into all that, please allow me to gush on Pokemon Stadium 2 as an experience alone. First off, the game has a wide range of battles, all set to different rules of various difficulties. These are separated between two halves of the game more or less. One is the Gym Leader Castle, where you face off against all the gym leaders of Johto, the Elite Four, and more. The other half is the stadium itself. Here you compete in 4 cups, known as Little Cup, Poke Cup, Prime Cup, and Challenge Cup, which I usually did last. These two halves make up the bulk of your playtime, and we'll dig into them shortly. Apart from the Gym Leader Castle and Stadium challenges, there's also a set of minigames, quick battle settings for split-screen fun, a lab including all sorts of insanely helpful functionality options, an emulator to run your games on the big screen, an editor for your in-game bedroom, a daily mystery gift item, and, to top it all off, the entire thing is packaged in a nostalgic Gen 2 theme. Ditto and Magnemite make up your cursors, so you select your match and style, and the backgrounds are full of Johto Pokemon relevant to the challenge at hand. Also, for those new to Pokemon, there's an entire training school complete with quizzes, battle tests, and a literal library full of helpful information, such as moves and their uses, Pokemon type charts, evolution paths, and even egg groups. I'll be covering all of these in more detail as we move along, but first let's talk about the Dawn fan in the room. The Pokemon Stadium games get a lot of flack. Discourse usually surrounds whether the games are brutally difficult, on the opposite end too easy, if they were exclusionary at the time of release, and so on. Feel free to disagree, but I'll give a rare Onyx Leviathan opinion here. I think most of the frustration with these games comes from using rentals alone. All the rental Pokemon are just awful in comparison to something you would train yourself. Final evolutions will have basic attacks like Magnitude on Golem or Clamp on Cloyster. Adding to this, they'll not have good stats like an XP trained team from your GBC. This leads to a frustrating experience that relies on luck to win many battles. However, even when using a team I created myself, I still met difficult challenges that required very careful play. And although I've not yet found definitive proof that the game cheats, there are often scenarios where the opponent, especially a final competitor within a challenge set, will get insane luck that I cannot understand the reason for. The opponent also seems to read your team choices at times. It's important to explain here that, although you enter the stadium with 6 Pokemon, you're only allowed to use 3 per battle. You have to guess which ones your opponent will use, or, as many players do, compare your Pokemon against the other team, bringing in the trio you think can most effectively combat any potential combination. Neither you nor the opponent will know what each other picks until the match plays out. At least, that's how it's supposed to work. But when I fought difficult trainers within each bracket, I would always find them to have the most efficient team to match mine. Even if I lost a battle and had to retry, my continues were often spent trying different combinations, hoping that any of their team order would remain the same. Oftentimes, it would only change when mine did, with the exception of certain trainers using ridiculously overpowered Pokemon. This alone is not enough for me to accuse the game of cheating. In some cases, it had just insanely good AI that played optimally as it should. It only made it that much sweeter when I won, often by recognizing very niche strategies that rarely came in clutch. I'll be sharing the stories of our notable battles here, but for now, we should dig into the kind of planning this wing of the project required. The Generation 2 games introduced a new mechanic to the series, Pokemon breeding. By leaving 2 compatible Pokemon at the daycare on Route 34, a trainer will sometimes be surprised with an egg. What this Pokemon is depends on a few factors, which we will get to. With this new feature, you could hatch the early stages of Pokemon caught in the wild, producing new baby Pokemon for the dex, multiply starters to trade with friends, and more. The most important news for competitive players, though, is the production of strong teams for battle. Through careful training and breeding, you can hatch Pokemon with immense stats at lower levels, which also know moves they usually could not learn. From a cheesy point of view, i.e. mine, this also allows you to create a stronger bond with your team, having raised them from birth and knowing their entire lineage, which, for your viewing pleasure, I have mapped out to the best of my knowledge. In order to complete the decks and form my teams for battle challenges, I spent a lot of time taking notes on exactly how and when to breed certain Pokemon. If I may, I'd like to run you through exactly what it took to create my teams for the Crystal project. I'll do my best to keep things jargon light, but express stressing the intricacy of this process is very important, highlighting the effort required to gain a single team member at a time. In the case that someone has not played Pokemon or is new to certain concepts of battling, they will be explained on a case-by-case basis, using my real team members as examples. The bulk of this section digs into the history of each Pokemon, how they came to be, what cool stories came out of the process, and so on. If you would like to jump forward, I have marked chapters on screen, but to be honest, you would be missing a massive chunk of the project, so I recommend watching it in full. That way you can also join in on the feeling of success when our friends crush those difficult challenges later on. The first team I fully bred was for Little Cup in Stadium 2. The rules of this challenge cap Pokemon levels at 5, meaning they cannot be leveled a single time through XP. However, there are ways you can max stats without leveling. In Generation 2, you gain a certain amount of stat XP during each battle. This is similar to EV training in later generations, where different Pokemon give specific values, only here it's XP. The problem is, this XP also generates progress on the level bar. If you were so inclined, you could technically battle some low-level Pokemon, then, before reaching the necessary XP number to level up, take your Pokemon and drop them off at the daycare center. When you retrieve them, their stat changes will remain, but their XP bar will reset, allowing you to rinse and repeat while gaining all the benefits. This exploit was a bit confusing to me at first. How can they gain stats without leveling? As I later learned, my concept of stat gain was tied to the announcement received upon leveling up, in which it shows all the changes to that point. However, with or without seeing that announcement, the stat changes still take effect, and to that end, you can EV train Pokemon even when they reach level 100 in the later titles. The more you know. In the spirit of doing things as naturally as possible, I decided not to XP train. Though it would have made things easier later, I was still able to complete Stadium 2 without doing it once. Though, if you want to, you can also give them vitamins, which I forgot until just now. The next issue of training such a low-level team is that you really can't. So how are they supposed to learn good moves? Enter the techniques known as egg moves. These are attacks that a baby Pokemon will start with upon hatching, and each is passed through the father of the Pokemon in question. To know what these are today, you can simply look up the available options. Other than by trial and error, the best way to know what was available for each Pokemon back in the day was by using Stadium's library function, where a full list of available techniques existed. Other than these moves, there are 2 additional types that could be passed down to the child. If both parents know an attack that's learned by level up, it will go to the child. To my dismay, this must be a move the baby Pokemon can also learn by level up, so my Arcanine Cinnamon did not get to have extreme speed, as it's not part of Growlithe's level up list, but it's good for you to know. Second, if the father knows a TM from Generation 2, it can also be passed to the baby Pokemon. Now that you have a general idea of how they're bred, I'll run you through the process of creating my Little Cup team, saving the most intricate mon for last. First, we have the easiest to breed. Orion, my Abra, was born from a captured Alakazam named Deanie and a Ditto. Since most of these Pokemon were bred with one of my Ditto, they'll only have one listed parent. I chose Abra for its fantastic speed and special attack, as well as its move pool, the list of techniques it can possibly learn. The speed is important since it means Orion will often act first in the turn order. Its special attack means that its moves, specifically chosen to cater to this stat, will deal enhanced damage. And finally, one of the most important factors of deciding a Pokemon's moves is called coverage. This describes the ability of a Pokemon to effectively combat whatever opponent comes its way. Specifically, Orion's moves needed to be able to hit a wide range of Pokemon types, of which there are 17 in Generation 2. You've heard of a grass-type Pokemon like Bulbasaur, or a water-type like Squirtle. Each has resistances and weaknesses based upon its typing. Abra, being a Psychic type, is weak to Bug, Ghost, and Dark moves. These will do twice as much damage to Abra, being super effective. On the other hand, it resists fighting and Psychic techniques. These are not very effective and will only do half the normal amount of damage. Orion's moveset contains Psychic, Ice Punch, Fire Punch, and Thunder Punch. As it sounds, these moves are Psychic, Ice, Fire, and Electric types respectively. All of these are considered special attacks, hence they make use of Abra's great special attack stat. In Generation 2, whether an attack made use of the attack or special attack stat was dependent on its type alone. This was later changed to reflect whether a move made contact or not, but here, it's based on a simple list. Now, let's look at the moves themselves. Psychic is obviously a Psychic type move, meaning we have an answer to poison or fighting types we encounter. Since the move is the same type as the Pokemon using it, it also gets something called Stab, which stands for same type attack bonus. This move, if used on a neutral target like a flying type, will do 1.5 times damage. This sort of stacks with super effectiveness, so if used on a fighting type, it will do around 3 times damage, hitting very hard and most likely guaranteeing a knockout. So there are 2 types covered, fighting and poison. Ice Punch is good against grass, ground, flying, and dragon, adding 4 more types we're effective against. With the last 2 moves added on, the only types of Pokemon we don't hit for super effective damage would be be normal, fire, electric, psychic, rock, ghost, and dark, meaning we hit over half of all types of Pokemon for double damage. Even then, we have psychic to do decent damage with stab to normal, fire, electric, and rock types, leaving our only problems as psychic, ghost, and dark. For those three, our other moves would each do normal damage, otherwise called neutral damage. There are more things to consider though. The most popular ghost that appears in this generation is the Gengar line. Each of them is part poison, so Abra could use Psychic to target that secondary type for super effective damage. That is, if they're faster, which Abra often is when compared to Ghastly. The only real threats Abra has to avoid then are other Pokemon with ghost moves, the dark type in general, or strong physical attackers with comparative speed. These are the kinds of considerations made when choosing a Pokemon's moveset. But how did we get these moves for Orion? Luckily, he was very simple in this aspect. All elemental punches were for sale as technical machines, or TMs, at $3,000 apiece from the Goldenrod department store. The Psychic TM was a bit more expensive, and found at the Celadon Game Corner in Kanto for 3,500 coins. This translates to $70,000, and was bought with money from running the Elite Four an absurd amount of times. So now Orion has been born and has been taught the moves. What's left to do? Well, the final step is to give him a held item to maximize his potential. I chose the Gold Berry, an item that restores 30 HP. Whenever his health drops to a dangerous level, he'll automatically eat it, essentially providing a free full heal. I acquired this berry as a third place winner in the bug catching contest, but you can also receive it on Pokemon from certain in-game trades. According to Stadium rules, no two Pokemon on the team can hold the same item, so Orion was the lucky duck to carry this one. And there you have it. Our boy Orion is a hard-hitting special attacker with great coverage, a free heal in his back pocket, and moves with a slight chance of providing status effects such as paralysis, burn, or even freezing the opponent, all of which can turn the tide in our favor if the opponent survives the hit. So that was the easy one. Who's next? Well, continuing our celestial theme, we come to Andromeda, the shiny Staryu. Although genderless, I get a feminine vibe from Andromeda, so I'll refer to them as a she for ease of discussion. Andromeda is also a speedy special attacker, and ended up being one of the heaviest hitting MVPs of the entire battle wing of the Crystal Project. Much like Orion, she has a set of moves including stab and coverage options, though hers are more useful in my opinion. Surf is a hard-hitting stab move which devastates fire, ground, and rock opponents. Ice Beam is just as accurate as Ice Punch, but provides a base attack of 95 as opposed to 75. This is a big boost in damage. On top of this bonus, it also retains the 10% chance to freeze the opponent solid, rendering them defenseless. Moving on, we have Thunderbolt, often shortened to T-Bolt in discussion, which improves on Thunder Punch much the same way as Ice Beam over Ice Punch. Finally, it has Psychic just like Orion, but since those other two moves are far better, they required more effort to achieve. Every Wednesday and Saturday, and only after having beaten the Elite Four, a move tutor will appear outside the Goldenrod Game Corner. For 4,000 coins, he'll teach one of your Pokemon a special move. For Andromeda, this was done twice, meaning 8,000 coins. Not only that, but the tutor will only teach once a day. In effect, it took 4 real-life days and 8,000 coins to teach her both moves. Converted to regular game currency, that's $160,000. Add to that the Psychic TM at 70,000, and in total, it took $230,000 to teach Andromeda her moveset. To achieve that money, I had to beat the Elite Four an additional 5 times, but man was it worth it. She rips through almost all opposition like a knife through butter. For her item, I chose Berry Juice. This restores only 20 health, but remember, we can't use another Gold Berry as per Stadium rules, so this had to suffice. We got this item from Shucky, who you can acquire only through the in-game trade at Cyanwood City. For Andromeda to come about, we spent 4 actual days, 230,000 in-game dollars, beat the Elite Four 5 more times, and crossed an entire ocean. But some of you out there noticed something else about Andromeda, and you know this journey wasn't as easy as I described. For those new to Pokemon, you may not have heard of the shiny phenomenon. Introduced in Generation 2, Pokemon had a chance to become quote-unquote shiny. This means that they are a different color than normal. It's a purely aesthetic change and has no real bearing on how a Pokemon performs, at least in other generations. See, when introduced, shininess was passed down genetically through determinate values, which are an invisible number attributed to each Pokemon, later called individual values or IVs. Each Pokemon caught has a randomized set of these numbers, providing a base from which to grow their talents. These are carried through Pokemon to their offspring and also act as an indicator so the game knows which Pokemon are related, preventing any attempt to inbreed. The specific DVs required for a Pokemon to be shiny are a flat 10 in defense, speed, and special. Its attack has to be 2, 3, 6, 7, 10, 11, 14, or 15. Strangely, there are 2 numbers between each set of possible consecutive stat values. Any Anyway, shiny DVs do limit the potential of Pokemon by a significant degree, but I didn't care. I knew I would be spending a lot of time with my team, and I wanted to make it memorable, especially seeing as many shiny Pokemon randomly have different shiny colors in Stadium. Note the stark white Andromeda boasts in Crystal versus the deep blue in Stadium. Otherwise, if they aren't shiny, the nickname and trainer ID of a Pokemon will determine its hue shift, explaining the other visual differences in the game. Because of the way DVs determine shininess, and the fact that there is a guaranteed red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage, people realized they could breed this shiny gene down to many different egg groups, meaning that, if they wanted to, they could follow a very specific guide toward a chance at the shiny of their choice. Not only that, but this brings the chance of finding a shiny to a maximum of 1 in 64 eggs, depending on what you were breeding. That may still sound bad, but compared to the original odds of 1 in 8,192, it's pretty much guaranteed. If you grind, you will get the shiny Pokemon of your dreams. The basic plan requires you to take a male red Gyarados and breed it with a compatible female for the opposite gender offspring. In this case, a female offspring. Then you take that Pokemon and breed it with a male for a male offspring. Continuing this will spread the gene along, given enough time. Just one issue. This method of shiny hunting only works for Pokemon in egg groups downweb from Gyarados, meaning there are a host of Pokemon it cannot be used for. Although both Pokemon I bred were part of the line, I also didn't want to go through the trouble of back and forth breeding just in case I did it wrong. This is where I performed the first Gen 1 glitch of my life. This was purely to save me time on achieving the shiny Pokemon and did not give me any bonuses in battle. In fact, it just added to the time I spent getting them on itself over a non-shiny form and made them worse in battle. Still, I felt the need to address this in case anyone was wanting instruction for a glitchless run. So here's the deal. The Pokemon Ditto is capable of breeding with any other Pokemon, but the Gyarados method couldn't transfer the shiny gene to it since the Ditto has no gender to reference. However, Ditto copies moves from opposing Pokemon. Drawing on this information, people discovered the following glitch. You take any shiny Pokemon hailing from Generation 1. In most cases, the red Gyarados is used. Remove as many moves as you can from it, especially any Gen 2 attacks, then trade it to a Generation 1 game. Teach it the move Mimic, which is learned from the copycat girl in Saffron City, who requests a Pokédoll in exchange. These can be bought from the Celadon department store. Teach this TM to your shiny Pokemon, who by the way will not appear shiny in the Gen 1 games. Fear not though, it will still be shiny when you trade it back. Once it has Mimic, encounter a wild Ditto in any route available. Use Mimic to take the move Transform. Let the Ditto transform into you right after. Then, since it copied your moves, it will be able to transform again. For some reason, the second transformation will make it copy your stats. That includes the values that make your Pokemon shiny. After this, immediately catch the Ditto. When you bring it back to Generation 2, it'll be shiny. And from there, you can shiny breed just about any species you wish with a 1 in 64 chance of it being shiny. After performing this glitch, I brought Beauregard, my shiny Ditto, to the daycare. There, he bred with my Starmie from Pokemon Blue to produce 73 eggs. The last of these became Andromeda, the one and only. To say that I was relieved to see her shiny form would be an understatement. This took an untold number of hours going back and forth from Route 34 to the end of Goldenrod City and back. To make it easier, I made use of a feature in Pokemon Stadium 2. Recall that Pokemon in this game get a hue shift dependent on their trainer ID and nickname, and also that shiny Pokemon always look the same independent of these details. Because the game recognizes the word egg as a nickname, this also applies to Pokemon eggs. Using a tool on a website I cannot express my gratitude for enough, Blue Moon Falls, you can input your information and note whether your shiny egg will have a specific color. This is immensely helpful, meaning you don't have to hatch every egg just to hope the Pokemon will be shiny. You can just store them in a PC box, then check them on Stadium's lab function every once in a while to see if you notice a slight difference in color. Again, major thanks to Blue Moon Falls for offering this tool. They also have a hue shift calculator for regular Pokemon, which I use to find appropriate names for my teams. With this effort, and that required to finalize her moveset and items, Andromeda was ready for battle. And also, since I can't think of a better place to put it, check out this full odds shiny Sandslash I caught in Victory Road. So here's something strange. I was walking in Victory Road, trying to level up Ketchup the Electabuzz. As I was leveling him up to give him Thunderbolt, I came across a Sandshrew that was shiny. But there he is. We'll look at his Stadium Shiny later on. That's a 1 in 8,192 chance. The only other time I saw a full odds shiny in Gen 2 was many years ago as a kid. I saw a shiny Drowsy and thought it was a glitch because old games did that sometimes, often showing weird pinks or greens if the cartridge was placed wrong. So I reset it. Oof. Next, we should talk about Libra the Elekid. I chose her primarily because Elekid was the first Gen 2 Pokemon I ever saw. In 2000, Burger King had these power card toys that came with the kids' meal. I remember seeing the posters in the window as we passed by in the car, and I was so confused. Pikachu looked really different. Come to find out, it was the start of Generation 2. Meryl, Elekid, and Lugia all played a part in the toy campaign, and although I never got to have one as a kid, I later got a full set to hype me up for this project. They're honestly pretty cheap online, and since they often came in large lots, I ended up selling the extras and making back what I paid for them. Essentially, they were free. It was really cool spicing up the area above the TV I was using for Stadium 2. But back to Libra. Apart from the nostalgia factor, I think Elekid just has a really cool design. I mean, it has a plug for ears, but they somehow made this oval rounded body shape that expresses the fact that it's a baby Pokemon. It's also really fast, offers electric stab, and has a chance to paralyze the enemy Pokemon, making them move last in the turn order, if they get to move at all. My original plan was to breed Thunder Wave onto it, but I opted for Fire Punch instead, providing more coverage. Libra was born to a couple of Electabuzz. One was wild caught and named Ketchup. If you know why, you're a true OG. The other was Jolt, the Pokemon that came from my special egg and crystal. Instead of getting Togepi, as in Gold and Silver, you get the Odd Egg, which has a chance to give any of the other baby Pokemon. They also hatch with Dizzy Punch, which Jolt has to this day. To round out Libra's build, we made a visit to Sunny on Route 37, one of the Day of the Week siblings who appear in different areas to give the player items. Sunny gave us the Magnet, which increased the damage output of electric moves. With that, Libra's build was done. After Libra comes Vila, the Houndour. Her lineage is pretty interesting. First came her grandfather Diablo, who I caught after beating the Elite Four in Crystal. As mentioned very early on, some Pokemon new to Gen 2 can only be found in the Kanto postgame. My feelings go back and forth on this fact about whether it was a good decision. On one hand, you take a fan favorite design and disallow people a full playthrough with it. On the other, taking it from Kanto would make that area contain even less to do, which is a problem plaguing the second half of the game. I personally view it as a boss rush that my character completes, seeing as he already had so many Kantomons from the Gen 1 titles. Regardless, a lot of people want to play from the beginning with a Houndour to get that epic Houndoom. I'm one of these people. Enter my Pokemon Gold playthrough. I needed to complete this game to get various exclusives unavailable in Crystal, such as Mankey or Mareep. This would also give me another game to play through for the many single-use TMs required for my team. The first of these Gold members, the full team of which I'll outline later in the commemorative segment, was a Houndour named Cerbera. She was born from Diablo, who was wild caught in Kanto. After Cerbera had become the champion of the Elite Four, she came back to Crystal and settled down with a wild caught Houndoom named Magmus. Each of them was raised to at least level 43, giving them each Flamethrower and Crunch. This saved me thousands of Pokédollars and more Elite Four runs, since both of these moves could be transferred to their child Vila, the Little Cup Star. On top of these, I taught Vila Sunny Day and Solar Beam. On its own, Sunny Day weakens water moves and powers up fire moves. It also has a bonus effect. The sunny weather being present means Solar Beam doesn't need to spend a turn charging before launch. It could now be fired the very turn it was selected. In effect, Vila could take on water-type Pokemon if backed into a corner. Flamethrower would counter the very resistant steel typing, and the natural enemy of fire, grass. The final move, Crunch, would be great against Ghost and Psychic Pokemon, boasting an immense 80 base power, incredible for a baby Pokemon to wield. All of these made Vila a special weapon, entering the field when drastic measures were called for. Next we have Eris. As you can see in my notes, she was once destined to be a Machop. No worries, we did get Regulus on the team a different way, but after careful consideration, I realized that Scyther, being a single stage Pokemon, would have the incredible strength required to combat similar cases, such as Pinsir, Tauros, or even Mirror Match Scyther should they appear. And so I created a new plan. Scyther would have the following moves. The first two are achieved from each parent reaching levels 30 and 42, learning Wing Attack and Sword Stance. The first is a stab flying move, great for fighting, grass, and bug types. The second is a stat increasing move that doubles attack if used once, increasing with diminishing returns to a total of 3 turns. This would make Eris incredibly strong. Along these two moves were Endure and Reversal. Endure is a move that goes last but ensures survival, meaning any hit that would knock Eris out would instead leave 1 HP remaining. In cases where Eris is the faster Pokemon and the other doesn't have the Quick Claw item, this would seal the entire match, because our next move is called Reversal. This attack does more damage based upon how much your Pokemon has taken. If Endure is used the turn prior, the damage is maximized, and if your speed outclasses their team, you can sweep the whole battle with Reversal alone. However, this move is not something Scyther can normally learn. Endure is just a TM, but Reversal required careful breeding, and one of the most most intricate family systems I've described yet. First, we have a Pokemon that knows it naturally. Aloe, my Heracross from the primary squad, knew Reversal at one point during his training, but since strategies change, I chose the move Counter instead. So Aloe bred with a Ditto to produce Jinko, a male who learned Reversal at level 44. From here we introduced Jinko to Citrula, who you may remember as our ultimate catch technician from the Dex segment. The two of them bred to bring about Limon, a male Scyther with the move. This is important, as only the male could pass Reversal along. Still, we needed two Scyther to learn and pass Wing Attack and Sword Stance. To make the breeding process quicker, I used my silver cartridge to catch a new Scyther, which I named Citricia. Since she and Limon are from two different games, they have two different trainer IDs. This speeds up the process to produce an egg. So, after leveling both of them to 42 to get the first two moves, and having Reversal on Limon, we got a happy baby Scyther with all three. If it was female, I was going to name it Eris, and with luck, that's exactly what we got. All that was left was to teach her Endure, which was just TM20 I had lying around. After this, the project hit a major standstill. Why would that be? Well, let's talk about the item I wanted her to have, the Miracle Berry. This acts like the Lumberry in later generations, which cures any status affliction immediately. Confusion, paralysis, freezing, etc. All healed. These conditions can ruin a match entirely if not dealt with. In a game as challenging as Stadium 2, this item was a must. The only problem is that the Miracle Berry was a mystery gift exclusive item. This feature was included to make use of the Game Boy's infrared functionality and allowed players to exchange random gifts once per day. Only, it's not so random. As a matter of fact, the list of potential items you can gain is dependent upon your trainer ID, meaning there's a chance you could be completely locked out of a certain item and never know it. Unless you use an online calculator like the one from Blue Moon Falls, which saved me a lot of wasted time. I swear there's no sponsorship here, the site is just that helpful. With it, I determined my copies of Gold and Silver were the only ones I could obtain the berry in, not Crystal. But for Silver, it could only be obtained through direct GBC infrared transfer. At the start of this project, I did not have any Game Boy Colors, let alone two. To my relief, I found out you could use Mystery Gift on Stadium 2, but this would only work on my copy of Gold due to the trainer ID. For months, I would breed other Pokemon, make plans, take notes, work on YouTube, work my other jobs, do my college classes, and so on, all the while trying to get this berry to appear in Pokemon Stadium. But no, I swore to Carrie that if she ever gave me another X attack, I would never speak to her again. Eventually, I realized that this project would need an edge in order to reach its destination. An entire real-life year later, I spent saved money on two Game Boy Color systems. One was a refurbished Pikachu edition, and the other was a simple blue one that I later modded with a backlight and battery indicator, though we'll talk more on tech later. Anyway, I tried a few days in a row alongside making use of the Stadium Mystery Gift option, and that's all it took. While laying on the floor with my Galarian Meowth Mina, I happened to get the very item I needed. I did a double take since it was April Fool's Day of 2025, funny enough. But no, it wasn't a joke. I had the item, and we could now move forward. So wild. And with that, Eris was ready to stomp, or slice, the competition. The final member of our Little Cup team was Perseus the Cubone. Half of his moves are TMs, but the other two took specific breeding. To start, we had Lyrid, my Tyranitar, who was also a competitive team member. She bred to have Shilly and Lython, two siblings. We needed a male to pass Rock Slide and Screech Down, so I had to try another egg. Still, it wasn't Shilly's fault, so we kept her too. Lython learned Screech and Rock Slide at levels 15 and 22. After breeding with Sierra, my Marowak, Perseus the Cubone was born with both moves. As mentioned, Earthquake and Headbutt were both TM moves, the latter of which is purchasable from the Goldenrod department store. Perseus was a fairly simple breeding plan, and it's really cool that his grandmother went on to crush the battle tower. As for his item, he needed the Thick Club. For Cubone and Marowak only, this item doubles their attack stat. That's amazing damage. As you can imagine, it's not a very easy item to get. Bringing Citrula, my catch technician, I plan to spend hours, maybe days encountering Cubone or Marowak in Kanto's Rock Tunnel. They appear at a combined rate of 35% during the morning and daytime hours. Each one has a 2% chance to be holding a Thick Club. So overall, there was a 0.7% chance of me finding it during an encounter. At least Citrula had the move Thief, meaning we didn't have to spend the extra effort to catch and check every one we saw. I made some tea, settled in my office, and began the long journey. It only took 2 tries. On the very second encounter, I got the 0.7% chance. I think the world was taking pity on me after the mystery gift fiasco, but I'll accept that. At the moment, our Little Cup team was completely ready for Pokemon Stadium 2, all of them with great movesets, decent items, and matching names, but we had 2 more teams to create. Our next squad was the main team we would be carrying through pretty much every challenge in Stadium 2, including the Poke Cup, Prime Cup, and Gym Leader Castle. For ease of explanation, let's start with the Poke Cup. This challenge caps your combined team level at 155. More often than not, this translates to using 2 Pokemon at 50 and 1 at 55. For my team of 6, I raised 2 Pokemon to 55, so I had another choice against strong opponents. Apart from these level restrictions, it's a straightforward battle challenge. So let's start with the first member of our Pokecup team, Andromeda. Yes, the same Andromeda from Little Cup. Since there are 2 difficulties in the game, round 1 and round 2, you may wonder how I continue to use Baby Andromeda later on. Luckily, Pokemon Stadium 2 has a feature called Registry, which allows you to permanently lock in a team selection with all their stats, moves, and items. This persists between round 1 and 2, meaning that even though Andromeda evolved, I would still be able to use her past self in Little Cup round 2. Hopefully that wasn't too confusing. This kind of information is difficult to come by on the internet, where it feels like Stadium 2 coverage is very lacking. Another goal of the portion of this project was illuminate some of those more specific questions I had before starting. Andromeda in the Pokecup saw a couple changes. First, she evolved. I traded her to my copy of Blue to buy her an evolution stone, which is faster than waiting for that lucky phone call in Johto. With the water and fire stone, I evolved both her and Cinnamon, my Arcanine, in one go. Problem is, I had planned to teach her Recover, that way she could heal damage from more difficult enemies as we progressed. Sadly, only Star U learns this at level 19, not Star Me, and there's no move relearner in Gen 2, at least until later. So for now, she was stuck with the same moveset for the entirety of round 1. No big deal really, she crushed it just the same. And something that helped there was the scope lens, which increases the chance of a critical hit. This was also received through a series of mystery gift functions on a copy of Silver. After she had this item, was evolved in Blue, and raised to level 55, she was ready. Next up is Aridani, my Donphan. She was chosen for her bulk and utility, and because I wanted a lot of Gen 2 Pokemon on my main team. A lot of people would recommend something like Snorlax or Blissey for this role, but Karen's famous quote always rings in my ears. Luckily, Donphan learns the very powerful Earthquake naturally at level 49, just before the level limit. It also learns Protect and Toxic, both TMs with the specific strategy of poisoning an opponent and stalling them out, letting them slowly fade while you watch on unharmed. It's not a foolproof strategy since Protect often fails if used in succession, but it serves its purpose to get Toxic started. Lastly, Aridani needed to know Ancient Power. This would hit pesky ice types like Lapras, as well as flying and bug Pokemon. For fire, we had Earthquake, which also hits steel and electric types for good damage. To get Ancient Power though, we had to run through a very interesting path of breeding, on par in length with Eris's line. Believe it or not, it all starts with a Corsola named Coraline. She was bred to have a son named Reefer. He was trained to level 43 to get Ancient Power, the move we were passing down. After that, we bred Reefer with Toothless, a female Wooper, to produce Scooter, a male Wooper with the move. Finally, Scooter bred with Ellie and had 2 children. One was Aridani, a female Phanpy. The other was Elliot, a male. Aridani ended up having the better stats of the two, so I chose to move forward with her training, keeping Elliot with his mom at home. And that's how a Corsola ended up passing Ancient Power to a Donphan. Since Aridani was a bit low on speed, I gave her a Quick Claw, which we time and again saw as the right decision, providing a lucky first hit and sometimes changing the tide of battle. With that, she was a solid part of the main crew. Next up is Cassiopeia, our Ampharos. I call her Cassie for short. She was the product of a relatively simple breeding plan. It starts with her grandpa Eden, the Meganium I used in the Silver Victory run, in which I used all legendary cats as well as both signature cover legends. This run was just for fun since I never used legendary Pokemon and I needed more TMs for Stadium. So Eden bred for Foliago, a male Chikorita. At level 12, Foliago learned Reflect. It then bred with Felice, the Flaffy, to produce Cassie, a female Mareep with the move. This was an important decision as Cassie's primary weakness was the ground move Earthquake, which made use of the regular attack stat. For 5 turns, Reflect would cut that damage significantly, allowing Cassie to last through 1 or 2 hits of Earthquake. Even better, if Cassie was swapped or knocked out, the 5 turns continued for my other team members, protecting them. This was an incredibly good decision since it helped us complete some of the most grueling battles in the game. Apart from this, she had Thunderbolt for Great Stab, boosted by her borrowed Magnet from Libra. Fire Punch could deal with Steel or Grass types. And finally, there was the optional Thunder Wave for Paralysis, which would render Ampharos' problem of middling speed irrelevant. Her special attack and team support moves made her a great addition. Next up is Lysithea, my Miltank, and one of the coolest Pokemon I've ever used in a game full stop. Hear me out on this one. I know there's a lot of funny memes about the Pokemon, just like with my favorite evolution and favorite overall, but Lysithea was the absolute deciding factor for some of our battles. I knew I needed a dedicated tank, focused purely on staying alive and outlasting the opposition. Aerodani was great for team support and utility, but was also a physical attacker in times of need. Lysithea, on the other hand, was built to protect herself and live forever. In this case, like mentioned before, most people would choose Blissey or Snorlax for an ultimate wall, the term for which comes from its ability to completely block the opponent from achieving victory, often through stall tactics. But for me, I wanted Generation 2 to shine, and Miltank is so slept on that I needed her on my team. She has an adorable design, even more so in Stadium, required no breeding to build, and has moves that align perfectly with her theme. The first and easiest move she learned was Earthquake through TM. We later made the expensive decision to change this to Shadow Ball, that way we had something to combat Ghost and Psychic types with. It felt like a sin to overwrite Earthquake, seeing as how it took an entire playthrough to reach the TM. But thankfully, since Stadium lets you register teams, we were actually able to keep both forms of the squad. The remaining 3 moves all combine to form one of the most amazing, and, from the other side, infuriating tactics I have ever used in Pokemon. Let's start with Attract. This causes an opponent of the opposite gender, in this case male, to be infatuated with Lysithea. Because of this, there is a 50% chance they'll not attack. On top of that, the condition never wears off unless the Pokemon is swapped out. It stacks with other conditions like paralysis, and the opponent can still potentially miss attacks even when they do get a chance to move. As if that isn't wild enough, we also have the move Stomp, a normal attack that receives stab from Lysithea's typing. It also has a 30% chance to make an opponent flinch. But wait, there's more. Once again bringing Citrala into the field, I was able to find an extra King's Rock. I'd used my others to evolve different Pokemon for the dex, but luckily the Slowpoke and the Well have a 2% chance to hold one. Other than begetting evolution, this item provides a 10% chance for any damaging move to cause flinching. Flinching means an opposing Pokemon gets their turn skipped essentially, as they can't attack. This only works for the user of the move if the opponent is slower than them, however, as flinching is irrelevant at the end of a turn. But for opposing potential walls like Lapras, Snorlax, or Blissey, Miltank is often faster. And wouldn't you believe it, that 10% flinch chance stacks. So not only did Lysithea have the ability to force a 50-50 chance for the enemy to hit, but we also had a move that created a 40% chance of flinching. Combined, this meant that the enemy rarely got to hit through as long as they didn't miss. Despite this planning though, these are still just chances, not guarantees. I've had rounds where the opponent hit through every time, taking large chunks of health. In this case, Lysithea would just use Milk Drink. This move heals damage equal to half the user's total HP. Based on her 367 max, she could heal 184 health each turn. With all of these tactics combined, she was able to defeat some of the most unfair opponents we faced in Stadium 2. On top of it, the theming of all her moves was just sublime. Check out the milk bottle with her face on it, like, come on. That does it for Lysithea. How about Regulus, our level 55 Machamp? His role on the team was to be a high-risk, high-reward attacker. Like with our Miltank, he was also wild-caught. In terms of moveset, he had the following. The first was Karate Chop, learned at level 15, an average fighting attack with good accuracy and a high critical hit ratio. Next were Earthquake and Rock Slide, both by TM, but the latter requiring a quick journey back in time. Finally, we have Cross Chop, the most risky move of any team member. This attack has 100 base power and a good crit ratio. The problem is, the move is only 80% accurate, though in Pokemon terms, any move that isn't 100% may as well be 50, because it either hits or doesn't. In many cases, poor Regulus missed this attack, but when he did hit, the opponent was usually done for. He had a massive attack stat of 317 already, so even if it didn't crit, he would still inflict a significant amount of damage. To keep this train rolling and give him more chances at cross-chopping, he borrowed Eris's Miracle Berry, which I almost accidentally wasted while training him in-game. Remember, a berry on a registered team is forever, but one eaten in battle within a general context is gone forever. This leads us to Corvus the Skarmory, our final team member for Pokemon Stadium 2. This will probably be a choice of contention. On its face, Skarmory looks like a fantastic Pokemon. It has great defense and decent attack, as well as the Steel secondary typing to aid in resistance. There are a couple issues though. First, it's very slow. This means it often goes last in turn order, and if the opponent surprises you with a Fire Punch, you're literally cooked, since Skarmory has weak special defense. The Steel typing also conducts electricity, I guess, because it doesn't protect him from that either. Same goes for ice attacks, even though Steel moves are good against many Pokemon that use them. So what gives? Why would I use Skarmory? Because he's cool, that's why. And although providing very, very niche strategic options, he was responsible for some wins where the rest of the team was DOA. So let's dig in. Corvus's family has an interesting dynamic. First off, his parents are swingers, I guess. You may have noticed this strange section of the breeding chart that looks like a sideways M. The first breeding that took place was between Kenya, the borrowed Spearow who later evolved, and another Spearow named Ghana. I did this to get Mombasa, a female Spearow that could learn Drill Peck, but I forgot females couldn't pass egg moves, and raising it to no Drill Peck would be pointless, so it was back to the drawing board. Then Ghana was a little too adventurous with a Pidgeotto named Ace, who knew Whirlwind. The idea was that their child Tut would have the move. I spent a moment training him to get Drill Peck before realizing he didn't have Whirlwind. I wondered what the deal was since the father had the egg move and the son did not. Then, after a little more digging, I realized that Whirlwind could only be learned by the Spearow line as a TM in Generation 1, not through egg moves in Generation 2. Thankfully, because no one uses Whirlwind in a normal playthrough, I still had mine. I transferred Kenya back in time to Blue, taught it Whirlwind, and sent it back. From here, Kenya noticed Cutlass across the bar and really liked her vibe. The two bred, bringing Corvus into the world at last. I feel bad for airing his dirty laundry like that, but what you need to know is, of all the half-siblings, he was the one to make it to the big leagues. So now we had Corvus with Drill Peck and Whirlwind. These were great moves, providing a strong flying stab attack and a utility move to force away unwanted attention. Also, it looks hilarious in the animation. Next up were two TMs he needed to learn, Rest and Curse. Rest served to allow him to heal so long as he was up against a physical attacker. I never ended up going for it, even though there were times I should have taken the chance. The more useful of the two was the move Curse, which, at the cost of lowering his speed, would raise his attack and defense simultaneously. The speed drop didn't matter since we were already slower than everything else, but the benefits of heightening an already massive defense, combined with his passive healing through the leftovers held item, means Skarmory could tank physical attackers while dishing some solid damage, especially against bug, grass, and fighting types. And that about does it for the Pokecup team. They were truly a force to reckon with, and after being registered in their current state, I was able to level them to 100 for the Prime Cup. Now for a tale of warning. See, I had already beaten the Elite Four over 100 times to get money, train teams, evolve Pokemon for the decks, and so on, with no distractions, no animations, shifting battle style, and one-shotting every opponent. This still took 20 to 25 minutes on average. Compared to my total in-game time for Crystal at the point of the Prime Cup, fighting the Elite Four alone took up 18% of my playthrough. That's a lot, and it doesn't count all the extra time I spent healing and swapping teams before my crew became capable of one-shotting them, so it's probably much higher, around 25%. All that said, I did not want to lengthen this project into another year, so I hacked in rare candies. Yes, I admit it. I used them to cover the last 45 to 50 levels each Pokemon on the main team needed, but even then, I realized their stats weren't maxed out. Using the insane amounts of money I got across my last Elite Four runs, I was able to use vitamins to get them better stats, which took even more time. As penance, and because I wanted to, I did 100% legitimately raise Crush, my starter and longtime sidekick, to level 100 on Mount Silver. With that, the team was ready for both the Prime Cup and Gym Leader Castle. Now for the final team used in the battle wing of the project, the Battle Tower team. To be honest, I should have started with these since winning the Battle Tower gives you 5 vitamins of one random type each time. It would have saved me a lot of time in the Elite Four, but I didn't know about it then. You can learn from my mistakes. Regardless, let's talk about how the tower functions. There are 10 levels to challenge, running from level 10 to level 100. You can use only 3 Pokemon total, with no repeated items or mons. There's also an anti-legendary clause. Knowing these rules, I decided to complete the challenge at both extremes, levels 10 and 100. The level 10 team consisted of 3 new Pokemon, all themed around spices. As fate would have it, they all ended up being female as well. Let's start with Cinnamon the Arcanine. My initial goal was to give her Extreme Speed and Dragon Rage, 2 moves I later found she could not get through breeding. I spent a good while battling the Elite Four in Blue to get the money necessary for Dragon Rage, which cost 3,300 coins at the casino, which, by the way, you can only buy in increments of 50 in Gen 1, requiring 66,000 Pokédollars and nearly 300 presses of A to acquire. I did this and taught it to her father Stripe before realizing my mistake. Imagine my excitement when I had to do it again after Cinnamon was born. But after meeting Skova, Stripe indeed became father to Cinnamon. I raised them each to 50, thinking she could get Extreme Speed as an egg move since both of them knew it. Nope, she knew Bite alone at the time of hatching. I traded her to Blue, evolving her alongside Andromeda, and got her Dragon Rage at the Celadon game corner. After that, it was a matter of buying a Fire Blast TM, another $110,000, and waiting for the move tutor that Saturday to spend another $80,000. For the time, she was set. Now on to Anise the Lapras, who of course needed to be shiny. I remember I was in the middle of playing Cobblemon when I hatched the 87th egg of 91 total. I almost didn't believe it, but there she was. Just for fun, I checked out her shiny in Stadium, which was very purple. And to be quite clear, making her shiny was only done for fun and was not actually necessary to the overall challenge. To get the appropriate moves, Anise needed to travel back in time to Gen 1. There she learned the TM for Substitute, as well as Dragon Rage. Once back, she got Thunderbolt from the move tutor Tutor, and Surf from the HM. All in all, she cost about $300,000 to train moves to. You may wonder why I wanted all my Pokemon to have Dragon Rage. Well, in such a low-level tournament, many of the opponents would only have a small amount of health. The move Dragon Rage does a set 40 damage regardless of any other calculations. Hence, it was often a one-shot and got banned in Stadium 2's Little Cup as a result. But not here. The last member of our level 10 team was Saffron the Aerodactyl. Her breeding tree is a bit confusing, so bear with me. I had an Aerodactyl from Blue named Spike, which I bred with the Ditto to get Petrie, the one I used in my gold run. I got a separate Aerodactyl named Aeroy from an expensive in-game trade, who later bred with a Ditto for a female named Erna. Once I had Erna and Petrie, the two of them bred for Saffron, taking ages since they were the same species and trainer ID. They produced a total of 2 eggs, one after another, after hours of nothing. So I kept both, naming the second Aerodactyl Sage. This produced one of the coolest breeding stories of all. Not only did we incorporate a Pokemon from a game I played as a late teenager at my first university, but we also brought in an in-game trade as well as a Pokemon who had cleared the Elite Four in Gold a couple years ago. This wild path led to Saffron's eventual conquering of the Tier 1 Battle Tower. I didn't mention the other two's items since they're pretty basic, a Gold Berry and Berry Juice, but for Saffron, she got Bright Powder, which came with one of my legendaries also traded from Blue. As for my moves, she knows Wing Attack and Ancient Power, both egg moves, Earthquake from my last TM, and instead of Dragon Rage, I taught her Dragon Breath using the TM from Claire. Once all 3 of these Pokemon were bred, I carefully raised each to level 10 just south of Blackthorn City, and then they were ready to go. All that's left to discuss here is the level 100 battle team, also consisting of 3 Pokemon. 2 of these already existed in Andromeda and Regulus. The final was Lyrid, a wild-caught Larvitar that we mentioned before. She's the grandma of Perseus from Little Cup and learned all her moves by leveling, save for one. Curse was taught by TM and oftentimes was not even necessary. Through Crunch, Earthquake, and Rock Slide, she helped to dominate the level 100 tier of the battle tower. Apart from these 3 full teams, we have many other Pokemon bred for the Dex, as well as the honorable mentions of Petrie, Rosemary, Octavio, and Cerbera, all of which were part of the gold team alongside Hibisca, my starter, and Maki evolved from the extreme speed Dratini you get in the Dragon Den. So now you see the importance of breeding Pokemon for these challenges, as well as how difficult it can be to get right. Because of the convoluted training methods and the lack of availability for all the tech required, I'm willing to bet a very, very small portion of any kids who played Generation 2 back in the day were ever able to complete either the Pokédex or Pokemon Stadium 2. If you did, please tell me how, because I know I would never have the time, understanding, schedule control, or money necessary to gather all the materials to bring this to fruition as a child. You've met our team members, you've learned their backstories, and you know how hard we worked to get them. It's time to share their best stories in Pokemon Stadium. When deciding where to start on my stadium journey, I figured the bottom was the best. That way we could escalate the challenge as we learned more about how the game functioned. And so, I took my squad of 6 into the colorful Little Cup Stadium. As a quick recap, this mode only allows Pokemon at level 5. In Generation 2, breeding produced Pokemon that started at level 5, meaning there's no leveling allowed. Moves are either passed down through parents as discussed in the previous segment, or taught by TM. Attacks like Dragon Rage and Sonic Boom are prohibited as they do a set amount of damage that would trivialize the cup. Our first story revolves around Eris the Scyther. In Battle 2 of Round 1, we took the opportunity to build Swords Dance, raising her attack power immensely. In fact, we did it twice, easily tanking quick attacks by Rattata. Once we were confident with 2 boosts, we then used Wing Attack to sweep the entire team. We didn't even see another member on the field, let alone lose one. This was my first sign that we had done well in building this squad. This hubris was quickly checked, however, as the enemy moved straight into confusion strats, leading to a sweep of our entire team in the next battle. Toward the end, we almost beat them, but their Totodile lived on 2 HP. That would become a theme for many matches in the higher difficulties. Anticipating their choice of Chinchou for confusion, we brought Perseus the Cubone to the rematch. He was immune to the electric attacks, and one-shot the enemy with the club-boosted Earthquake. This sealed the deal for our win. The next few matches went well, until we came across an insane Sentret on the opposing team. In Battle 7, Tina's Sentret has an item called the Berserk Gene. I had never even heard of this item until this battle, and although the game wasn't super clear, I could tell something was boosted while giving the Pokemon confusion. Turns out, this item was meant for Mewtwo Mewtwo and could be found in the water just outside the area where Cerulean Cave was in Gen 1. There's a hint about a character noting something on their item finder, but I tried forever to find it after playing Stadium and couldn't. I checked every inch of the backyard, but then I noticed something. The item finder only worked along the fence. I checked all along the fence and there was nothing. And so, Crush took us into the water where we finally found the item. Turns out it boosts your attack by 2 stages, much like Swords Dance, however it leaves you confused as a trade-off. This is what Sentret had, an essential turn 1 swagger on itself. A very risky play and one that Mewtwo could use with little worry. I do wonder how Mewtwo would be built as a physical attacker, but I'll look into that later. For now, we had to worry about the Sentret. Before we could think, the beast hit Orion with a boosted stab quick attack, a menacing threat in a challenge where we have such little health. He also had some damage on him already due to taking out their Elekid. It was no use and we would have to rematch. In the next try, Perseus one-shots Vulpix with Earthquake. We were initially excited at Elekid's appearance since we had type advantage, but then I saw it was using Dynamic Punch. This missed, allowing us an Oko, or one-hit knockout. All that was left was the Sentret. It immediately used Quick Attack, getting a boosted stab crit against us with priority. This was the most worrying thing we had seen in the game yet. It would be up to Orion next. Just then, the opponent's confusion went away after only 1 turn. The status condition was the only handicap on its power, and it had the best luck it could possibly have. Only 1 turn of confusion, and even then it hit through. Orion surprisingly tanked the attack, living on 1 HP and eating his Goldberry to survive. He hit Sentret with Psychic, leaving it with 2 health. But then it knocks him out. Finally, Libra comes to the field. She's super fast and luckily tanked the quick attack. With 1 final Thunderbolt, Sentret was down. This was, and will always be, the only time in history that a Sentret was ever a threat. After this, the final trainer was a breeze. We didn't lose a single Pokemon. The Little Cup trophy, represented by an egg, was now ours. The only Pokemon who didn't get a knockout was Vila, our poor Houndour, but she was a secret weapon in case we ever needed her. This team was a solid foundation for our stadium adventure, and they crushed the first challenge. We would see them once again return for round 2, which is essentially the hard mode of the game. We'll explain more at that point, but to keep things organized, I'll be sharing stories based upon my actual progression order of stadium. That said, let's move on to the next challenge, round 1 Pokecup. Pokecup is a much larger challenge set than Little Cup. There are 4 levels, each reflected by the iterations of Pokeball. Pokeball, Great Ball, Ultra Ball, and Master Ball. That brings the minimum total battles to 32 instead of 8, and each rung of the ladder becomes more difficult. The Pokemon in these challenges can be of no higher cumulative level than 155. Finally, the following legends are banned: Mewtwo, Mew, Lugia, Ho-Oh, and Celebi. Keep this list in mind for later. With our main team of Andromeda, Aeris, Lysithea, Cassie, Regulus, Aerodani, and Corvus, let's jump into the battles of the Pokeball division. The first few were pretty simple, but still required some deliberation and planning, especially based on the level rule. On the 3rd battle of the Pokeball level, we spent some time thinking to decide exactly who we'd bring in. To best illustrate this process, I'll let you hear it in the moment, then explain whatever I didn't say aloud. And they probably can't do much to Corvus, but there's not... I could bring Aerodani, but they probably have Earthquake somewhere on their team. So we're going to start with Andromeda, for sure. We'll bring Regulus. Cassie would be dead weight here. Corvus wouldn't help much. Lysithea could tank. But actually, Aerodani has Toxic and Protect, so we could... Oh, no. Okay. Okay, so we can't do that. Shoot. Looks like we're going to have to go Andromeda, Aerodani, and... because we have to have Andromeda. So Andromeda, Aerodani, and Lysithea. Well, ground types can't do much to Corvus. It's just that he wouldn't be hitting very strong. But he also has rest and stuff, so why not? Let's get him out there. Upon seeing the enemy team, my initial response is to start targeting weaknesses per teammate. For example, Andromeda has Psychic for stab super effective against Machop, and Water for stab super against all the rest. She was a guarantee and a good lead since she could hit all of them for weakness while the opponents had no obvious counter moves in their learn set. That information comes from years of playing Pokemon, yet can also be found in the library section of the game. For my next team member, I initially wanted to bring Regulus, since he has fighting moves for stab super against 5 members of the opponent's team. Problem is, he was my other level 55, and that would lead to a combined team total of 160, which is not allowed, so I had to choose someone else. Aerodani was chosen for toxic strats if necessary, and had Earthquake for 4 opponents. I was just being too careful at this point, as realistically, none of those Pokemon would survive Andromeda. Still, they can sometimes surprise you with what they know. Finally, I chose Corvus since he would be very tanky and resistant to most of what they could launch at him. With Rest and Leftovers, along with Curse heightening the defense stat which protects against rock moves, and his complete immunity to ground attacks, it made sense to my mind. What I should have done was bring Lysithea instead of Corvus. At this early point in my Stadium career, I kept forgetting that she had Attract. The enemy team was comprised entirely of male Pokemon, and Lysithea still had Earthquake at this point, meaning she could Attract lock the enemy while hitting them for super effective. The only opponent she would need to be careful with was Machop, but these are things I see in hindsight after completing the game. Like I said, I was overthinking this battle completely. None of our Pokemon took a single hit of damage, leading to a continue in case we lost later, which we never did. The only battle that gave us any trouble was Battle 7 against Snowboarder Claude. We started in style with Regulus critting Sneasel, which is 4 times weak to fighting moves. There was no way it would survive. However, the next Mon was Vaporeon, a very bulky water type. Luckily, we brought Cassie for this exact occasion. A couple Thunderbolts later and it was down. Next came Tauros, a really good Pokemon in the early generations. Knowing it was a physical attacker, we made Cassie use Reflect. Unfortunately, Tauros went first and we thought it was over. But since Cassie had a decent defense stat of 201, she was able to last with 1 HP remaining, setting up the Reflect to defend Regulus. We swapped her out, bringing in our Machamp, who immediately took a critical hit. This did twice as much as the attack normally would, which seems to have ignored the reflection. Regulus lived on 26 HP, taking a total of 102 damage. In response, we tried to cross-chop it, but it was faster. To my amazement, its strength only did 25 damage, again leaving one of our teammates on 1 HP. This is due to Reflect, of course, which lowered its usual non-critical 51 damage and cut it in half, rounding down to 25. This was immense for us, as it meant Regulus was able to cross-chop for a critical, super effective hit, winning the battle on his last of many limbs. Next, let's move on to the Great Ball level. On Battle 2, we encountered the only Ditto I think I ever saw during this run, and we had a plan for it. Somehow, I just knew it would be used, and I planned my team around it. The battle started with an unfortunate matchup, Aerodani versus Skiploom. We swapped to Corvus, who was resistant, but immediately put to sleep. After some stalling from the other side, he woke up and drill pecked the Skiploom to KO, and next came the Ditto. I immediately swapped into Aerodani, knowing the Ditto could only use Transform. Once it followed the bait, I swapped back to Andromeda, who was super effective against Aerodani or Donphan. Interestingly, the Ditto seemed to pick my Toxic Protect strat, which did worry me for a second, but all it took was one successful Surf to take it out. This must have been odd for Aerodani to experience, but as far as I know, she and Andromeda are best buds. After this, the battle was toast. Our next match of distinction saw us get some good luck. Andromeda hit through Confusion and Paralysis to one-shot the Dragonair. We then did the same to Ledian, hitting it with T-Bolt. Finally, we tanked a Surf from Mantine, going last due to Paralysis, and in immediate response, we hit through Confusion and Paralysis again to get a 4-time super effective critical hit, sealing the battle entirely. Despite my wishes, this luck did not continue in the other battles. Battle 6 was the first and only match where we used neither Andromeda nor Regulus, and ran with a full team of 50s. This was due to the type matchup, and we ultimately prevailed, thanks to Generation 2 having no abilities. Welcome to Generation 2, Hauntage. Aerie was able to one-shot the Haunter with Earthquake. In Generation 3 onward, this would not be possible due to the Ghastly line having Levitate. Misdreavus gave us a little trouble, but the opponent used Mean Look again, essentially throwing the match. This allowed us to use Earthquake, and Stab proved enough. After we hit ourselves in confusion, Aerie was able to use Ancient Power and defeat the final Zubat. Ultimately, this trainer was an odd one. I'm not sure what prompted them to use Mean Look so many times. In later battles, the opponent would never be so irresponsible. During a good handful of battles, I was able to stream for my friends. This was super fun, and it was so cool to hear their reactions to all the different events.
Gotta get in there and be like, yo, you like throwing shade at me? Well, how about you get electric? How about you get a fire punch?
Speaking of mommy, let's destroy this Marowak.
Okay.
I'm talking worst case scenario because we have a horrible randomized team.
Yeah, we do.
Wow. How are you gonna say that about your team, bro?
Well, because I didn't choose it.
This is like a public school, like elementary soccer coach. I was just fucking stupid randomized team. They suck.
Newports.
All right. Okay.
Can I hit?
I think if it was all right, as there's like a whole tsunami on top of
No.
it.
It's not breathing anymore. It's okay. We'll take you to a Pokemon Center.
I'd love to add all the funniness that ensued, but in the interest of keeping to this channel's relaxed theme, I'll only be including a few snippets here and there. The rest will be uploaded in a massive supercut for my secondary channel. Let's jump to Battle 4 of the Ultra Ball level. This produced one of the most interesting matches we had during our time in Stadium 2. Upon seeing Clifford's team, I noticed there was a big variety, bringing many different types of attacks into the field. My greatest worry, however, was Wobbuffet. For those unaware, this Pokemon is based on a punching bag. Accordingly, it's very tanky and incredibly resistant to damage of any type. To combat it, we would need to do something tricky. Let's talk about its moveset real quick. Wobbuffet only has 4 moves in its list, and can never learn anything else, period. The first is Safeguard, which protects it from poison for a number of turns. The next is Counter, which tanks the opponent's attack and deals it back twice as hard, meaning an Earthquake doing 50 damage to Wobbuffet would lead to a counter hitting the attacker for 100. Its next move, Mirror Coat, has the same effect, except it's for special attacks. This is the equivalent of punching a bag really hard and it coming back to swing in your face as a result. Finally, there's the move Destiny Bond. When used, this creates a bond between both Pokemon. If one faints, the other's taken down with it. This sounds like a guaranteed KO on one of our Pokemon, an unavoidable and unassailable threat, but not for Aerie. This was the first match where her Toxic Protection strat proved invaluable. See, Wobbuffet can't do any damage unless we damage it. A punching bag is motionless unless acted upon, so Counter and Mirror Coat will just fail if we don't attack it directly. Knowing this, we had Aerie waste non-damaging attacks until the enemy's Safeguard fell. Either by tying speed with Wobbuffet or by the proccing of Quick Claw, we were able to go first and land a Toxic on our only chance. Toxic does damage every round, and this damage grows in proportion every turn, eventually leading to an amount of damage that cannot even be out-healed independent of the Pokemon. And so we waited, wasting attacks until Wobbuffet got super low. This process took 7 minutes, and right when I thought we were going to die to Destiny Bond, the opponent withdrew Wobbuffet. I was surprised, but I was able to swap into Regulus and take out the Porygon 2 that came after. The enemy Wobbuffet had no choice but to return, being the final Pokemon. In Stadium 2, a Pokemon doesn't take poison damage upon switching in, but any healing items do work, strangely. In this case, Wobbuffet just used Safeguard and fainted. Since it swapped out before, the Destiny Bond lost connection and Aerodani survived, meaning we got a perfect win. Something I should mention before the next battle is that, between Great and Ultra Ball levels, I decided we needed some method of dealing with Psychic Pokemon. To this point, we had been getting walled by them at every turn, relying on brute force alone to win. But I luckily had a TM of Shadow Ball on my copy of Gold. The only question was who to teach it to. Most of my Pokemon couldn't learn it, but to my surprise, Lysithea the Miltank was able. Seeing as how we had 2 Earthquake users already, she could spare the move and learn Shadow Ball instead. This almost instantly proved valuable, as she was able to survive a crit from Arcanine, knock him out, then challenge the final Hypno of match 8 and Ultra Ball. The opponent, rather than knock Lysithea out with one attack, began to scramble. Although I didn't know it at the time, I now saw that this Hypno only had Shadow Ball as an immediate attack. This is a ghost move that cannot hit normal types. It must have been horrible to experience from their side, but it was time for Lysithea to get revenge. We had the first move hitting Shadow Ball for a third of its health. It then put us to sleep, hitting the 55% accurate Hypnosis. It then set up Future Sight, which meant we'd be hit by a psychic attack we didn't expect 2 turns ahead from now. We just had to keep the battle from lasting that long. Hypno wasted a turn with Psych Up, seeing as how we didn't use any stat changes. We then did another Shadow Ball, lowering it below a third and getting the special defense drop. This was our moment. We had a speed tie, went first, and knocked it out with Shadow Ball before the Future Sight attack ever happened. Thus, we won the match, proving the choice to get rid of Earthquake was worth it. All in all, a great match to round out the Ultra Ball level. Our first match of note in the Master Ball level was the second battle. The opponent started with a Pidgeot who had the Berserk gene, which we previously discussed with Sentret in Little Cup. This heightened its attack, and I, having looked away for a second, was so confused when we got immense luck and it OHKO'd itself on the first turn. Things were looking our way. Unfortunately, that luck did not last, as has come to be the usual. The enemy pincer hit 2 guillotines in a row. This is a great time to explain what are strictly called OHKO moves, or one-hit knockout moves. There are a handful of these in the first 2 generations, including Guillotine, Fissure, and Horn Drill. These moves have a 30% chance to hit, and immediately knock out the opponent, no ifs, ands, or buts. This pincer got 2 hits off, which is a 9% chance of occurring, far more unlikely than the 50% chance we got of Pidgey hitting itself. Regardless, we still defeated it and won the round, but never before did we experience such strange polar luck within the same battle. The next match, Battle 5, marked the first of 7 freezes against us in Stadium 2. Each had a 10% chance of occurring, which is odd considering how often it happened. This is probably the worst of all afflictions, since a Pokemon, in this case Andromeda, has an extremely low chance of thawing naturally in Gen 2. Each turn rolls this attempt, but it would never come for us. Alternatively, if your Pokemon has certain fire moves, they could potentially thaw themselves, or if you had a Miracle Berry or similar, you could thaw that way. Most Pokemon don't, however, and stay frozen for entire matches, essentially KO'd. At least with sleep, you wake up after so many turns, and paralysis is hit through all the time. This condition is brutal here and even worse in Gen 1, but this is the first place we experienced it. In the rematch of this battle, Andromeda and Lapras crit each other in the same turn, which is pretty unique. Other than that, we destroyed the rest of the bracket, rounding it all out with a super satisfying Attraction Flinch Lock on for Alligator with Lysithea, or as my friend called her, Listeria.
Bring out Listeria.
Yes.
With that, the final trophy of Pokecup Round 1 was ours. I still find it strange that the Pokeball in the trophy doesn't reflect the division, i.e. a Master Ball for Master Ball level, but oh well. The badges you receive in each division are also not reflected by the teams used in their acquisition. And with that, we've defeated the entire Round 1 Pokecup. Next, we would move on to the Challenge Cup. The Challenge Cup is perhaps the most hated portion of the game for all players. You can't use any of the Pokemon you've trained for the game, but instead a randomized selection you are given. They also tend to have very weak moves for their level, and the opponent often has better options. The Challenge Cup also has 32 minimum battles, meaning it's just as long as the Pokecup, but with awful Pokemon. Your best bet is to reset for a good team and wish for luck. Starting out, we have the Challenge Cup of Round 1 Pokeball Division. We got luck here with Horsey having Surf. All told, we often spam this move to make it through most threats. Strangely though, we even saw Sunkern, one of the worst Pokemon ever created despite its adorable appearance, get some KOs. Apart from these, Vulpix and Machop did some work, but Geodude and Snubbull just kinda hung around. Our only real issue was the final battle, where the enemy had a Machop with Cross Chop, a move it normally cannot have. They genuinely just got great RNG as to what moves they were given. This meant that our Machop with Vital Throw was no match. In the end, it destroyed our whole team except for Vulpix, who had to resort to Iron Tail to finish it. After that, Paris was a one-shot. We luckily had a lot of continues, and 3 of them were used in assuring this victory. Next is the Great Ball level. We had Tentacool, Onyx, Pikachu, Teddiursa, Parasect, and Magcargo this time around. Tentacool, much like Horsey, took the lead on most battles. It also had Surf and a decent special defense stat, making it a good lead. Between it and Magcargo, we destroyed most of the competition. The first team we got for Ultra Ball was interesting. It had Lantern, Fortress, Piloswine, and Dragonair, which looked great on paper, but when we saw the moves, it was less great. Lantern had Water Gun and Thunder, one very weak water move, and an electric move with super low accuracy. Piloswine had Blizzard, also with 70% accuracy, basically an ice version of Thunder. It also had Mud Slap instead of Earthquake, which was nothing great. Dragonair had Dragon Breath, King's Rock, and Double Team, which could have been good, but our first match gave me significant doubts. Lantern struggled to kill a Charmeleon with Water Gun, taking 3 turns, then it was too slow for Ponyta. This Ponyta had Fire Blast, which hit for 120 base power like Thunder and Blizzard, but also has 15% more accuracy. These are the kinds of unfair things we faced in Challenge Cup. I did a reset for a new team, and it ended up being the right decision. This time we had Quilava, a better Lantern, Piloswine again, Jumpluff, Girafarig, and Weezing. Quilava had Flame Wheel, which was okay. Lantern got Spark instead of Thunder. Piloswine got Toxic and Icy Wind, a much better set than before. Our female Weezing got Attract, which was a potential tool, as well as a strong Sludge powered by the Poison Barb. Girafarig had Confusion and Quick Claw, and Jumpluff used a boosted Giga Drain. In the first battle, Jumpluff swept the entire enemy team with Giga Drain. This is super rare in any other environment than Challenge Cup. So too is the next story of Battle 8 and Ultra Ball, which ended up being one of my favorite wins in the entire game. First off, we attracted an opposing Ponyta with Lantern. There was only one turn it didn't hit through, but we still survived. Up next was Girafarig. I tried to hit it with Flash to lower its accuracy, but ironically, the move itself had horrible accuracy, so it missed. Instead of trying that again, we hit them with a Spark, which barely scratched Girafarig. Since it was faster, it hit us first with a Stab Strength, leaving us with 1 health remaining. I had a strange feeling I would need it later, and you can hear that now. It's gonna use Strength. I don't want to lose Lantern. I'm thinking we move to Piloswine and start mud slapping it. I don't want Lantern to die, and a potential that Lantern might be able to hit something else if it's fast enough later down the line, or if something misses. We pulled it back, sending Piloswine instead to face Girafarig. It used Swagger to make us confused, but upped our attack by 2 stages. The Miracle Berry cured us of confusion, allowing us to hit for more damage with the weak Mud Slap, but then it hit Swagger again. We hurt ourselves, eventually Mud Slapping Girafarig to 5 health. It was a difficult and worrisome match, but the multiple accuracy drops proved enough for us to take it out. The next Pokemon was the worst possible thing we could see. We tried for an Icy Wind, but Dragonair went first and took us out. All that was left was Quilava and my 1 health Lantern. Quilava goes out of course, then uses Smokescreen, lowering their accuracy. Our fire moves do barely any damage and we get no burn. We get a Toxic Poison and try using Flame Wheel, but we miss. We couldn't use Dig or else we would take multiple turns of toxic damage for no reason. Ultimately, the Dragonair used protection strats and a Hyper Beam to outlast us, but not before we got it to 100 health. So that was it. All hope was lost. All we had was a 1 HP Lantern, but then I got an idea.
Oh, it is male. If I even get to go first. Nope. Oh, it must recharge.
Dragonair was faster than us, but it also had to recharge because of its Hyper Beam. This gave us the time to use Attract on it. Dragonair missed. We hit Spark for a little damage. Dragonair used Dragon Breath, but because of Quilava's Smokescreen, this too missed. We hit Spark for more damage. It's paralyzed. My mood rose significantly. We were now moving first and it had paralysis to contend with along with attraction and lowered accuracy. It missed again. Spark hits once more, bringing it to 1 health. It's paralyzed. We hit a final Spark to win the battle, coming back from 1 health, all because I had a feeling we would need Lantern. If I hadn't pulled it back early on, we would have lost. This is the kind of crazy story the Challenge Cup can produce. What a wild win, and the opponent didn't take it well. Finally, we reached Master Ball. Our team was a bit rough, but there was a chance, so we followed. We were given a Lapras with Hydro Pump, Icy Wind, and Rain Dance. Next was a Typhlosion with Sunny Day and Fire Punch. Golem had Magnitude and Rollout, with Defense Curl to boost. Electrode had Thunder and Swagger. Miltank was completely useless and never saw a match, effectively bringing us to 5 Pokemon. Finally, we had Venusaur, which had Double Team, Solar Beam, and Headbutt. The first big story here occurs as a loss on the 3rd battle. Venusaur narrowly defeated the enemy Lapras. After he falls, we sent out our Lapras who, with no accuracy drops, missed 3 Hydro Pumps in a row. Following along with this disgusting luck, their Poliwhirl was insane. First off, we missed the Thunder. It hits a stab critical hit on us, bringing us down into the red. Next, Poliwhirl lived a stab super effective which paralyzed, and it hit through paralysis on both turns to KO the rest of our Pokemon. All in all, this was a massive bout of horrible luck. Our next try was a win, but not an easy one. Electrode hit multiple Thunders to take out Gyarados and Poliwhirl, but it was no match for Lapras, since it missed twice in a row and lost Icy Wind. We then sent our own Lapras into the fray and ended up having a mirror match in which we missed 7 Icy Winds due to Double Team. We did win, but it was death by 1,000 cuts. This took 6.5 minutes real time. The very last match of Round 1's Challenge Cup was intense, with a wildly changing weather system. We began by setting up rain, making use of Primeape's poor accuracy. Our Hydro Pump took it out easily, bringing a bigger threat to the field. Ursaring used Hyper Beam, hitting a critical on us of course. That stab was too much, and our rain strategy would have to be replaced. In came Typhlosion. We set up Sunny Day since Ursaring had to recharge. We were also faster, and this allowed us to hit a boosted Fire Punch. This did massive damage, and the Ursaring missed a Hyper Beam. He was pretty much done for. Up next came Blastoise, a poor match for us. We swapped to Venusaur, who easily resisted the water attack that was also weakened by the harsh sunlight. Making use of the weather, we used a 1-turn Solar Beam. Even with this immense damage, it lived with 51 health. The sunlight faded and we got worried. The Icy Wind didn't crit, but it got us pretty low. All we could do was headbutt, and luckily, it would only take 2. We got down to the wire, it doesn't crit, and we get the final headbutt to win the match. With that poetic final duel, we secure our victory, getting the Challenge Cup Round 1 Master Ball trophy. The biggest mess of RNG in the stadium is finished for now, and this leaves only the Prime Cup. Since we were using the same team for the Prime Cup as the Poke Cup before it, we needed to level them to 100. As mentioned earlier on, this was done with rare candies in order to save time, but eventually left my Pokemon a bit weak on the stat end, seeing as their stat XP was not maxed or enhanced much by their initial training into the 50s. Using the rest of my money, I bought vitamins to help even them out. Pokemon can only use vitamins if their stat XP in one stat is not higher than 100. That said, their earlier training in the Elite Four and Mount Silver left their stat XP all over the place, meaning some accepted certain vitamins in different levels than others. Overall, this saved me a lot of time in getting them ready for the next wing of the challenge, raising their stats by a small but decent degree. and seeing as the project is so massive already, I was fine with doing it. You may feel that this is wrong and can tell me if you think so, but ultimately this is a project I've spent years working on that concerns a single player game in which no one else's experience was affected. My team received a level boost to make the Prime Cup playable, and no other direct cheats were used, otherwise this video would have been 10 minutes long. With all that addressed, let's move into the stories of Prime Cup. In the second battle, we once again used Ares' Toxic Protect strat to beat a Wobbuffet, and in match 7, Lysithea performed an awesome flinch lock on Lapras. Cassie got a crit super on it, and it still lived due to its focus band, which works very strangely in Generation 2. Apparently, it has a 10% chance to save a Pokemon from any move that would feint it. As far as I know, it isn't a one-time use either, meaning if the opponent gets great luck, they could stall multiple turns because of it. To our benefit, Cassie was able to KO the Lapras next turn. Slowbro then came in and took her out, but not without a T-Bolt from Cassie that left it easy pickings. That battle was really close, but nothing compared to the first battle that legitimately frustrated me. Remember back in Pokecup where I said certain legendaries were not allowed? No such rule exists here. Enter trainer Marty, who has a Mew on his team. Not just any Mew, but this one has an extremely good moveset. First, it has Stab Psychic, a one-shot on Armachamp, and most other things as well due to its insanely good special attack stat. Next is Earthquake, so Cassie's very weak to it. Following this is Thunder Punch, rendering both Andromeda and Corvus a risk. And finally, Blizzard exists for both Corvus and Aerodani, meaning Mew has an answer for just about everything. Not only that, but it also has Miracle Berry, which means Aerie would have to Toxic it twice in order to use that strategy, risking the Blizzard KO. For our first battle, we led with Regulus, preparing for Umbreon or Tyranitar, two incredibly strong Pokemon that were also possible on the team. Of course, he starts with Mew. We swap to Lysithea to try and tank some damage, but realize Psychic is doing a lot more than anticipated. Barely living on 33 HP, we sent a Shadow Ball. This is our only super effective move against Mew, and it only did a bit over a quarter. This Mew has high HP and a great base stat total since it's a legendary. Swapping to Andromeda, we realize we're faster and that Mew's Psychic doesn't do much, but then it used Thunder Punch. We live one more turn, hitting Surf. This leaves Mew in the red, but we're taken out next. Regulus lives the Psychic, amazingly, taking Mew out with Earthquake. I hoped he could take out the T-Tar with Cross Chop, but he wasn't fast enough. Lysithea came out to try something, but it was over. In our next attempt, we started with Aerodani, who barely lived the Blizzard we didn't know Mew had yet. Aerie hit the Toxic, but Mew healed it with Miracle Berry. I swapped out of Aerie and into Cassie, and Mew somehow decided to use Earthquake, which happens to be super effective on Cassie, whereas, not knowing I was switching, it should have used another Blizzard. Once the opponent notices the enemy Pokemon at low health, it sometimes chooses a different move, but this one felt deliberate to me. Either way, Cassie lived, but she was done for since Mew was faster. Regulus couldn't do anything here, so this was another loss. The penultimate attempt had us starting with Lysithea. We tested a Stomp to see if Stab did more, but it didn't. There was no attempt to flinch since it was faster. The single Shadow Ball did a small amount of damage as expected. Up next, Andromeda surfed out the Mew. A bulky Ursaring came in, using Stab Slash to hit Regulus, who then missed Cross Chop. The second managed to hit, KOing Ursaring and leaving only T-Tar to deal with. It finished off Regulus, then Andromeda only did a bit over half health with a Stab super effective Surf. We expected a crunch and hoped to survive it, but of course, Tyranitar got a crit. This run was over. We only had one continue left. This time we led with Andromeda, spamming Surf until Mew was low. Andromeda went down, and Lysithea came out to play. She did great work tanking Mew, surviving psychic attacks until she was able to use Shadow Ball. Up next was an absolute nightmare. Umbreon, known for its evasive and tanky strats, came out. Through a combination of higher speed, healing, attracting, and stomping, we were able to whittle it down. But this is the first major area of the game where I genuinely felt cheated. No, not even by the Mew. That was technically legal. But this Umbreon, while under attraction and flinch strats, produced the following responses. Through attraction, it hit 7 times versus 4, when it didn't. This is supposed to be a 50-50 and ended up being a 2-to-1 in its favor. Oh well, bad luck, right? Tell me why flinch never activated during the 7 times it was used. I later looked up the items and moves it had, but there was nothing to explain this result. Dark Glasses up dark move power by 10%, that's all. Recall that Lysithea has a 30% chance to flinch with Stomp, as well as an additional 10% due to King's Rock. That's That's a 40% chance to flinch on top of the 50% chance that it can't attack through attraction lock. This should have rendered it commonly unable to attack, but still, it hit 7 times out of 11. This is very strange to me. I'm not saying the game is cheating, but this is some of the worst luck possible that leads me to question. Despite these issues, we did eventually take it out. All that was left was Muck, which we attracted and flinch locked for the win. That trophy was one of the best I'd ever seen, and seeing as this was the last Stadium Cup, it unlocked us access to the Doduo Game Boy. This feature allowed the player to speed up their games to double the rate in Generation 1 games, which could be good for training Pokemon or completing the decks. With all the Stadium Cups complete, it was now time to tackle the Gym Leader Castle, our final gauntlet in Round 1. The Gym Leader Castle functions similarly to the Pokecup or Prime Cup systems, in which you use your team to battle other trainers, each with a set of 3 Pokemon they choose from a total of 6. The level of the opponent is either level 50 or equal to the highest you have. All Pokemon are usable, including legendaries if you so choose. The main difference is that there are no continues, and each gym consists of 1 to 3 trainers you battle in succession. This means losing the final battle of each triple set requires a full redo of the gym. In most cases, this was no issue, and the initial gym members were a cinch. After the other challenges in the stadium, this felt like a victory run. But let's note some interesting factors here. Most of the gym leaders and their trainees have teams that make sense for the specific gym. Faulkner uses Johto flying Pokemon, including Noctowl, Togetic, and Delibird, which is unlike Crystal where he uses a Pidgey and Pidgeotto only. The battle takes place in this really cool Coliseum-style building that honestly outdoes many of the other gym locations. One strong competitor is the Azalea Gym, which takes some inspiration from its cartridge-based counterpart. There's one big tree, and the skylight almost resembles a web, of which there are a few giant ones in the entrance. This is really neat to me, along with the grassy terrain. Bugsy has 4 bug Pokemon, but also has Pupitar to deal with fire types, and Weepinbell to hit rock users. The typing is strange and irrelevant to the gym itself, but I suppose the game needed to have some checks to prevent a steamroll. Still, I can't explain why one of his trainees only has a single bug, instead bringing lots of grass and normal types. This Clefairy also exploded itself through Metronome for some reason, so that was pretty funny. Some other strange choices include the following. Whitney, the normal type user, has a Gloom. Maybe this is meant to hit bulky rock types that are resistant to normal moves. The gym setting is also a bit of a letdown, not containing much pink, and certainly no checkered floor with a giant Clefairy built with planters. Instead, the soul-defining feature is the stained glass window you can see in the background, which is pretty. Morty only has one ghost with Gengar. His first trainee doesn't have a single ghost, while the second has Misdreavus, something the leader is lacking. Instead, Morty has a Noctowl, Marowak, and some other Pokemon that could be relevant to his anime appearances or just generally spooky. The atmosphere of the gym is in line with the theme, which I really liked. It's got this creepy and unsettling feeling because of the sickly greens and pulsing lights in the floor. Pretty neat. Chuck of Cyanwood has a near full team of fighting types, including his Primeape and Poliwhirl. His underling, Black Belt Nick, has a team full of different types that all have an Oko move. These are such BS. In round 1, I was lucky to avoid the bad luck necessary for them to hit. The gym itself was cool though, a stark contrast to Morty's. This one was brightly lit with lots of arms, legs, and hands representing the martial nature of the fighting type. After Chuck came Jasmine at Olivine City, who had no trainees. Instead, she had a solid team of steel types and local Pokemon who surfed the waters nearby. These would provide water and flying type moves to take out common steel checks like fire, grass, and ground. All in all, a decent team that makes sense and also ties into the surrounding seascape of Olivine. The mine-like environment also makes sense for a steel type user, but I wonder how this applies to the lore. On that note, why didn't she have Ampharos on her team to deal with water types? That would have been really cool as a tie-in. Between Jasmine and the next gym leader was a bit of a surprise. Dropping on the bridge between the two gyms was a Team Rocket hot air balloon carrying 2 grunts and 2 executives meant to stop your progress. The first trainer explodes all his Pokemon almost instantly, leading to a loss. If you aren't careful, this can be an annoying fight, but with some prediction based upon health levels, you should be able to pass no problem. I almost feel bad for them, but the rest of Team Rocket were no problem at all. Next up was the penultimate gym at Mahogany Town. The first 2 trainers weren't too tough, but Price himself gave me some trouble. Drawing on the power of ice Pokemon and the frigid climate of his gym, his Cloyster froze our Skarmory Corvus. That was a bit of a pain and caused a loss on the first go. Our rematch saw us lead with Andromeda, who meant business. She took out the first 2 Pokemon with little issue, but then Cloyster came out. Instead of threatening to freeze, it somehow reached toward the future and channeled Gen 5 Skill Link, getting 5 hits from Spike Cannon while it lived a T-Bolt on 5 HP. Thankfully, Andromeda's super fast, and she was able to finish him off before he could do any more damage. damage. The final gym leader was Claire, who worked out of a spike-laden building whose support pillars put in major work. The idea seemed to be that you were inside a dragon's maw, which could be unnerving for challenging trainers, setting them off on the wrong foot and providing an edge. However, it was hard for me to be worried when not a single trainee had dragon Pokemon. Granted, like with the ghost type, there were only really 2 lines at this time, Dragonite and Kingdra, but the trainees didn't even have baby forms of either. Instead, the first trainer, Gloria, had mostly ground types. If they were expecting Pokemon who use ice types to combat dragons, it makes some sense, as most ice types are part water. There were a lot of draining moves, but this would be a weak gambit against a balanced team. The second trainee was even stranger. Vince had all the starter Pokemon to date. Each of them had the moves you could expect them to have, but with some additions. Charmander had Dragon Rage, which, while having the dragon type and theme, wouldn't even do more damage to dragons since the move does a flat 40 damage, not accounting for super effectiveness. Squirtle had Blizzard somehow. I didn't know it could learn that TM actually, but that would affect 50% of the total dragon population in Gen 2. As far as the others go, I could not find a through thread. Finally, we come to Claire. She was an absolute menace on the first go around, specifically because her Kingdra was female. Lysithea couldn't attract it, and its half-water typing left it with only one weakness, Pure Dragon, which none of my Pokemon had. Because of bad luck and another nasty freeze on Andromeda, we almost lost our third and final battle with her. Pulling Andromeda back, we sent in Lysithea, who used Milk Drink to outlast Lapras's poison, set by Eridani. It was a massive team effort, and when Kingdra entered the field, we did the only thing we could, use brute force. Lysithea was faster and hit a crit stomp on the first attempt. After this, she healed, but then was paralyzed by Dragon Breath. It was no use to try anything else, and our Miltank went down. Our only resort was to bring out Eridani, who was weak to Kingdra. We got a clutch Hydro Pump miss, then hit the Toxic. After 2 protection turns, we knew the third would fail, only having a 12.5% chance. Whether through Quick Claw or a speed tie, Eridani went first the next turn and hit an Earthquake, bringing Kingdra to the absolute brink. All we had to do was live the next move it tried, and the Toxic would take it out. With luck, we did, and the path to the Elite Four was now clear. Before we talk about this set of battles, it's important to note that I was completing this challenge with my team loaded directly from the Crystal cartridge. This was necessary in order to make use of the only move relearning feature in Gen 2, which we will speak on soon. Now on to the Elite Four. This group of extremely good trainers mirrors its order from the main games. All battles take place on a man-made plateau which juts off the cliffside. Each level climbs higher and higher, ending in a dragon-themed stadium where we face the ultimate champion. A cool detail you'll notice is that the time of day changes with each battle, leading to the ultimate firelit brawl that decides the new champion of Johto. Our first member of the Elite Four is Will, the Psychic user. Corvus took out his first Pokemon, a Girafarig with moves that he resisted well. After this, Lysithea came onto the scene. She was able to attract and Shadow Ball the last 2 members, a Xatu and an Execute, the last of which was pretty tanky and my only worry about his team. With him beaten, we continued to Koga. We began with Andromeda, but for some reason Koga brought an Electrode. Although Eridani Earthquaked it through Double Team, and we never got to see it in action, I later found out that this Pokemon had Mirror Coat. I suppose the idea was to reflect Psychic, Ice, and Water attacks that could threaten the rest of his team. Either way, it went down, and Eridani made short work of the rest, sweeping them aside so we could climb. Bruno has always been somewhat of a joke, but his presence in Stadium 2 was more interesting than Crystal. He had a Blastoise and a Heracross this time, though we only saw the former. Blastoise had a really good moveset with Surf, Headbutt, and Ice Punch, most likely targeting the flying types that could check 2 of his team members. Heracross, if pulled into the field, threatened most with Megahorn for Psychics and Reversal as a general attack. The fact that it was also fighting made it a good thematic choice, though we never saw it. Instead, Bruno led with Blastoise, who we used 2 Thunderbolts and a crit to take care of. Up next was Machamp, who took 2 stab super effective Psychics from Andromeda, not an easy feat. The last was Onyx, who took 1 Surf as he has always been a weak Pokemon. Bruno should either evolve it or train it to be faster at the very least, seeing how intent he is on keeping it around. The next combatant was more worrisome to me than Lance. Karen had a team which highly resembled her usual squad in Crystal, except Houndoom was replaced with Magmar and a Victory Bell was added. Our team could deal with most of these threats, but the largest issue was Umbreon, which we've seen time and time again could be a massive bulky monster. We led with Andromeda, who was weak to Karen's lead, which was of course Umbreon. We swapped to Regulus, who took the attack boost of Swagger in stride, using his Miracle Berry to cure the debuff. Unfortunately, we were too slow and Umbreon hit us with another. After hitting ourselves once in confusion, we questioned what to do next. Luckily, it turned out that Umbreon only hit first last time because it had Quick Claw, and even luckier, Regulus got rid of his confused status and made use of Umbreon's Hubris. We hit a 4-stage attack boosted, super effective, critical, same type attack bonus, cross chop for insane damage. If Umbreon had survived, I would have had to purchase a new TV. This was one of the strongest hits we ever could have done, especially since cross chop is already a 100 base power move. We may have been able to deplete his health bar twice over, but for now, it wasn't necessary. Once Vileplume came out, we swapped over to Cassie. Unfortunately, she was instantly hit with a paralyzing powder. Even still, we hit twice through it with Fire Punch, hitting a crit on the second and bringing Vileplume down. When Gengar came out, Cassie's confusion and attraction got the best of her. She took one for the team, going down so Andromeda could have a free switch in. This allowed her to use Psychic, nearly one-shotting the opponent. After one turn of embarrassing confusion, we hit again to finish Karen off completely. Now we ascended the last steps to face Lance, the champion of the Elite Four, as well as the dual region area of Kanto and Johto. If we failed here, we would have to retry every battle to this point, and I wasn't about to do that. We led with Andromeda, ready to use an Ice Beam on his dragons. After one 4 times effective hit, Dragonite failed a Thunder, leading to his KO the next turn. Next was Aerodactyl, a very fast Pokemon. Thanks to a couple strong surfs, it went down. Finally, Lance brought out Charizard, who didn't even get a turn. Andromeda hit with a crit surf to take it out, thus bringing us home and granting us the title of champion, as well as a couple other things. First off, we got this colorful windscreen which gave me all those happy chemicals. Since we beat the Elite Four with our cartridge-based team, we were given the option to reteach a move that a Pokemon had forgotten or missed. This was a massive gift, seeing as there was no other method in all of Gen 2 to do this. We of course picked Andromeda, who I evolved prematurely in Pokemon Blue before teaching it Recover as a Staryu. As a longtime Gen 2 player, the ability to do this felt like a massive boon, and so we did, bringing Andromeda up a colorful ladder and into the move relearning chamber. After forgetting Ice Beam, she learned Recover, dancing among the stars like she was meant to do. But recall that we received something else after beating Lance. This was access to the Kanto gym leaders, which surprised me majorly. My initial understanding of round 1 and 2 was that round 1 ended after completing the stadium and the Johto League. Imagine my surprise when I now had 8 more trainers to fight, along with some extras, before I could check that box. It was a big challenge, but I was up to it. Whereas the Johto gym leaders had a lengthy, winding castle to climb, the Kanto leaders had towers in a cluster. None of them had trainees to battle, instead being the only challenge to complete, and this could be done in any order. Like with the main games, the Kanto gyms were a bit of a breeze after all we had already gone through. Even Erica's Chansey was no match for Corvus, which drill pecked it for the win. As far as battlefield design goes, there were only a few standouts. All of them were based on the same template, with a suspended field held up by chains in the corners of a large room. Janine's Fuchsia gym was cool since it had poison oozing in from all sides. Good luck if someone slips, I guess. Sabrina's gym had a transparent floor, which gave the illusion of battling on open air. This may have been similar to Claire's tactic, hoping to confuse the opponent before the match even began. Mr. Fuji had a pretty decent stage, with flames running through the sides of the gym. This seemed a bit unfair, sort of like a permanent sunny day to weaken water moves, though of course it didn't work that way in game. And finally, we have Blue's gym, which was a massive downgrade from his Lego block house in GSC. I kinda felt bad for him since he nearly cried every time we beat one of his Pokemon, but given his defeat, he told us we were now clear to battle another trainer who resided not in the castle above the rest, but in this little rave cave off to the side. This, of course, was Red, the strongest trainer of all. He led with a Meganium, but we called a good lead with Cassie. She threw fire punches, landing an eventual burn which helped us take the opponent out. This took a longer time than you would think, with it being a Meganium, but it did eventually fall. Next was Tauros, a super speedy Pokemon. Cassie set up a Reflect, hoping to mitigate damage from the enemy as we swapped to Lysithea. She then attracted and flinch locked the Tauros, surviving a critical hit due to Reflect's assistance. With this help, she even lived to stab Hyper Beam. It took time, but Lysithea was able to take out the remaining 2 Pokemon with this method, bringing the Gym Leader Castle to a close. We were immediately rewarded with the Dodrio Game Boy, which would now allow us to play Gen 1 games in 4 times speed. Not only this, but White City soon fell under sunset, and a bridge appeared in the southeast. This would be our actual final opponent, the rival Silver. His team consisted of 3 legendaries, Mewtwo, Ho-Oh, and Lugia. Never a fair fighter, the cheater prompted us to do the same, bringing all 6 of our Pokemon into the fight. He led with Ho-Oh, so we brought in Andromeda. She was super fast and through the help of the scope lens, was able to land 2 crits on the rainbow Pokemon to knock it out. Next came Mewtwo. Aerodani stalled out the safeguard, then used Toxic to poison it. Through an unheard of 4 protects in a row, Aerodani brought Mewtwo so low that a feather landing on its head would have sent it to the Pokemon Center. Corvus tanked a Thunderbolt, letting the poison do its work. Then came Lugia, a bulky legendary worthy of fearing. It instantly took out Corvus, but Lysithea came back for revenge. A Shadow Ball smacked it in the chest, doing critical damage. A few more of these and Lugia was almost down for the count. Sadly, Lysithea fell first, bringing Cassie into the field. With one final T-Bolt, boosted by the magnet and same type attack bonus, we hit Lugia super effectively, securing our win and completing the entirety of round 1. It was hard to believe we had completed half the journey and that our team, raised through various methods in myriad places, had all come together to make this a reality. Each one of them played their role perfectly, beating the odds and leading us to victory. This milestone told me everything I needed to know about the plan to move forward. We could not stop now. It was time for round 2. Before we move on, we got a couple of goodies to celebrate. First, we received a gift Pokemon, specifically a Farfetch'd with the move Baton Pass. Since it had agility and Swords Dance as well, we could train it in speed, then use these moves before passing them on to a very strong Pokemon that couldn't normally learn them. There are a lot of opportunities this offers, despite Farfetch'd itself not being an amazing Pokemon. The second of 2 goodies I received was somehow even cooler than the first. As the game restarts, the intro screen changes to reveal a new image. This was so unexpected and awesome, marking the milestone in perpetuity. Even if I stopped now, the game would keep this new screen as a reminder of my triumphs, showing all the starters in their final forms, as well as the legendary cats in the background. I was ridiculously excited about this, no lie. Here's my actual reaction, and I apologize for the poor mic. I couldn't use my normal setup.
That's cool. I didn't know. I knew that they did. Whoa! Whoa! That is so freaking cool.
So now we've completed round 1 and all its challenges. As we covered most of the other details for each challenge and gym leader, such as rules and other factors of note, the round 2 segment will be solely focused on the wild stories the game produced. Most importantly, the increased difficulty and unfair odds the game forces the player to endure. These will end up being shorter segments as a result, but special all the same. With that said, let's dig into round 2. We had a bit more trouble here than in round 1, having to repeat 4 different fights which forced us to restart the bracket entirely, as we didn't have enough continues at match 8. As far as good luck goes, we had an awesome sweep from Eris in the Battle 5 rematch against Clark. His diabolical Cleffa gave us an issue in the first attempt, but Eris came back in force, using an Endure reversal strat that, combined with her immense speed, didn't give the opponents a chance to react. Our second attempt at Battle 6 with Korra saw one of many events where the opponents seemed to read our team order in advance. We changed our team order based upon what she had last round, hoping to bring a better set. Of course, she changed to Mareep, a perfect counter to our lead. Like with previous questionable actions on the computer side, I can't prove this was by design. Either way, Orion faced a mirror match and won, even though the opponent had paralyzed him. With a final Jazz Hands Ice Punch, the opponent was hit for critical damage, sealing the match in our favor. As mentioned, we had to completely reset due to difficulties with Rex, who brought a strong team of many high-stat Pokemon. Our first attempt saw us beaten by an opposing Scyther and Elekid, both with extreme speed stats. We didn't even have a chance to move. These failures repeated when we tried using the same team in the rematch, so, anticipating the same group again, as it had already repeated once, we changed members. Once more, we found ourselves facing the perfect team to combat our type weaknesses. We brought Libra this time, hoping to hit their Scyther, but wouldn't you know it, they chose to start with Onyx. Between him, Scyther, and Chansey, it was no use. Finally, we got a favorable matchup. Perseus survived a wing attack, taking out their Scyther with a boosted Rock Slide that was 4 times effective. Next came Porygon, who froze Perseus solid on the first try. This was ludicrous. The opponent then swapped to Onyx to finish the job. Knowing this freeze was essentially permanent, we opted to let our Cubone take the fall, that way the next Pokemon could come in unharmed. Andromeda was able to one-shot the Onyx, but then came Porygon again. After a couple surfs, the Geometric Duck lived on 1 health and proceeded to freeze us again, locking Andromeda in a block of ice. I'll go ahead and remind you that, across our entire Stadium 2 run, we froze an opponent exactly 1 time. And it wasn't even necessary for us to win that fight. We had been frozen 7 times by the end of our playthrough, which is insane. The most common freeze chance is 10%, and there's no hail in Generation 2 to better the odds. Tri-Attack, on the other hand, does have a 20% chance to inflict a status condition. Even then, that condition is one of 3, paralysis, freeze, and burn. So what's the likelihood that both afflictions would be freezing? The move Tri-Attack has a 20% chance to afflict a condition, which is one of 3. Naming all the status effects A, B, and C, let's let's just call freeze option A. The probability of freeze happening in one attempt is represented by the following equation. This is a 1 in 15 or roughly 7% chance. So now let's account for the 2 that happened versus the 3 times Porygon used the move. When you run the numbers, you end up with a 14 out of 1,125 chance, otherwise read as a 1.24% chance that this double freeze will happen out of 3 attempts at the move. Is this incredibly bad luck or what? Thankfully, we were able to knock out the Porygon with Libra next turn, but what if we hadn't? As far as I understand, the freeze claw in the Little Cup rules means that no more than 2 Pokemon can be frozen at once, and since we allowed Perseus and Andromeda both to faint in order for the next Pokemon to have a safe switch, that meant there were no frozen Pokemon, so there would have been nothing preventing another freeze on Libra if we somehow missed our attack. Knowing this game, it would have happened again. That is, if I'm understanding the clause correctly, otherwise, someone please fill me in. Little Cup to this point had been relatively simple, despite the computer seeming to know exactly what we would be bringing into the match. Unfortunately, Vila never got to compete, but maybe we should have brought her in at some point. It could have made things go differently for us, not necessitating a complete restart in the case of the final crew. For example, Vila would have been great against that last Scyther since she had fire moves and it had no super effective attacks to hit us with. Hindsight is 20/20, as they say. This final win netted us the Little Cup trophy for round 2, but we still had a long way to go. The second round of Pokecup was pretty tough, requiring a lot more battles than the first. There were some great moments like Regulus absorbing a Swagger to hit for insane damage in Pokeball 4, we got some wild flinch locking on an Umbreon in Great Ball 6, and barely finished Great Ball 8 when she locked a Vaporeon who walled the rest of our team. But of course we got bad luck too. In Ultra Ball 1, even a Beedrill lived a stab super effective attack, tanking a Psychic while possessing very frail special defense stats. Then came the legendaries. The first of these was the legendary Firebird, who Andromeda defeated with extreme prejudice. Too bad this match was followed by an absolute jerk that used the other 2 birds. This opponent took multiple tries to defeat, and our final strategy was quite specific. Andromeda took out the Golduck with a crit Super Thunderbolt, prompting the opponent to bring out Zapdos. Eridani jumped in, absorbing the electric attempt, then she used Toxic, poisoning Zapdos for the whittle down strategy. This legendary bird hit hard with Drill Peck, and Eridani did her best to protect and outlast it, nearly defeating it single-handedly. Around half health, we brought in Cassie to hit for stab, but she was paralyzed. Even still, she set up a Reflect, protecting the rest of the team from any flying moves to come. Our next choice mattered little since Zapdos took itself out due to poison. Up next was Articuno, which we aimed to defeat with Thunderbolt. Unfortunately, the ice moves proved too much. With about half its health remaining, Articuno took Cassie out. Our last hope was Andromeda, who hit a final Thunderbolt to bring it down. This was the 4th attempt at this match, and we used the bulk of our continues to finish it. Only one match was left, but this was worse than anticipated. The last trainer, Psychic Mason, had a well-rounded team of bulky and fast Pokemon. Jolteon consistently hit first, paralyzing us and reducing our options. If we did survive long enough to see Espeon, there was little use in trying to beat it, since it kept healing and protecting itself with Reflect. It seemed even Attraction was no use as it kept hitting through. Our next attempt began with an even worse matchup, the enemy having 3 perfect Pokemon to deal with our choices. Regardless, we got the Attraction set up on Blastoise and things were looking decent. He then hit through Attraction twice, getting a freeze on Lysithea. That essentially ruined the entire match. The last attempt was the one. We started with Lysithea against the Jolteon. Swapping over to Eridani, we again rendered an electric attack useless. Seeing this, Mason swapped to Xatu, which we predicted, hitting it with a super effective ancient power. It only did around half damage, proving the bird Pokemon of Mental Fortitude had physical resistance as well. Eridani was then confused, which made her strategies a bit too dangerous. Thus, we brought in Andromeda, who easily tanked a Nightshade and hit for super effective Ice Beam. Jolteon came back into the fray, providing us with an easy swap back into Eridani. She wasn't done yet. Splashing Jolteon with poison, she continued to produce a ward and protect herself until it was no longer possible. This was originally meant as a plan for Espeon, but we had to make do. Although Eridani fainted, she did so after taking half of Jolteon's energy with her. We had to send Lysithea next, who was immediately paralyzed. She tanked a very strong Thunderbolt, which meant Jolteon received the final burst of poison to bring it down. All that was left was the major threat, Espeon. To our dismay, Lysithea fell to 1 Psychic Blast. It was all down to our Starmie, who brought the power of the ocean into full effect. With a total of 5 Surfs, the last being a critical to prevent Espeon's continuous morning sun heal, Andromeda finally took her down, winning us the Ultra Ball trophy. After this set of difficult battles, I could not anticipate anything worse, but I was going to be surprised. Battle 2 saw Lysithea get slowed by Feraligatr, meaning she couldn't flinch lock him. He then proceeded to hit through attraction twice, a 50% chance each, getting 2 special defense drops with crunch, which is a 20% chance each. Regardless of this bad luck, we did end up winning, but it was kinda close. Battle 3 saw similar luck, though perhaps worse. The enemy Blissey hit us with 2 critical hit solar beams in a row, which is a 1 in 256 chance each. Those are very low odds. I know it didn't have a scope lens because it was holding the Quick Claw. Even after it was defeated, the Slowbro crit us with Shadow Ball and got the defense drop of 20%. It has leftovers as a held item. The odds of all this happening were extremely low, and yet, for the enemy, it happened. We won on the rematch, but I remained careful for all future battles. The 5th match was a slow, grueling game of Pokemon swapping, complete with a Sword Stance baton pass from Scizor to Quagsire. On top of this, the opponent used Swagger on Lysithea, who hit twice in retaliation before being taken down. Her KO was because of the Sword Stance boosts, and Quagsire hitting both times through the attraction we took the effort to set up. Andromeda answered with a crit, then continued to miss Surf against an annoying double team Mr. Mime. Despite all these frustrating shenanigans, we were able to beat them on the first attempt. Battle 6 of Master Ball was strange. Lysithea dominated the field, attracting and flinch-locking both Umbreon and Lapras, the latter of which used Perish Song, a very cheap strategy against us. But working hard to put it down in case we were KO'd otherwise, Lysithea stayed in, falling simultaneously with the opponent. This left the field empty, a pretty strange occurrence. Andromeda came to the field along with Jinx. After a few surfs, the enemy Pokemon was so smitten by her defeat that she left her wig behind. This successful match came after our first attempt, where the Umbreon got 2 crits in a row against Lysithea. Again, the chance to crit is 1 in 256, and the opponent had leftovers, which doesn't boost that chance. They got lucky with a 0.4% chance, and their Lapras, who lived on 2 HP, definitely met its match on the second try. Battle 7 was strangely easy. The opponent brought a Suicune, one of the most feared Pokemon in the Gen 2 competitive scene. Somehow, Andromeda was able to sweep the entire team in less than 3 minutes. I have no complaints. The match I do need to air some grievances about is the final one against Pokemaniac Pedro. For our first few matches, Snorlax completely walled us. He hits like a truck and never seems to miss due to attraction. When we did try different combinations, the opponent seemed to pick the perfect team against us in terms of moves. It was beginning to seem hopeless. Finally, we found the strategy. Aerodani was up first against Gengar. Cowardly as they were, they used Destiny Bond, instantly dying to our Earthquake. Both were down on the first turn, producing another empty field to be filled with our best predictions. I sent Regulus, my Machamp, and he sent his as well. This mirror match was brutal, with each Pokemon using Cross Chop and hoping for luck. We went first, taking over half their health. They returned a weak hit, and we missed right after. Luckily, they missed too, and we were able to finish them with a successful land. Snorlax came next, and we banked on Regulus defeating it with Cross Chop. It almost succeeded, falling to the red. Sadly, we missed our next attack, leading to Regulus's KO. All we had left was Corvus the Skarmory, who, to this point, had never really seen play in such a dire battle. But this produced my favorite and most appreciated win in the entire game. Throughout our attempts of facing this beast, Snorlax had shown the following moves. First, it had Belly Drum. This cuts its health in half and raises its attack. Next is Rest, which gives it a full heal. Combined with the leftovers, it would easily make up for the sacrificed health gone before. After this, it would hit for Earthquake or Snore, an attack that does a little damage but can be used during the sleeping condition. After a moment of trying to damage him, I had an idea.
You know what we should do? We should play his game. We should play his game. It's okay. We will play his game. Doesn't even matter. Because guess what? He has shown that he has Belly Drum, Earthquake, Snore, and Rest. The only thing he can hit me with is Snore that does so little damage, it won't matter.
Corvus used Curse, lowering his speed but raising his attack and defense. Since Snorlax's main move Earthquake was ground type, Corvus's immunity made it useless since he was a flying type. Its secondary attack, Snore, had only 40 base power. Even the Belly Drum boost wouldn't do much for it, especially since Skarmory is part steel, providing resistance to normal attacks. And although Snore has a 30% chance to blow the enemy away, similar to Whirlwind, we were both on our last Pokemon, meaning it couldn't happen. And so, we danced for a while, Corvus boosting all its stats for a total of 4 minutes. Over this time, we watched Snorlax flail uselessly, attempting to boost its attack, hit us with Snore, and Rest to heal its damage. But when the time came that our stats were maxed, it only took 2 drill pecks to take him down. Corvus, who everyone I showed this journey to, and everyone online said was a useless Pokemon, became the savior of our Master Ball Pokecup run. Because of him and the rest of the squad, we now had half the trophies in the second round stadium. Next was the Prime Cup, so let's chat about that. As we have come to expect, the trainers in Prime Cup also had legendaries on their teams. The first battle to give me trouble was the third against Birdkeeper Adam. He had all 3 legendary birds and a Dragonite on his team. On our first go, Dragonite lasted through a 4-time super effective Ice Beam. Lysithea attracted it, but couldn't flinch lock, and it hit through 4 times in a row, paralyzing and critting us for a loss. This was a mess of awful luck, and even toxic strats wouldn't quite work, since the Dragonite had a Miracle Berry. The next attempt saw similar results on the flinch lock maneuver. Dragonite hit through 6 times as opposed to missing twice. What is supposed to be a 50-50 is once more a 3-to-1 ratio in its favor. It did flinch a couple times, but that was out of 6 tries, meaning our 40% flinch rate wasn't met, instead of 33%, which is at least close. Despite this effort, we still lost to Zapdos because, you know, legendary. Finally, we came in with a victorious strategy. Andromeda took out Moltres, Cassie took out Zapdos, and then used Reflect for a free swap to Lysithea. We proceeded to get a 4-to-3 hit to stun ratio, which was better than before, and they even flinched half the time, leading to a victory with no knockouts on our side. It seems that my luck got better with every attempt. A sample size of 3 matches isn't much to go on, but it felt like the game was slowly cheating less as I kept having to rematch. Probably not the case, but it just seemed that way at the time. The rest of the cup saw dreadful luck. In Battle 4, we hit a bunch of crits, but got hit twice with a 55% accurate sleep move to ruin our chances of winning. Battle 5 sees another Feraligatr hit through paralysis every time, getting the special defense drop from Crunch without fail. We already discussed the fact that these odds are not likely. Battle 6 gave Airy a flinch lock that lasted 4 turns. And of course, our only 2 attacks of Toxic missed. We still managed to win, but it was by a thin margin. And next came the battle that had messed me up most, requiring multiple replays of the bracket in order to defeat. This match was against Marty, who now had a Celebi and Raikou among other strong members. The entire fight was just BS. The first attempt was completely walled by the Magic Onion. It has a ridiculous set of defense stats for its size, albeit a legendary, and was super effective against many members of our team. After this, we tried new combinations of Pokemon, but each saw an issue. In the next go, Marty brought him a champ. Our Skarmory Corvus hit for massive damage with Drill Peck, making use of stab and super effectiveness, as well as a critical hit. Somehow, it lived on 13 HP, critting us in return with a cross chop. The next Drill Peck should have taken it out, but they got a lucky 10% chance at the focus band proccing. They missed their cross chop, and our third hit was also CSC stab, finally taking down their hamster. Why did they name it Hamster? Sadly, it wasn't enough for us to beat the team. We had more bad luck in the next few attempts, like Raikou hitting through every turn of paralysis, or their Machamp hitting cross chop 3 times in a row without missing. But the worst, most grueling and agonizing battle was attempt number 5. Keep in mind we had to reset the bracket to try again, and this was the last continue we had to this point. The match started with Corvus hitting what would be a one-shot Drill Peck, but of course, it had the focus band proc. Our raised defense from Curse allowed us to finish it off, but up next was Lapras. It would definitely have some sort of move to beat us, so we swapped over to Airy, knowing that this Lapras was a massive threat. We ate the Thunderbolt, but poor Airy, like in every match she ever seems to take part in, got confused and hit herself in the face. Eventually, the Lapras swapped out to Celebi, hoping to get a super effective KO. We could not have that, so we swapped to Cassie. She did her best, fire punching Celebi to a low enough health for Corvus to finish the job. Once again, we swapped to Airy to combat the Lapras. Despite the Quick Claw, Toxic, Protect, and Earthquake strats, we could not kill this Lapras. It didn't even have Surf, just Body Slam and Thunderbolt. Still, because of its leftovers and rest strategies, it kept nullifying our poison and setting us back to square one. Keep an eye on that health bar. Every time we got it to red, got good luck with poison, or it sleeping a long amount of turns, the thing would wake up and heal again. This took 7 full minutes, and Aerodani was worn down by confusion and using up all of its power points. We almost struggled to death in the stadium, but because we had done all the work for it, Lapras was able to knock us out last minute, sending us all the way back to square one of Prime Cup. This was the most frustrating thing I had experienced in the game, and perhaps all of Pokemon, for a very long time at least. Eventually we did win. It was a 5-minute swap fest to start, with each of us predicting the other and wasting moves on incorrect guesses. Eventually I got Cassie out to burn Celebi, but her fire punches did the job regardless. Next up was Raikou, and Aerodani was able to Toxic and Protect against it. Finally, the trainer made a very strange choice and brought out Persian. Despite my initial underestimation, it did bring us very low. Corvus lived a final Thunderbolt, barely outlasting the Speedy Cat to let the poison do its work. This took 7 total iterations of the battle. Even then, I feel like we only won due to luck with him picking Persian for some reason. If I had remembered Lapras was weak to Machamp, I may have brought in Regulus again, but I do feel like, if my hunches are true, the reason Persian came in was because we did not have a direct counter. That may have been the very thing to seal the deal and grant us our chance, but again, I can't prove it. We now had the final Prime Cup trophy, leaving only one set of challenges in the stadium itself, and because of stories I'd read online, I was absolutely terrified to start it, the Round 2 Challenge Cup. Our second visit to the Challenge Cup began with cautious optimism. We got horsey again, and it swept the field like it had before. However, we soon found ourselves getting walled in Battle 4 by two unlikely Pokemon, Magnemite and Paris. Our main issue was that we had no fire types to deal with them. Try as we might, our team kept getting shredded. Even a Hoppip walled us at one point. This was embarrassing, and the opposing Magnemite didn't miss a single Thunder. So, frustratingly, we did what I assumed to be the first of many resets for a different team. Strangely enough, we got another Horsey, and since moves are also randomized, it got Octazooka, which was awesome. We were given some other interesting Pokemon as well, but I'll let their actions speak for them. Spinarak and Larvitar made short work of the fourth trainer, and the previous battles were so easy we swept them almost perfectly. Our first spot of trouble in the Pokeball level was Battle 5, where the opponent was using a Rain and Surf strat to absolutely demolish us. After a loss or two, I couldn't take any more chances. I had to find a strategy so we didn't have to restart and lose this team. Finally, I noticed something. The enemy team's entire gambit was centered on a rain boosted surf, which was a powerful move already. So what if I disturbed their little setup? For the first time in the history of Pokemon, a Spinarak with the move Sunny Day was the answer. In any other case, a Spinarak using Sunny Day would be begging for termination from any fire type, even a Magby. This is because Sunny Day boosts the power of fire moves, which Spinarak is weak to. So why did I use it? Well, after the weather changed, the opponent seemed too nervous to attempt another rain dance. Sunny Day doesn't just remove the boost they'd got, but it actively lowers the damage water moves can put out, so we were in a good spot. Even though Spinarak went down, she did a great job setting up for Magnemite, also ironically weak to the fire moves this strategy would boost. With the newfound ability to tank Surf, we found out that the opponents were essentially glass cannons. Their fantastic speed meant nothing without the power to make use of it, and so, thanks to Spinarak's Sunny Day, we took them all out. Before finishing off Pokeball level, I did face an Execute who got Psychic where ours had Psywave before. This is similar to how all those waters we faced had Surf where we have Octazooka. It seems the game legitimately gives better moves to the opponent most often. Despite these issues, we proceeded to Great Ball level. This set of battles was a welcome surprise. We initially knocked the team a bit, but once we had Wobbuffet, the poster child for the challenge itself, I knew we would be cooking. Believe it or not, but Rollout Rhyhorn did major work as well. For battles 2 and 3, as well as 5 through 8, Wobbuffet used Counter and Mirror Coat to absolutely dominate the field. Part of me considered training an entire new Pokemon just for Stadium 2, no lie. Wobbuffet was just an immense powerhouse if you knew how and when to use it. No other Pokemon had made me second guess whether or not I was fully done with building my squad. And though I almost did catch one and started up, I knew that I had already spent too much time investing into my current team, which was comprised of amazing Pokemon I wrote these fun stories with. With a heart as heavy as my new trophy, I said goodbye to Wobbuffet and moved on to Ultra Ball. So far, Challenge Cup in round 2 had kind of been a breeze. I didn't want to get too confident, but we were able to crush just about any challenge that came our way, and the breaks between levels meant we could take it at our own pace. I was really happy to get a great Haunter in Ultra Ball that knew Explosion and Shadow Ball. It was super fast too, hitting Shadow Balls against psychic targets that were super satisfying. And when goings went rough, we would just explode our Haunter and take out the opponent. In Battle 2, we ended the round with one Pokemon standing in reserve, while Hunter exploded a Weezing to take it out. This left the battlefield empty at the end, meaning there was no Pokemon for the game to hone in on with the camera. It was a very odd scenario, but interesting. Battles 4 and 7 were a little annoying at times, seeing as how their Pokemon just had better moves than ours. For example, the Lantern in Battle 4 had Spark and Hydro Pump, a more reliable electric move and a stronger water move than our Lantern had with Waterfall and Zap Cannon, a move no one uses since it's so unlikely to land. At least Hydro Pump hits 4 out of 5 times, where Zap Cannon is a 50-50. Our closing match allowed us to use Girafarig, one of my favorite Pokemon. He hit Golbat for super effective Psykicks, then tanked a Double Edge to hit Persian once. Baiting another normal attack, we swapped into Haunter. The Persian hit a strong Shadow Ball on us, but we luckily hit the Toxic. From here on, we just swapped between Girafarig and Haunter until it fainted. This worked because it kept trying to use Shadow Ball on Haunter, but we swapped to Girafarig, who's immune because it's part normal type. When we would swap back to Haunter, it would take no damage from Double Edge since the Ghost type is immune to normal. This swapping technique took a couple minutes to run, but it did a great job as each attempted attack wore Persian down with poison. Once that was done, we used the last of Haunter's energy to use Explosion on Hitmonlee, ending the battle and bringing us another empty field. Oh, and the Ultra Ball trophy. The final level, Master Ball, was upon us. We tried playing with the first team, but my poor Cloyster had only Clamp and Icy Wind, as well as some protection moves that didn't need. Victoryville had Acid and Solar Beam, but we had no safe way to use the latter. We were hard-walled at Battle 2, where the opponent's Rhyhorn kept destroying our only 2 teammates that were supposed to counter it. There was just no way, and we were forced to reset. Luckily, we got a couple good Pokemon in this time. Poliwrath was the MVP and had Seismic Toss, Belly Drum, Waterfall, and the less useful Hypnosis. Second to him was the Electrode, who had Hyper Beam, Thunderbolt, and Mimic, which I never toyed around with just in case. That would have produced some interesting stories, but ultimately, I wanted to win with a clear-cut, repeatable strategy. With this new team, we dominated the Master Ball level. Our only issue was in match 6, where the opponent had better team composition and type matchups. Even still, we were able to knock him out and claim the last trophy. At last, we had conquered all the stadium challenges in round 1 and 2. All that remained in terms of battles were those at the Gym Leader Castle, which, all told, went much different this time. Because this set of battles is so lengthy and arduous, I will only be covering the absolute most interesting things here. I'd love to include them all, but honestly, my plan is to create that supercut and just put it on the second channel for everyone who wants to see it. With that said, let's mention some of the strangest things this challenge brought to the table. First off, many leaders now had legendaries. For example, Falkner had a Zapdos. This created an immediate jump in difficulty that was mirrored by a lot of opponents. Bugsy was an exception, but his team had certainly improved. Also, it says Megaphone instead of Megahorn on that attack for some reason. Oh well. Our first major upset was against Whitney's second trainee. She used an annoying Wigglytuff that attracted Regulus, our Machop. He was attract locked for 7 turns in a row, which never happens for us. In between our wasted turns, it spent a third of the time paralyzed, another using Double Team, and the last using Shadow Ball. It didn't even KO us, but I was so frustrated with that quote-unquote luck that I had to swap to something else. We did finally beat that trainer, but then lost to Whitney. One attempt later, we finally returned to her battle and saw a double mirror match, each of which we won through crit super effective attacks. Battle 5 Attempt 1 saw us get killed by seemingly 100% accurate Oko moves, something we legitimately could do nothing about. But in our next attempt, Andromeda got our one and only freeze out of the entire game, so that was pretty notable.
That is the first freeze I've gotten in this entire game. The first and only freeze, and I beat all of round 1 and all of round 2 up to now. This is the first time I've ever gotten a freeze, and I'm glad it was recorded because, truth be told, I don't think anyone would believe me otherwise.
This was the only time we ever got the condition in a total of 362 battles, many of which did include one of my Pokemon using an ice move. Jumping forward, we were able to beat Claire first try since her Kingdra was now male. It truly made all the difference, as Lysithea could attract and flinch lock it to KO. This felt great considering Chuck took 5 total tries and Price was crushing us with Articuno, even freezing Cassie at one point. Moving into the Elite Four, our start was pretty rocky. Somehow, Will was able to wall us with Hypno, an incredibly difficult Pokemon for our team to combat. Even Lysithea was no use. But on our next attempt, we crushed him. This happened despite the fact that he only had 2 Psychic Pokemon on his team. The trend would persist throughout the rest of the Elite Four, who instead relied on gimmicks to try and beat us. Koga had 2 poison types total, but all of his Pokemon, including a Lapras and Lantern for some reason, had Toxic. Bruno only had 2 fighting Pokemon, but he also had lots of raw power moves to fit his vibe. They weren't enough to take our team down. Next was Karen, who only had 2 dark types, but plenty that could confuse and annoy us to death. Umbreon used Swagger on Lysithea, but this was a fatal error, since she then turned around and flinch-locked both Umbreon and Persian with Attraction. Stomp hit even harder with the boost, trivializing Karen's ruthless attempts at frustrating me. Finally, we came to Lance again. I feared he wouldn't be as easy as the rest and might want revenge for last time. I mean, heck, he used Hyper Beam on a human back in Mahogany Town. What's to stop him from doing that here? We got a lucky crit cross-chop on Tyranitar, hitting for 4 times super effectiveness and stab. And when Dragonite did come onto the field for real, he meant business. He hit Regulus with Hyper Beam, leading to our first KO. Andromeda came onto the scene, hitting it for 4 times effectiveness with Ice Beam, but it wasn't enough. Luckily, Dragonite had to recharge from his last move, meaning we were able to get him next turn. His final Pokemon was no dragon at all, but instead an Arcanine that crunched Andromeda for half damage. All we had to do was surf, but Arcanine saw it coming and tried extreme speed. We lived on the red, finishing it off and paving our way to the Kanto Gym Leaders. Typically, Lieutenant Surge is a joke, but not this time. In our first battle, he paralocked us for 4 out of 5 turns until we lost. In our next go, we started with Aerodani and he brought Quagsire. We lost. Next time we started with Corvus, so he picked Raichu, and we lost. Finally, we ran a match that allowed Corvus to live, drill pecking his victory bell to KO. Yes, Lieutenant Surge's victory bell. What even? The rest of the gym leaders didn't give us too much trouble, but we did have to rematch a few of them simply due to bad luck. Now we get to the last two battles of Stadium 2, Red and Silver. First is Red, who absolutely stomps us for a total of 5 attempts. His Raikou and Suicune are far too strong, tanky, and fast. He also had Entei, but never used it against us for some reason. It seems everything we did was countered, and even if we did pass the legendary cats, Snorlax came out to play, knowing much better moves than others we had encountered. On our 6th battle, we managed to do him in. Regulus lived on 12 HP after fighting Raikou, hitting through paralysis to earthquake him down. Andromeda hit Suicune, bolting through the Bright Powder's evasive properties. And finally, Lysithea saved the day by eating a useless Shadow Ball and attracting the Snorlax. It took 3 intense minutes of healing, stomping, healing, and so on, but Snorlax finally fell, losing the last 58 HP to Lysithea's hooves. Finally, we found ourselves at the most difficult battle of the entire game, the Round 2 rival. Being so close to the end, I simply couldn't wait. I had to charge right in. But then I found that, unlike our first round battle which took 1 try, this would be far more serious. For instance, he now led with Lugia instead of Ho-Oh. This never changed across all 13 attempts, so I assumed it was set in stone. On top of this difference, he also changed his moves around. Mewtwo now had Recover instead of Safeguard, trading Toxic Immunity for healing options. Thunder Punch also became Thunderbolt, upping the base power by a solid 20. Twisted Spoon, which boosts psychic attacks, was now traded for the King's Rock, providing a 10% chance of flinch on any attacking move. Lugia traded Surf for Earthquake, anticipating electric users and checking them hard. Its sharp beak became Leftovers, complementing the already massive bulk and stacking the Safeguard. Ho-Oh traded its Safeguard for Thunder, that way water types would be hit super effectively. Steel Wing, an altogether weak move, was traded for Giga Drain, so rock and ground types were also at risk. Even if they were faster than Ho-Oh, the Quick Claw could chance in, rendering speed irrelevant. All of these changes made Silver a vicious fight that took me a long time. Ever so slowly, we did begin to form a strategy. In attempt 2, we first thought of the Reflect plan to help Andromeda survive Lugia's Aeroblast. In Battle 4, Cassie solidified herself as the answer to Lugia overall, sometimes soloing her herself. It was here that we also formulated our Toxic strat on Mewtwo, who we could seem to kill no other way. In Battle 8, Aerie was taken down immediately. Battle 9 goes the same, with us beating Lugia and making it to Mewtwo, but Aerie is hit by a critical to take her out. Instant reset. On our 9th attempt, Mewtwo hit both Aerodani and Corvus for critical hits. We just had terrible, abysmal luck. And of course, on try 12, Lugia crit Cassie, nipping the entire strategy in the bud. I took a good break after this one. It seemed the game was poised to crit us at every turn, and I wondered if this was even going to be possible. After lunch, I grabbed a pen and did what I knew I should have done in the first place, take some notes. We definitely had something with the Cassie and Lugia start. That was gonna stay. We knew we had to use Aerie to Toxic the Mewtwo if it could live one Psychic, and as I wrote these 2 lines, I looked at the rest of our team. When all seemed hopeless in other battles, I tried something outside the box. Corvus, our most niche use case, was itching to do something more, to have a lasting impact in the final battle. What's more, he was a Steel type, which resisted psychic attacks very well, and with that, I had all the pieces. I wrote down the steps in order, then followed them in game. First, we lead with Cassie. She uses Reflect, then spams T-Bolt until Lugia is either down or takes us out. After that, while Reflect is still in play, we send Andromeda to T-Bolt the Lugia for the KO. Both Reflect and Safeguard would fade on the last turn because of Lugia's massive health pool. Next came Mewtwo, and we would swap to Aerodani to eat the T-Bolt it sent. Tanking one Psychic, Aerodani would use Toxic on it. The Safeguard was no longer up, so it couldn't be protected. If Toxic hit, we pressed forward. If not, it was a reset. But thankfully, we landed this time, and after one turn of guaranteed protect, we would make a change. We planned for Mewtwo to use Psychic, hence we swapped to Corvus, who easily tanked it. Mewtwo would plan a Thunderbolt to hit Corvus, but we would swap to Aerodani, who was immune. Now, Corvus wasn't made of infinite health, so we would once again use a guaranteed protect before switching back. Repeating this process worked perfectly, wearing Mewtwo down from poison, bringing Ho-Oh onto the field for the first time. Although Aerodani attempted an Ancient Power, it was just too fast. After she went down, we brought out Regulus, knowing the opponent had no flying or psychic moves to use. We lived a Sacred Fire on 12 HP, hitting back for a 4-time super effective Rock Slide. It fell down to 124 health, but outsped us to KO Regulus. We originally planned to send out Andromeda, but since we had Lysithea still ready, we decided to send her in. Ho-Oh missed a Sacred perfect fire and we hit it with a stomp, bringing it down to 61. The next move hit hard, burning Lysithea and cutting her attack in half. Ho-Oh was now at 32. With one earthquake, Lysithea was down, crit or not. It was all down to Andromeda. Unless the 20% Quick Claw procced, we would hit first with Surf to seal the match, and so we did. On attempt 13, we finally beat the rival Red, completing the last and most difficult match of the entirety of Pokemon Stadium 2. It took everyone doing their best, using all their strategies to maximum effort. Cassie played the role of support and special attacker, weakening the opponent and striking for massive damage. Andromeda was our speedy glass cannon, dishing super effective moves before the enemy could think. Eridani was the toxic protect user, setting up compounding poison to help the rest of the team whittle down a massive threat. Corvus was a tank, accepting Psychic Blast from the strongest psychic Pokemon, or Pokemon in general, that the world has ever known. Regulus used all 4 arms to chuck massive boulders at a flaming bird, weakening its wings and extinguishing all but the smallest amount of power. And Lysithea, who had attracted and flinch-locked an entire armada of Pokemon, stepped in to get a final couple stomps on the head of our opponent, paving the way for Andromeda to glide in and defeat our rival for good. I can't express just how strange it feels to have completed the game after hearing about it for so long. I've been a fan of Generation 2 for 20 some odd years, and never until a couple years ago did I know you could bring your own Pokemon to Stadium 2. This kindled a fire in me, extending the Crystal Project beyond a technical childhood fantasy and into an exploding flame, rivaling those cheating Moltres users. And now, all the hard stuff was done. We could simply enjoy the fruits of our labor. Much like after Round 1, Round 2's conclusion presents the player with a gift Pokemon. This time it's Gligar, who gets Earthquake, providing a very strong stab move to a Pokemon known for its resistances. Especially moving forward into Gen 3 and gaining Levitate, this Pokemon soon became a monster in the competitive scene. Not that we could move it to Gen 3, but still very cool. I sat with bated breath, hoping for another screen change on the main menu, and thankfully it came. Lugia and Ho-Oh now covered the screen, symbolizing our complete conquest of the game. It was so cool to see this, and now anytime I pop the game on to do battles with friends, all of us can see the two legends held in perpetual flight. After we received the Gligar, I put it in our final box, which we would later organize to a T. The Dodrio Game Boy could now be used for the Generation 2 games, and a good thing too, because we still had one more battle challenge to complete. But before we jump out of Stadium, I want to briefly highlight the incredible features this game has to offer on top of this amazing battle journey we went on with our team. The first and most important feature of Stadium 2 to me, outside the battle system of course, is Oak's Lab. I cannot stress how amazing this feature is, and I want to explain in detail how you, as a Gen 2 player, can make the best use of it. The lab is mostly useful for your cartridge-based games, Gold, Silver, and Crystal, though it can also be used for Red, Blue, and Yellow. The first thing we could mention is the Pokédex. As far as I can tell, it only records the living dex you have, meaning that if you have the entire Meganium line in your dex with Crystal, but only have the Meganium in the PC box, before accessing the lab for the first time, it'll only show data for that Pokemon. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure how it works, but either way, this Pokédex shows all the Pokemon in 3D. They first appear in this little marble-like image in the corner, which I really like. The background is colored to match their type, providing unique looks for each line. You can also look at the Pokemon in a full 3D view, turning it and examining the model to your heart's content. My favorite thing is just looking at the marbles, which, actually, now that I pay more attention to it, seems like it's just the Pokeball with your Mon in it that you put into the PC itself, sort of like how the Pokemon are represented in the manga with the transparent ball top. If you want to find information on a Pokemon, such as its location on the map, its cry, or other info, you can use the Spinnerack to search it up. This is adorable, and I almost missed it due to its monochrome tones. It even speeds up when you hit search, like it's frantically trying to find your info. Thank you for your effort, Spinnerack. Up next is the PC box itself. This is far and away the most important feature to me. As a Gen 1 or 2 player, you know how annoying the PC box can be to navigate. There's a very limited amount of screen space, only 20 Pokemon per box, and trying to organize them requires a save after every move. This PC allows you to list your Pokemon by type, number, etc., which then allows you to make a plan of organization. For me, I wanted to put them all in dex order, but keep my teams from each playthrough near one another. Also, despite some baby Pokemon being revealed in Gen 2, thus having later dex numbers, I put them with their families. Otherwise, it just seems mean. Following this ecstatic Pichu's lead, I looked around at all my PC boxes, showing small 3D representations of every inhabitant at once. You can rename and rearrange boxes to your very wishes, and if you want to swap boxes with the N64 memory card, you can do that too. As mentioned before, I never had an N64 until this project began. Someone named Rosie used to own it, I think, unless that's a default name I'm unaware of. I saved all their Pokemon too, fitting as many named and leveled Mons as I could into into my Crystal PC boxes, then keeping the rest on the memory card. Not only could you look at boxes in an overview sense, but you can also look at individual summaries of Pokemon, including their stats, held item, trainer ID, moves, etc., all on the same page. This is super easy and helpful for remembering which Pokemon was a part of what team, especially on a project that takes over 3 years to complete. Apart from Pokemon, you can also move mail between boxes, though I unfortunately missed this aspect of things on the first go around. I wish I could have had one of these games earlier in childhood, or knew anyone who played them. By the time I owned one, Pokemon was one of those things you never mentioned at school, or else you were bullied for it. No lie. Today, it seems everyone loves it, so I'm happy for that change. And maybe that was just where I grew up. But still, some part of me imagines a time where I traded a Pokemon with a kid on the bus, maybe doing exclusive early route bugs or something, and we'd each type a surprise letter for them, hopefully avoiding any derogatory playground language. Even that would be funny though. Oh well, a trainer can dream. Now let's talk about trade functionality. Using the Game Link cables is incredibly finicky to this day, and no one had them when I was a kid, not even me. I wasn't able to trade Pokemon to myself until I was about 16, and it felt like typing TGM in the Morrowind console. But now, while I do have the cables, I find using them is incredibly difficult and reliant upon dumb luck. You gotta do all the things, wrapping the cable in different ways, blowing out the ports, lengthening them apart so EMFs don't interfere, whatever. Or you could do the most simple method of trading in Gen 2 using Oak's Lab. By taking 2 controllers and 2 transfer packs, you can do quick and easy trades using Stadium 2. Important note though, the controllers holding the transfer packs must be legitimate. Third-party controllers don't work with them, and I recommend setting the 2 transfer pack controllers still and using a third to control the game. That way you don't knock anything around. As with the handheld stuff, they can be a bit finicky. By the time I had the option to use this system, I had already done most of my trade evolutions by link cable and it was a nightmare. However, while working on the team for Stadium, I had the lucky opportunity to see a very rare sight, trade evolution on the big screen. I'm not even kidding, this is something you will probably rarely see outside of this video. Check it out. It's neat. Using this feature and some other magic I'll explain in the text section, I also managed to take my VBA team from my PC onto my actual cartridge. I then leveled them to evolve into their final forms as they deserve. This came after I hit the Team Rocket takeover of Goldenrod and simply did not want to fight 5 Rattatas over and over for hours. I spent a long while doing trades, moving items around, and organizing my Pokemon here in this lab. It is an absolute Arceus send. As mentioned early on, Mystery Gift is a feature in Gen 2 that allows friends to send items to each other by way of the Game Boy Color's IR functionality. But if you're like me and didn't have a Game Boy Color or friends who played the old games, you could use the Pokemon Stadium 2 version of things, talking to Carrie and trading daily gifts of various items. First, you need to talk to her in the Goldenrod department store on your cartridge, but after this, you can meet her in the 3D version of the mall. It's so cool to see the radio tower and stuff in the background, making Goldenrod feel that much more alive. You actually speak to her on the 5th floor, right along the windows that look into the city. So very cool. The daytime screen is even better, with a rainbow pattern on the ceiling that seems to come from diffused light. And when picking which game to use for Mystery Gift, you find yourself in the 1st floor of the tower, where people are hanging out, carrying shopping bags, and chilling with their Pokemon. These kinds of lore-based features make the world feel so much more real. Aside from the aesthetic of the Mystery Gift function, we should talk about what you actually receive from it. Most commonly, you'll get some sort of berry or simple item. However, you can do this daily trade for a variety of rare held items and even bedroom decorations. It took almost a year for me to get the items I wanted, and that was with the knowledge of what was possible. Again, another shameless plug for Blue Moon Falls if you want to check your trainer ID and see what you can get. As a final note before we move on, your interactions with Carrie will also change your daily battle partner in Viridian City. They often have one of the Gen 2 starters fully evolved, along with some other Pokemon. These battles helped immensely to gain that little bit of XP necessary rather than grinding the Elite Four for just 1 or 2 level grabs. Now that we covered the basic ideas of Mystery Gift, let's check out the player bedroom functionality. Alongside the ability to affect your cartridge-based Pokemon, you can also make changes to your room that actually affect your physical game. As each trainer ID gets different items, I have a few different sets of decorations among the titles. In Silver, I have a Jigglypuff poster, which replaces the town map. Then I have a multitude of plushes to sit on my table, like Voltorb and Staryu. If you're lucky, you can also get different beds, rugs, and more. In Crystal, I have a pretty good handful of stuffed animals, as well as a giant Snorlax. On the wall is a Clefairy poster, and on the table sits my collection collection of colorful plush Pokemon. Loading into the game proper, you can see the changes reflected on screen. This is a really neat thing and actually blows my mind, seeing as how nothing like this has been seen again for some time. In my copy of Gold, I have a Shelder stuffed animal, as well as a Virtual Boy gaming machine that didn't quite stick the landing in global markets. Either way, it's cool to look at for sure, and neither of my other cartridges was blessed with a houseplant. P.S. As of filming for the text section, I was surprised to do Mystery Gift and receive a SNES on my copy of Gold, the only one lucky to get a game system at all, let alone two. When you're editing the bedroom on Stadium 2, the screen can show a couple games in very low res. Here we see Super Mario World and Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. Pretty neat stuff. Next, we should look at Game Boy Tower. This option allows you to play your games on the big screen, which, other than with the SNES cartridge reader, you cannot do otherwise. Each of the Generation 1 games has a pretty neat theme for the border. Gold and Silver do as well, although a lot less flashy and more minimalistic. Sadly, and I don't know why, but Crystal does not get this treatment. The border just looks like a normal handheld screen, similar to what you would see with any non-Pokemon title on the SNES. Granted, it probably has something to do with it being Game Boy Color exclusive, whereas the others, Gold and Silver, can actually be played on the DMG, if you didn't know. The primary draw was the ability to kick back and play with a controller, but for me, the biggest help is the Doduo and Drio Game Boy, which, unlike it sounds, offers a 4x speed instead of 3. This helps immensely with breeding and hatching eggs, which I did to round out the project in case I had any other shinies I didn't know about. This also helped to level my Battle Tower teams, which I carefully trained south of Blackthorn City. As a word of warning, I suggest doing your Battle Tower stuff before Stadium, that way you can make use of the free vitamins they offer for winning. I didn't know about that when I first made my plans, but we'll get to the Battle Tower runs very soon. Either way, this feature is really great for shiny hunting or breeding new teams for Stadium, especially Stadium 1. That said, it's a real bummer that they don't work in time for you to train up teams for Generation 2 Stadium. It reduced their usefulness to me as someone that already did all their breeding and 99.9% of their training, as well as completing the decks. Still, a pretty cool feature, but one that would have been much better as a reward on round 1's completion for the Gen 2 games. Pokemon Stadium 2 has a lot of game modes. Most of them involve some sort of battling. The event match offers a quick 2-player setup for competitive dueling. You can also make your own rules if you want. Free battle offers many more options, allowing you to set the stage, music, number of human and computer players, pick teams for everyone, etc. This is super fun for engaging in team battles with random Pokemon, and you can each take turns picking a Pokemon or battle strategy. What we often did was use a random number generator to select Pokemon from Gen 2 Celebi and back. Then do it 6 times for each side, often resulting in random battles with legends versus nothing. All in all, great fun. I also popped into a free battle with my main Crystal team just to see them in 3D. It was pretty cool. Next, we have the library. Simple enough, it's a collection of information about the game, but you can also read lectures, then battle other students to prove you understood what was being taught. To be honest, I didn't complete this part, since I had already defeated the entire game and have 20 years experience playing the mainline titles. After the library is a set of quizzes, each with different difficulties and multiplayer functionality. They offer tons of different questions based around the cartridge games and Stadium 2, as well as dex entries, evolutionary knowledge, where Pokemon can be found, etc. I kept getting the cry answers wrong since I had my volume too low while recording, but otherwise, very fun little game you can play with up to 3 friends. Next are a selection of minigames that are open to multiple players. These deserve their own section, so let's dig into them now. There are a total of 12 minigames, all a bit different than the last. Each one centers around different Pokemon, and depending on the game, you can play with secret Pokemon found on your cartridge. The first game is Gutsy Golbat, where you fly through the cave to grab hearts. I kept losing myself in this, and mistaking myself as a different character, kept flying right into the Magnemite. If you do that, you lose hearts that your opponents can then steal. Once you're out of the cave, the game is over, and Jinx blows the winner a bunch of kisses. Next is Topsy Turvy, where you control a Hitmontop to bounce opponents out of the arena. It's essentially Beyblade and requires 5 knockouts to win. Third is the Clear Cut Challenge, the first to allow a custom Pokemon. As you can see, most players are either a Scyther or Pinsir, but I brought in Citrala, who absolutely crushed the competition. This is the largest score I ever received in the minigame, and happens to be one I play most often. Furret's Frolic is really cute, and sees a bunch of Furret, as well as the secret Girafarig of mine, Prancer, try to hit Pokeballs into their goal. Over time, more advanced Pokeballs appear, and once the Master Balls enter the field, it turns into a frenzy of Pokemon moving through the tall grass to score goals. This one is actually really fun, and I love the final win screen. I happened to tie with a Furret, and so they and Prancer danced for a while. Barrier Ball is an interesting one. It's basically pinball but with a twist. If a ball touches your barrier, then enters a goal, you get the point. I found that by defending your own goal as a top priority, you're pretty much guaranteed to win, at least against computer players. And if you hit the ball with the very edge of your barrier, it will do a curved shot that completely throws off the other players, moving in the opposite direction expected. I happened happened to tie here too, but that wasn't enough. I eventually came out on top the next round. Rampage rollout is a bit difficult. You race as Donphan around a track, and you can kick up a dust cloud to slow down your opponents. For some reason the controls were a little stiff to me, but I still won. Streaming Stampede was pretty cute, just a memory game. It wanted you to count with a clicker to note all the Pokemon of a specific type that appear, starting from a simple count to a flurry of different Pokemon to confuse you. I kicked their butts, pardon my French. Delibert's delivery was cool. You grab presents to deliver to the top of the screen, avoiding swine-up that interfere with your plans. Bigger items are worth more but slow you down, and if you gather multiple of the same item in a row, you get a boost of points once you drop them off. One of the game systems is the Pikachu N64, which I would have loved to have for this project. Who knows, maybe I'll do a yellow project in the future and some kind soul won't be selling it for hundreds of dollars in bad condition. Next is Egg Emergency, which requires you to catch eggs but avoid Voltorb. It starts out really easy, and for some reason there are a ton of cute Pokemon totally frozen in the back windows that I never noticed till just now. Odd. But either way, the game does get a little harder, and the computer players are pretty decent even on normal. Even when sad, they still do a little dance. Also, if you win, you throw all your eggs into the river anyway, so I don't know why we caught them. Eager Eevee is a pretty simple game. Everyone is an Eevee that roams around a plate of berries. You can trick others into grabbing at nothing by attempting a feint. That can slow real players down, allowing you to get the berries before them if successfully stunned by your mad psychic skill. I really like the Apom's involvement as a little mischievous rascal, and Eevee's victory lap it takes around the dish. You may have noticed we missed a couple. I had to breed a new Omanite to show off its inclusion in Togepi Tumble, but man did we keep losing. There are a ton of obstacles between the boosts, and the Togepi to the right just kept weaving like a maniac. To be fair, Tumblewumble was just born, so we should cut him some slack.
Let's go, Gary! Start moving! You're blowing everything we trained for! Blowing it! Get the anchors out of your pants right now!
It took 6 tries, but he did eventually win, lucky guy. He's on his way to racing greatness now. Look at how happy he is, jumping to the sky while the eggs roll on the ground. Totally normal sentence there. Finally, we have Pichu's power plant, where you have to press the right button and mash it with the right direction to charge a bar. I spent a lot of time breeding and raising a Pikachu since I had already moved my yellow team to Crystal for this project. See, you gotta have a Pikachu specifically on a yellow cartridge in order to have the secret playable Pikachu. I spent all that time for no reason since the new one we evolved through happiness at 2 AM didn't even register right, since it had a different trainer ID. Luckily for me, my past self decided to keep Electra as a regular Pikachu when I traded her over, so I sent her back to yellow and was finally able to dominate the power plant. Those poor creatures didn't stand a chance, and Pikachu was only too happy to listen to their cries. He even did an epic dance after. Apart from the minigames, there's a couple bonus experiences I could share here. Sometimes the game had really funny images, like these angry Clefairy and Child, or the sad Tentacool. Some of the custom names too were really strange, with my favorite two appearing on screen now. No, I'm not going to read them out loud. Some of the death animations are wild too, like how Lantern turns upside down as if a dead fish, or Spinarak curling up like a dead bug. Mischievous loses its pearls, Oddish loses its leaves, and Magneton falls apart. Forretress turns into a marble for defense curl, and Octillery gets crazy eyes when hit with an attack. Togetic says while Granbull's jaw unhinges when hurt. All of these wild animations act as a funny addition to make the game even more memorable. It feels insane to be typing these words, but we have covered just about everything there is to experience in Stadium 2. At multiple points I felt like this leg of the project was too large or too difficult, but with my trusty team at my side, we kept proving that wrong. Pokemon Stadium 2 is such an amazing game with lots of game modes, helpful features, and near infinite replayability since you can always make new teams and challenge the citizens of White City again. I can't wait to play the minigames and set up new battles with my friends after the project. Our last experiences in this game covered my raising of Crush to level 100, my 110th battle with the Elite Four, and the leveling of my Crystal Battle Tower team. As we bid White City goodbye, let's take one last look at battling in Generation 2. Pokemon Crystal introduced the first iteration of the Battle Tower, a post-game battling experience that was fairly rudimentary. In it, you follow similar rules to Stadium 2, except you play the entire theme with the same 3 Pokemon. There are options for each level bracket in 10s, meaning the first is level 10 and the last is 100. We opted to hit both extremes, and now you can witness the glorious debut of these fantastic Pokemon. Since the breeding and planning segment was so long ago, let's go back over our level 10 team. This consists of Anise the Shiny Lapras, Cinnamon the Arcanine, and Saffron the Aerodactyl. Each of them have really good moves, along with Dragon Rage for the more devastating opponents. In many cases, a nice setup substitute to essentially wall the opposing Pokemon. We suffered very few knockouts, and the return to crisp Gen 2 graphics really warmed my heart, no joke at all. I think this is why I wanted to do the Battle Tower last, even though I knew it would help with Stadium. I figured that out about halfway through the project, and my team was already built anyway. This return to form was so fun, and since I was used to seeing no animations, I loved experiencing all the colorful sprites again, seeing as how I had to grind the Elite Four as fast as possible and had turned them off. The little bits of fire dancing around Miltank were so cool, and the moving Pokemon were so neat. It really threw me back into Gen 2 nostalgia. All told, I've spent many months locked in as an early 2000s gamer, looking at what are now considered very rough and outdated graphics. When I played Halo the other night, it was like whiplash seeing how smooth everything was. Battle Tower also showed me sprites I rarely got to see in the Gen 2 games, such as Pokemon no other trainers used, including lots of Gen 1 mons. The level 10 tower was not too difficult until the last battle, where we used Substitute to tank so many opponents. We did KO 2 with Onyx, but she went down. Cinnamon came in to clutch the win, and as a reward for completing 7 consecutive battles, we got 5 protein. The level 100 team saw the return of Andromeda and Regulus, 2 absolute champions of legend, but also a newcomer, Lyrid the Tyranitar. She was Perseus' grandma and put in a lot of work here at the tower. Since everyone's Pokemon were so high level, each battle was pretty stressful. It took full concentration and lots of help from held items to make this happen. It was also good that we learned Recover again in Stadium, since Andromeda was able to heal in many matches to give us the edge. Regulus even got frozen, but used the Miracle Berry to heal, knocking out the opposing Hitmonchan for our last of 7 matches. Lyrid worked best against threats like Lantern, who, despite threatening with water moves, was an easy KO with Earthquake. I also really loved the lime green of her sprite. Since I never got to use this Pokemon as a kid, it felt like righting a wrong to involve her here. And now, having completed the Pokédex, having completed Stadium 2, and having crushed the Battle Tower with minimal difficulty, I still found myself wanting more. Truth to be told, I was working on other physical pieces during the journey, but now that these central pillars were fortified, it was time to let them stand, stepping back to bask in the shade of what we had accomplished. This took a few different forms, and commemorating the journey physically has always been a primary directive for the Crystal Project. However, before we put that cap on things, let's talk a bit about the tech of the project. What exactly did I use, why did I need it, and how did I do it? To preface this section, I want to remind everyone that I did not have all these pieces to begin with, and that I slowly acquired them over time. A project as large as this warrants the correct tools and precautionary equipment, so if you don't have these items now, fear not. You can slowly save up for them like I did, and in some cases, you may not even want to follow these routes at all. With that said, let's look at each primary piece, what it was used for, and how it factored into the Crystal Project. We start, of course, with the games themselves. As the cartridges for each of these games is over 20 years old, it makes sense that they often need their save batteries replaced. In the case of my Gen 1 games, those batteries lasted to this day. I was really surprised to see my Pokemon Blue team still intact, saving me a lot of time in the dex wing of the project. The issue with the Gen 2 game batteries is that they use a real-time clock, meaning the battery is slowly draining at all times. This can lead to a loss of your save file, which is what unfortunately happened to my Crystal copy before starting this project. That save was from 15 years ago. I had replaced the battery as a teenager and didn't have the right tools for the job. I used suboptimal screwdriver tips to get the back screw off, then used a flathead to pry the battery out. This is not the correct way to do this and could actually be dangerous to the game cartridge. You risk gouging small relays and stuff off the board, which would be an infuriating repair. See, these tabs are all bent like crazy from my first attempts as a kid, and while you can technically get the battery out, a new one in, and just tape the thing, it's a poor substitution for the real method. In fact, I lost my first silver run for this project because I used the old method shown on screen, and the tape was loose on the battery, meaning it didn't make contact with these prongs, thus losing the save. This sucked, so I'm going to explain to you how to do it properly. Yes, this will require a very small investment of money, but will ultimately prove worthwhile. And if you're afraid of soldering, put those qualms to rest. I never soldered in my life before starting this project, and now I can reliably do it with ease, so long as I'm relatively familiar with the type of tech I'm working on. The basic tools you'll need are the following: a cheap game bit screwdriver, a soldering kit with a soldering iron, solder wire, flux which is optional, a solder sucker or wicking material that is also optional, but I would go for the solder sucker and I'll explain why later. Pre-tabbed CR2025 batteries, and optionally, you can get a save writer and reader like a GBX card. Before we start, it's important to note that removing the battery from the cartridge will remove your save data. For those like me who have many hours on their games, you don't want to lose this. If you're trying to preemptively replace your currently working battery and worries of it eventually going out, you'll need to get yourself a cartridge save reader and writer. This is not sponsored, but for my uses, I got a GBX card, the functionality of which we will speak on later in more depth. But by using the save reader, you can back up your save game, replace the battery, then put the save back on the cartridge. Because this process is mostly the same with or without backing up the save, I'm going to show you an example including the preservation of a save game with my spare copy of Pokemon Silver. If you're not backing up a save, just ignore anything involving that and skip to the next step. We'll begin with copying the save file from your cartridge. This will describe the process for using the GBX cart, but there are other systems out there you can use. I'm sure most of the process will be the same and each will come with its own software to run on your computer. First, unscrew and open your cartridge reader. I used a Philips 00 for this. Then, with the provided USB cord, plug the device into your computer, with the other end entering the reader. Place your game in the slot of the device. For this reader, I plug it into my computer, then press this little button right here on the bottom left. It should glow if powered and ready. Then, open the program, choose your system, and have it read the cartridge. Next, click Backup Save Data or equivalent, then name your save and put it somewhere safe on your computer. You can choose to keep the real-time clock values, but I usually don't. Either way, you can always change them later. Now that the save is protected on your computer, you can disconnect from the program, remove your cartridge from the device, and move on to replacing your battery. The very first thing you need to do is clear your work area and get a fan. Open a window if possible, and aim the fan to blow across your workspace and to the window. You should also wear gloves and, if possible, a mask and/or safety glasses. This might seem like overkill to many since the process is so simple, but if you're new to the procedure, I would prefer you to take all the precautions necessary. Soldering wire is often a combination of tin and lead, and although the amount we're working with is very little, it will still smoke and give off some level of fumes due to heat. This is why you're wearing protective equipment, as lead inhalation or consumption is dangerous even in small quantities. With those safety measures met, plug in your soldering iron so it can begin heating. I set mine to the max heat on this cheaper iron, but you could probably make do with a bit cooler. Along with your iron should be a small sponge. Make sure this is wet, that way you can clean the iron before and after the project. Do not use your hands to hold the sponge. It should have a little divot where it can rest as you drag the iron across it to remove any residue. As far as other tools go, you'll want either a solder sucker or wick. The wick is held over the solder once you heat it, wicking it up into the material that you later cut and discard. I prefer the solder sucker since it's fast, easy, and just kind of fun to use. Next, you may want some flux. Over time, a layer of oxidation builds up over portions of the cartridge board. If you're experiencing difficulty getting solder to melt or stick, this is why. Using flux and a brush will help clean the area, making it easier to work on. The flux that came with my kit was in a solid brick that looked like amber, and it took me far too long to realize I needed to mix it with some isopropyl alcohol, forming it into a usable liquid. I'd then use a brush to place it on the work area, but luckily this process didn't require the extra step. Next, of course, is your wire. This came with my kit and I never needed to purchase more. I've modded many devices including Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, DS Lite, Xbox controllers, and so on. I've barely used a quarter of what came with the purchase. Now you have your battery, hopefully pre-tabbed. You can order 10 of them for $1 each online, and trust me, getting them tabbed already is a huge help. It saves you a ton of trouble. With our soldering iron, tools, and game ready to go, all that's left is to do the job. First, unscrew your cartridge with your GameBit driver. The cartridge opens up by sliding the front down, then pulling gently towards you. I had a bit of trouble with mine since I used the tape method last. This made it sticky and difficult to get apart. Just one more reason not to use it. Just to show you the error of my old ways, I'll show you what this battery looks like. The tape is looped under and around it, as well as all across the back, and hopes to keep it stable while inside the closed cartridge. The tabs are loosely resting on it, and a small shake was all it took to lose my save file. Now to solder. Make sure your solder sucker plunger is pressed in, and make sure you have a small bag or some area to expel the old solder into. Now with one hand, hold the solder sucker and hover it over the bulbous metal drop at the end of either tab. The order doesn't matter here. While hovering with the solder sucker, use your iron to heat the metal until it liquefies. It should shine and be easy to tell. While it is liquefied, press the button on your solder sucker to pull it up. After this, you should be able to lift the tab off. If not, repeat the last process once more, aiming for any residual solder at the connection point. The tape was hard stuck to one of the tabs, and rather than break it into smaller, more difficult pieces to grab later, I just desoldered the end and trashed it all together. With the other end, just repeat the process, hitting the solder and sucking it out with your other hand. At this point, both tabs should be free to trash. Now take your new battery and we'll do the process in reverse. Be careful to align the ends well, as they need to make a good solid connection for this to work. It doesn't take much solder, just enough to cover the tab end and make a solid connection. I always try to spread mine out evenly, making sure to cover the holes in the center. It may not look super pretty, but at least I know they're solid and connected. Now, make sure to clean and trash any old materials from your desoldering process. I forgot to set up a little trash bag, so I just collected all of mine on my mat and used the solder sucker to pick it up and into this battery bag. Take your soldering iron and move the end on and across your sponge to clean it. Once free of any residual solder, you can turn off the iron and unplug it. Let it cool and put your materials away. If the soldering process was done correctly, you should be able to lift the cartridge, flip it around a bit, and see the battery stay tight to the board. And that's it. The hard part is done. Now give it a few seconds to cool, replace it within your cartridge, and screw the game back together. As you can see, the game boots up but does not have any save data. This always makes my stomach drop, but I know the save data is okay because it's on the computer. Take your cartridge and set it up like before with your reader device. Now go into the software and click Write Save Data. Search your files for the save data you backed up before we took the game apart. Wait for the process to go, and cool. We should be good. Booting up the system, we now see the save data has returned. We can launch into the game and pick up right where we left off, all of our teammates waiting for us. I've done this process many times for myself and for my friends, one of which spent an incredibly long time training Eevee to get Umbreon. Luckily, she was able to evolve it before it missed Moonlight, and she had a super strong partner to wreck shop in the gyms. My original tutorial, which I recorded before having any sort of stabilizing arm, saw me using the cheaper process. This is how I did it as a teenager with very few materials. But if you can take the time to order the pieces necessary, you should do it the right way. Otherwise, you risk losing your save or even damaging your cartridge while you try to take the tabs off. So now we have our games ready, but what about the systems to play them on? Let's look into my first attempt at customizing my own handheld system. Much like with the Game Boy Colors that I thrifted and fixed, I never had a Game Boy Advance SP. I had a dream of ordering and customizing one, specifically so I could play with the backlight. And let me tell you, it was a difficult process. Without bearing the lead, I would say Game Boy Color is the way to go with this project. But let's discuss this first attempt with the Game Boy Advance SP. I ordered a used, refurbished SP online at a relatively decent price. It came with a charger and all, though it had some lighting issues and I needed to replace the battery with a modern 3D part mod. This was okay, I just wanted to be able to make it run. Next, I decided to move into customization. I chose a Suicune shell as is fitting for the Crystal project, but rebuilding an SP is a nightmare, at least for me. I spent a few hours watching a tutorial and slowly getting pieces into place. This was back on my old desk too, which had been thoroughly scratched by spiral notebooks I used for class. Heck, I even have some reminders for assignments and stuff in this picture. Tells you how long this project has been going. But anyway, I got all the pieces carefully disconnected and rebuilt it into this Suicune shell. This original build carried me through the entire deck swing of the project, came with me on a trip to New Orleans, and proved to work on multiple games, not just Crystal. Despite these good memories though, there were a lot of issues with it. This was a long while back, so I don't have any good recordings to specifically show the problems, but allow me to point them out. First, one of the screw covers always popped off the upper screen. I screwed in the bottom middle screw too hard. The hinge cap always threatened to pop out as though it were too big, and the system didn't stay closed when folded. There were a few other cosmetic issues as well, since I couldn't get the new backplate to handle the proprietary screw, and the button colors wouldn't match since one of the triggers was strangely shaped. I dealt with all these issues for about 2.25 years, but eventually I mustered up the courage to try again. I was glad I did. I fixed the hinge, got a bright blue border screen cover, the correct colored buttons, a functional backplate, screwed everything in right, and all the screw caps fit perfectly. It held angles pretty well and even closed fairly tight. I played on this new fixed system a lot, happy that it was working. I even began the fledgling stages of the Emerald project on this thing. But one day, something bad happened. I had finished playing for a bit and I knew I had a busy few days coming, so I took the SP and set it in a drawer that I never use, rarely opening it for anything. At that time, the system was pristine, a prized possession. But a few days later, when I went to continue my journey in Hoenn, I found a massive crack had appeared across the screen. It began from one of the screws, which I took great care in being easy with. with. The only thing I could think of was that the screen glass had a chip in it before I built the system, and when I put it together, a combination of initial pressure and ambient conditions caused a crack. This really upset me, as I had tried really hard this time fixing every previous issue. The crack is hardly visible to be honest, and you really have to look for it to notice. Still, being the creator of the system, it felt like a failure to me. But my friend Kristen didn't see it that way. She thought it was really cool. So, knowing I wanted to move away from the SP and look to another type of system, I gave it to her. She's since used it to work on her own run of Pokemon Crystal, creating a fun team and engaging with their own stories, all the while holding on to a little piece of the Crystal project. Just before giving this away, I had actually completed my other system. I first tried modding a teal Game Boy Color to have a backlit screen and battery indicator. As it turns out, this was the easiest mod I have done yet. If I had to compare my Nintendo modding luck, I would say the Game Boy Color is the easiest, followed by the Game Boy Advance, then the DS Lite, then the Game Boy Advance SP. Now that I knew I had the ability necessary to modify this handheld, I took to it with determination. This would be my console for the rest of the project, a bulky, resilient system that would contain all the special trims I had to throw onto it. I would give it a backlit screen, a custom colored battery indicator that tells you when it's low versus just showing when the power's on, opalescent buttons to match the vibe, and to top it off, a Suicune themed shell that finally, this time, would bring the device home for good. Thankfully I recorded this process, seeing as it came late enough into my project that I had the materials necessary. Let's look into how that went. I first started with a Game Boy Color I got from Goodwill. It was in working condition and had the amethyst purple shell. All the buttons worked, and I did like the transparent look, but I knew we wouldn't be losing that with the redesign. The new shell was already gorgeous, matching my crystal cartridge. The battery indicator would match too, giving off a light blue color when powered, which would turn to red when it was dying. But for me, I was dying to get this thing built. First, we had to take off all the screws on the back of the system. There are 6 tri-wings on the exterior, with 2 being on the inside of the battery cover. Any good electronic screwdriver kit should come with the tips necessary. After getting it open, you'll see the motherboard of the Game Boy. You'll want to take the power slider button off, as well as the infrared sensor cover. Then there are 3 Phillips screws on the motherboard to take care of. Once you have those off, you can carefully unlock the ribbon cable and slowly remove the motherboard from the housing. The ribbon cable should pull itself out, but make sure to go slow so it isn't caught on anything. So now we have the motherboard ready to mod. We're going to take the original red power light out, then mod in the battery indicator. It'll connect to a few soldering spots. The red light is already soldered in, so you'll need to desolder 2 specific pins on the back to get it out. This process can take a second and was sort of difficult on the other Game Boy Color systems I modded, if only because I kept leaving tiny amounts of solder I didn't know were still there. Once you get those pins desoldered, you can carefully pull the light out. Next, we need to put in the battery light indicator mod. First step is to pre-tin a solder joint, but since this is pretty old, it has become oxidized. This is where the flux comes in. If you don't use flux here, it will be super tough to get the solder dot to stick. Once you get a small dot there, you need to place your mod into position, then slowly solder the 3 points together. Since I couldn't zoom much more, I'll show this image here to better illustrate the spots you'll need to connect. Once you have them all in place, you just need to place a dot of solder into the appropriate spot depending on the type of battery you're using. For me, I'm using AA's, so I placed my solder here. As a bit of an aside, I ended up going with rechargeable EBL batteries. They last a long time and provide adequate power to modded Game Boy systems, seeing as how the backlit screens draw much more energy than the system is natively used to. They typically come with a charger that works for them and the other batteries I got called Inaloops. Those were my first attempt at getting batteries, but I found that they didn't generate enough power for my systems, leading to them constantly showing low battery regardless of if that was the case. For now, I just use them on Xbox controllers and remotes. Back to the project at hand, we now need to work on the screen and remove the old buttons. These silicone bits act as a protective barrier between the button and the motherboard. That way it doesn't get worn from repeated button pressing. You know, like pressing A hundreds of times at the Gen 1 game corner. Anyway, once you get the original buttons out, you can then look toward the screen. By carefully wiggling the front plate at the corners, you'll get the screen to pop out pretty easily. You also don't need to remove the screen cover if you're using a different shell, as that will typically come with one. So next we'll place in our IR sensor and look toward our new screen. These backlit modules offer soldering options, but I didn't really want to bother with that this time around. That's what these little white wires would be used for. As a big note before putting in the screen, make sure you put the protective plastic barrier on the back. This will prevent contact between the module and the motherboard, which will prevent shorting the system out. Now let's do the screen. First take off the protective layer, then slot it into place with the provided tape layer in between it and the shell. In my case, the shell was a bit off from the shape provided, so I needed to finagle it a bit. Once it was in, I was able to place the new screen cover. Make sure to avoid fans or anything during this process so no dust gets trapped between. After you get all these pieces in place, simply reconnect your ribbon cable, rescrew the motherboard in place, and rescrew the housing together. After all was said and done, we had our Crystal Game Boy Color, ready for the rest of the project. Not only did it feel good to run it on native hardware, but it was also super clear and bright. There are options to change the brightness and such simply by touching the top of the screen. Very cool mod overall, and if you're going to spend years doing a similar project, it's well worth it to complete a custom handheld like this one. This really added to the overall journey, creating a one-of-a-kind system that was meant for this very project. I love seeing Suicune, the shiny buttons, and the glittery case every time I was going to play. And drawing it into the story as a Pokegear/GPS device was really fun. Even when I've been running around to get more footage, I'm imagining that I'm really there, and that my icon is just a representation of me on the GPS system. So fun. Now we have our games and a system to play them on. So what's next? For me, it was the Game Boy printer. This, believe it or not, was the major driver for me to complete this specific project. I had nearly completed the decks before on my old wiped Crystal save, and of course I had other reasons I wanted to play, but once I had the thought of completing and printing the diploma, my mind was locked in. I had to complete the decks and print the proof. So many features were locked behind this printer I never had as a child, and I wanted to change that now. And so I did some research online, trying to figure out what I needed for the printer, how I would connect it, and so on. I ended up getting mine from an online seller in the far-off Pokemon region of Jamaica, and it took months to arrive. Once it did, I was very surprised with its bulk. It goes by the name of the pocket printer, but unless you have massive pockets, you won't be storing it that way. The seller sent it with the original sticker paper still inside, but unfortunately, it was too old to be printed on. Instead, I bought myself some Seiko mini printer paper. This system works like mini in retail or delivery services running a thermal system. This is relevant and will come up later. As far as power goes, this thing needs a total of 6 AA batteries. That's wild, but to be expected for the time. Upon booting it, the system will test print some paper. Replacing this paper was pretty simple, requiring you to open the clear segment at the top, place it in, and roll some through the pulley. For our first test print, I chose to do a photo of my Noctowl Tyto. I'll save you the noise, but bear in mind that it's not entirely pleasant. However, the image that came out of the printer was very cool, and small. Regardless, I was super excited to see it working, reading straight from my game to produce an image of Tyto and all his stats. The quality varies a bit, but after a couple prints, it was usually creating clear images. For scale, here it is compared to a Pokemon card. And now that we knew it worked, and the cable was agreeing with us, it was time to print the diploma. The moment we were all waiting for. This was such a cool experience, marking the exact time that we spent completing the decks and immortalizing it on paper. At least we thought. Remember how I mentioned it was thermal paper? Well, that means it's sensitive to changes in temperature even after printing. When putting together the binder for this project, I unfortunately left all my prints in the office, which has terrible insulation. The room heated severely in the summer of 2024, and of course, the paper heated with it, ruining many of the images the printer had created. I did find a solution for this that we can talk about in a moment, but I should also mention that completing the unknown decks allows you to print all of them in any order you wish, spelling out cool names and such. With this, you can print names and gift them to others as part of a very niche project, create a binding strip for your commemorative scrapbook, and so on. I do wish they were on sticker paper, but I couldn't find any at the time of the original hunt. So, like I mentioned, I needed a solution for this printing issue. With the knowledge of the previous disaster in mind, I chose to print new images for each Pokemon, with the idea of protecting them in a cooler, darker spot. Thing is, my link cable, which provides a Schrodinger's electricity connection, would not seem to work. The cable functioned at various times during the project, allowing me to do cool trait evolutions like you see here. Sometimes it would stop working, like when I was prompted to order a new GBA link cable, which didn't work, followed by the old one miraculously working again. As long as I set the cables in a specific position, use the right end for the job, and so on, I could get the task to happen, even between an SP and the printer, which used two different ends of the same cable to make that connection. But for some reason, when I later tried to print the images with my Pokegear, it just wouldn't work. I tried swapping sides. I tried lengthening the cables apart so the EMFs didn't interfere. I tried replacing the batteries with new ones. I tried offering my firstborn child. None of this worked. Instead, while looking at the old prints I had planned to incorporate within the binder, I got a new idea. I could use the GBX card. Now would be a good time to talk about that device specifically, first highlighting its usefulness in the printing feature. Since you can use the GBX card to save your game file and backup ROMs of your games, legally, mind you can use an emulator to play them on the computer. I used to use VBA, but now I would recommend MGBA. This has many more functions than the other program. Specifically talking about the printing pathway, let's look at what I did. First, I uploaded my save file to the computer. Then I took the save file and ran it within MGA to play Crystal. Running to the man in Cyanwood City who takes your photo, I then turned on the Game Boy printer feature, which works exactly as you expect. It emulates the printing procedure, then exports it as an image on your computer. This was amazing and kept most of the quality as well. The only thing is, I would need to print about 1 million Pokemon, their dex entries, and all my box lists, combining them together for a single document to print. I tried setting my photo editing program to have a letter-sized document, but for some reason I could not get the prints to be the same size as those physically coming from the Game Boy printer. Somehow I did get all of them printed physically using an entire cartridge of ink dedicated to the cause. Yes, I printed the dex entries. I did this for all teammates, legendary Pokemon, shinies, and so on, creating doubles when necessary. This amounted to a bunch of pages, but capping it all was the big one, the diploma. Although they were not in the same level of quality as the native printer, I did have them. Now I could hold onto these images in perpetuity, unfazed by petty temperature differences. Of course, they would be cut and arranged, but not just yet. With our printer woes behind us and the Pokemon immortalized for later organization, let's talk more about the GBX card. Beyond the backing up and writing of both saves and ROMs, this system made so many other things possible. At the start of the Crystal project, I had no means of recording clear gameplay, stabilizing physical recordings, or most any other useful features. Instead, I opted to create an online run where I would complete a Gen 2 game for the 7th time, just so I would have relevant footage. The fact that my saves could be emulated for that purpose at the end of the project left me both excited and feeling bittersweet. I certainly didn't want to complete the Team Rocket takeover of Goldenrod, beat Claire, beat the Elite Four, and do the rest all over again, but I also didn't want to leave my team behind. It was then that I had an idea. Because the MGBA can open multiple windows, you can also trade between them. Converting my VBA online run save to a compatible format, I took the team and traded them over to a save that was writable on my second silver cartridge. This felt so neat to see in action, and it meant I could save my squad from perpetual stasis. After they were all traded over, I then wrote my silver save onto the physical cartridge and began to trade them to Crystal. However, I couldn't stop there. I wanted them all to evolve to their full potential, so I had a bit more work to do. Training Scylla and Bastion wasn't too hard, since they evolved through level alone. Once they were sufficiently trained at Mount Silver, they became their final forms, happy to be hanging out with the Crystal crew. Petal, however, needed to evolve into Blossom, and I had already used up all my Sunstones on the game. That meant I needed to go beat the bug catching contest. Leading with Arbaleth, I ran my silver team through the contest, catching a level 14 Scyther almost right away. This assured our win, granting us a Sunstone as well. We ended up naming the Scyther Soul since he helped us get the stone. You can actually see him in the footage when we replaced the battery on silver. But after getting that stone, we sent it to Crystal, then evolved Petal to her final form, a happy Blossom. Now, as you may have probably guessed, this program may have had something to do with my acquiring rare candies for the Prime Cup leveling. You would be correct. The program allows the player to cheat in objects, walk through walls, and whatever else they want to do. Cheating is something I don't like to do. I feel like there's very few times when it's necessary. Getting rare candies to level my Pokemon felt fine since it was just a time saver, and the Ditto glitch was done on native hardware and doesn't count as cheating to me since it provides no advantage in battle. But what if I told you I did perform one very specific, guilty cheat? When completing the Pokédex legitimately today, there are 2 Pokemon missing from your game. These are Mew and Celebi, only ever given out at events. As I didn't own any of these Pokemon games at the time of release, being a few years late to the party, I couldn't go to any of these events. I certainly didn't live near them anyway. And so I told myself just this once, to complete a childhood dream, I would cheat for something selfish and get both Mew and Celebi. Originally distributed at the Pokemon Center in New York, these 2 Pokemon were level 5, each with different moves. Mew had only Pound, allowing the rest of the slots to be filled with any TM or Tutor move you wished. Celebi had Leech Seed, Confusion, Recover, and Heal Bell. Mew was also shiny. I tried to find a non-shiny version but had no luck, hence why I'm not counting it as a shiny Pokemon in the final commemoration. Seeing the decks full with these entries was fantastic, and that number of 251, along with being able to print out the entries and perform all the interesting features of Crystal that I never had access to, this was wonderful. As mentioned, I was using a trade cable to get the starters, evolve Pokemon, prepare teams for other runs, and complete other specific goals. At the start, I was using the original SP iteration and my first Game Boy Advance from when I was 5. The cable was always finicky, and Stadium 2 was absolutely the way to trade from then forward. This was explained in the Oaks Lab section from Stadium 2, but to illustrate plainly how to do this with the best results, let me further detail it here. First, you want at least 2 original N64 controllers. They have to be original, as third-party cheaper ones don't work for this purpose. Next, you need 2 transfer packs. As far as I understand, these are not region locked, so you can do what I did and buy cheaper Japanese ones at decent prices. Finally, you'll need to place your cartridges in them and plug them into the N64. Once these are plugged in, plug your third controller, original or third party, doesn't matter, into the system. You should should use this controller to play the game and facilitate your trades, leaving the others untouched. If the game loads with a cartridge reading issue, simply turn off the N64, take out the transfer pack and cartridge, replace them, and try again. Sometimes it just doesn't make great contact, and when you know they're working, I suggest you leave them be for the duration of your project. And there you have it. That's pretty much all the tech you need to complete the project. If you would like to record it, I suggest an HDMI upscaler for the N64. Otherwise, I can't think of any other pieces you would need or want. With my current experience, I would say the printer was fun at first, but later became a novelty item since I cannot seem to get it to work again. Either way, it did at one point, and I got to have the original experience I never could as a kid. Now that we have covered the tech, we should move into the next and most cheesy part of the Crystal project, commemoration. Never in my life have I completed a project this large, and once it was over, I didn't want to leave it. So apart from the base challenges of completing the decks and beating Stadium 2, I also wanted to make some sort of art to remember it by. I am by no means an expert in any of these processes I am about to discuss. In fact, I'm far from it. But in between hastily scrawled notes in class and quick drawings at home, I've come to be fairly decent at drawing Pokemon, I think. I can't do it without a reference, but with some help, I've come to be better each time. Again, please ignore my notes from classes with teachers who spoke super fast. I took notes more for the muscle memory and physical impression than to create something I could look back at. And oddly enough, drawing pictures near the notes reminds me even better of what was occurring. I can't be the only one out there. Anyway, here are a couple I did across the span of this project. First, I had a Fearow, but I definitely botched the feet a bit. This Rattata was pretty decent, I thought. This Venusaur I did while taking notes for this project, and you can see some of them regarding where to find certain evolutionary items and version exclusives. I was pretty happy with this Bulbasaur. He looks pretty cute, and Spearow has a nice face. I think that's the part that gets me most often. I tend to start with the faces because if I mess it up, I need to restart. I eventually began incorporating pencil into the drawings, like with Kingler here. He looked pretty cool, especially with the claw coming straight out of the page like that. I drew Pidgeot for a friend, but I don't think its hair's long enough. Apart from these little sketches though, I took a more serious attempt at drawing and, to my great fear, coloring new images. I would be drawing Suicune of course, as well as my in-game team for the primary playthrough of Crystal. Since I never colored my drawings, I relied on my wife's help to decide what colors to use. She told me how to blend certain ones together, how to create shadows without using the colors gray or black, which a lot of people, myself included, would default to. If I mess up anything on coloring that you notice, it's on me, and I probably forgot some cardinal wisdom she shared prior. For my first drawing, I did a Suicune. Yeah, the face is botched, but it was my first go. I had a lot of difficulty with the front-facing angle, and for these drawings, I followed a very deliberate procedure. I didn't have the means to record the initial ones, but I'll show a recording of Heracross here in a moment after I cover the ones I did first. So my initial goal of each was to sketch the line work. In this first attempt, I made the eyes too small, but I didn't recognize that until a bit later on. After doing the line work, I cleaned it up a bit and drew over it with a fine pen. After this, I waited for the pen to dry and erased the pencil completely, leaving only my outline. This is where Megan came in to help me learn to color. I tried to follow the watercolor aesthetic with colored pencil, using different colors like light blue to shade the ribbons, and darker blues within the coat. Overall, I knew I could do better once I saw the messed up eyes, so I tried a different angle. This was much better than the first, and although the initial sketch was rougher and required a lot of retries around the ribbons, hair, and paws, I had a feeling this would be the one. Doing the line work made it look like a coloring page, and although there were some sharp lines here and there, I didn't care. This was a success to me. The only thing left to do was color, and now that I have more space, it looked like this was really going to come together. To be honest, I'm super happy with how it turned out. I don't want to nitpick my own work too hard, but I will mention some of the notches on the ribbons, a thicker line on the lower part of the crystal toward the muzzle, and a couple spots where I went too hard with the colored pencil. Regardless, I'm very proud of this one. Adding purple to help shade some of the darker parts on the coat made it feel that much prettier. Although I wanted to make the crystal have a slight teal tinge to it, I didn't really have the colored pencils to make it happen well, and I decided against it. Overall, it was an easy decision to have this be the central image of the Crystal Project binder, representative of Hurricane, the Suicune I caught in Crystal. Also, for this scan and all the others, please ignore this black dot. Something's wrong with my printer and that appeared on all the images. Up next was Crush the Feraligatr. His sketch was even messier than the last Suicune, but I didn't let that get me down. The main thing that bothers me looking back is the scale section on his stomach, which doesn't quite follow the right curve his body would. I also deliberated for a bit on the color scheme, seeing if I wanted to match his original greenish color or the modern one. After a while, I decided the light blue fit the rest of the squad better, so I went with that. I also worked on the fins with multiple colors using red, a pinkish red, pink itself, and white, which I had never used as a colored pencil before. I'd say the result was pretty good. The red fins looked so cool by themselves I almost left it there, but I couldn't do that to my starter Pokemon, so I kept going. I think I got the watercolor aesthetic to look pretty decent, but I do wish I would get better at angling certain things, like the claws on his feet or the aforementioned scale section. Either way, I think he looks pretty good. The next drawing was Prancer the Giraffarig, whose shape and colors I was super excited to dig into. The sketch on this one was pretty clean, providing a good starting point to the drawing. After outlining, the only thing I didn't like was my inability to keep the tail head as a circle. It had odd little dips here and there, but oh well. The coloring on this one was pretty easy actually, but didn't follow that watercolor look. Instead, I followed the more modern digital art style. The most memorable part of this drawing to me was her mustard colored shadows on the body and the purple ones on the pink spines. I sort of wish I had gone a little lighter with those since I wanted the pink to stand out, but this is how it came to be. Next up is Vinorak the Ariados. His sketch was pretty dang wobbly, but thanks to the power of ink, I was able to straighten most of that out. Something you'll notice is that his stage left mandible has too thick a line on the inner side, and the legs are missing some banding since I was so focused on the overall shape of the limb. After doing the line work, I took a long break from drawing and was working on finishing the video game wing of the project. In fact, I think I completed all of Stadium 2 between this line art and finishing the product. As you can see, I did fix that banding issue with the yellow and purple. I also tried to include the bright shiny points of light on his back, reflecting also from his legs. This went okay, though my angling again could use some work. There are often continuity errors in my coloring that I hope to get better with. One thing I am proud of though are the eyes. They have this indescribable bug quality to them, and I love how the purple turned out, especially the left eye. It really seems to be extending from the face in that arachnid manner. Despite disliking the greenish color I had to use for shadowing yellow, I think this one was pretty decent. Our next drawing was Aloe the Heracross. To mix it up a little, I'll show you the outcome first. This, in my opinion, is the weakest of the drawings I've done, other than the original Suicune. It's a shame because I love the coloration. Those little spots where purple comes in are so nice. The reason I'm showing you the full drawing first is because, for this one, I actually had a camera arm and the necessary tech to record the process. I'll speed through the failed attempts a bit since it took a while to get back into the groove. It had been over a year since I had drawn anything with this level of effort behind it, and to be honest, having it be recorded was a little nerve-wracking. The main issue with this first attempt was the scaling. I was able to place different parts of Heracross's body on the page, but I lacked the confidence I had from the earlier drawings that came with consistent practice. Scrapping this, I started anew. The problem here, as you can already see, is that I started too far to the left of the page. From my angle though, and focusing more on the face than planning on the arms, this didn't even cross my mind. Slowly but surely, the drawing came to shape. Honestly, I think the shape here may even be better than my final version, but since I was using traditional media and not drawing on a tablet, I couldn't just take the image and move it to the center. Regardless, I kept going. I ended up scrapping that one too, then followed by using a goofy method to size the body. Standing at my desk, I hovered a Heracross figure over the sketchbook and used my point of view to section out where each appendage should be. This gave me a rough but workable range from which to draw him. During this process, I realized what was causing so much trouble for me was the shape. He had a lot of verticality with the horn, but he was also very squat and with arms out to the sides. This was just tricking my brain. Eventually, things started to come together. You can see the moment where I started to gain a little confidence soon as I realized the left arm was gonna fit. From there, I focused pretty heavily on the pill-shaped body and horn. This was gonna be the one. My next issue was the forward-facing leg. It took more tries than I would like to share, but the good news is I eventually came up with something I liked. After fixing this, I needed to shape the horn a little better as it was too tall and throwing off the proportions. Happy with the final sketch, I carefully drew over it in pen, just like the others. After this came the messy but necessary process of erasing all the pencil beneath, which I was able to do relatively quickly since the ink dried fast. After this came the coloring process, where Mallow wanted to watch, or rather, sit on top of the entire project. I allowed it since she's a good child, but there was work to be done, and I gently scooted her away and got out the colored pencils. This is one of the only sets of colors for which I didn't ask help in selecting. I sometimes have issues when contrasting deep blues and purples as well as browns and reds. I don't think it's color blindness, but perhaps just a duller sense of color, as if things aren't as vibrant as they should be. Of course, that's just a guess, since I wouldn't know any other form of seeing than the one I have. Either way, as you can tell, the color started to come into place. I really enjoyed the blues and I felt it was coming along quite strong. Part of me wishes I had left the eyes pure yellow and not try to get creative, but hey, it makes Aloe look really unique. Like all the Pokemon on my team, they're a bunch of special snowflakes. It took some time to convince myself of the pupils, but it turned out I just needed to make the shine smaller. That way they looked more accurate to the Pokemon itself. And voila, Aloe the Heracross was done. The penultimate drawing is of Angel, the lantern. Her sketch was very messy, and to be quite honest, it was getting late in the day. I was becoming impatient and looking forward to finishing this part of the project. Unfortunately, drawing makes me very nervous, and the thought of sharing it with lots of people does the same. But if I can do so with my voice and all the other things I express on this channel, why not a drawing? If people don't like it, oh well, and if they do, great. Angel ended up being pretty cool. The primary issues are the rounded bulbs of the lantern, much like Prancer's tail. There's also the issue of the sketchline I made too dark, which left a stain on the page. However, I really like the eye, and I think the neat blue gradient, however sloppy, added a lot to make her look happy and fun. Our last drawing was Tyto the Noctowl. I saved this for the final image since, as mentioned, drawing Pokemon head-on was a big problem for me. It still is to this day, but I needed to face it at some point, and wouldn't you know it, I actually completed a circle fairly well. I think the larger size was a big help there though, allowing for more minor mistakes that you miss in the overall image. The concentric rings of the eyes have also given me issues too, which is why I don't share any of my Noctowl sketches around, even though it's one of my favorite Pokemon. This sketch wasn't too messy other than some issues I had with the talons and the big eyebrow thing. Line art went okay except for this big mess up where the pen bled. Thankfully, this was in a black colored ring around the eye and you wouldn't even notice it later on. He is also a little thicker than the average Noctowl, but oh well, few too many Rattatas. My main issue with this drawing didn't end up being the rounded head or forward-facing position. Instead, it was those concentric eyes. There are a total of 5 thick rings and 6 thinner ones separating them. While coloring the image, I actually messed up and used a black pencil in a white colored band. In the scan image, it isn't very visible. It just looks like some specks, and again, this one here is just part of the scanner itself. But on physical paper, you can see I had to doctor it. I also didn't get that watercolor style of shading I wanted, but then again, this was referenced from the HGSS era art, since the older image was lacking a lot of detail I wanted to bring forward. Apart from the style, I wasn't able to manage the actual colors I wanted either. Megan tried to help me pick a mix of yellows and browns, peaches and yellows, so on, but I eventually gave in to my impatience and went with regular yellow. I tried coloring it a little lighter so you can see a difference between it and Venorak. What do you think? Did I do okay? If you had a similar range of colors as seen here, which would you have mixed to make the tannish color? Thanks in advance for your thoughts. As a first real attempt at coloring traditional media, I think this exercise was a real help. I can see where my proportions leave something to be desired, and I may need to find a different type or brand of colored pencil to find the colors I need for various Pokemon. But this still was a good thing for me to practice, having always been someone who, through admitted impatience, would only draw with pen. Sometimes those can look cool as well, but compared with a fully colored image, well, there really isn't a comparison. I do think I might produce the Emerald project at some point in the future. Maybe then I could experiment with Copic markers or something to draw my team. But for now, there's one more form of art I use to immortalize my crystal teammates. Drawing my team for this project was a good excuse to practice the skill, refining it and taking the first steps toward learning how to color. But I had one other thing I wanted to learn. I had seen so many cool fuse bead projects online over time, pieces that bring to life the most amazing sprite art ever created. Genuinely, part of what brings me back to Generation 2 is the fantastically designed sprite art. Working with a limit of 56 by 56 pixels, a total of 4 colors including black and white, and a total color range of about 33,000 options, the team at Game Freak was able to create some of the most beautiful pixel art I have come to see to this day. You may think I'm being facetious, but I assure you I'm serious, which is why I decided to take up fuse beading and learn to recreate them in physical form. We actually started with Crush, but the only one I was able to record was Tyto since he was the last. So let's start with him. The first thing I had to do was get the materials. To do these pieces, you would need 4 pegboards, a heating iron, parchment paper, and the correct color beads. To make things easier on myself, I also used a set of tweezers to place 2 beads at once. As far as color goes, these are pretty much up to you. You can choose to make a shiny version of the Pokemon, an original version, whichever. In my case, I wanted to stick with their recognizable colors. However, since I wasn't sure I'd be doing a lot of fuse bead work in the future, I opted to choose mine from a dwindling selection of an online store that was closing shop. They had a lot of sales, and although the pickings were slim, I was able to get workable colors that would serve the needs of this single project. This explains why my choices of brown were so off for Tyto. As you can see, I had 2 colors, latte and gingerbread, which, though seeming like 2 decently different browns online, looked really similar in person. This led to a contrasting issue that makes Tyto look a little less flashy than the others, but as he's made up of browns, this was gonna happen anyway. So here was my process for each Pokemon. After getting all the colors and materials, I would create a reference image from the sprite using this very handy website. It was the project of a Reddit user I can't remember the username of, but as they're hosting it, I think you should make their effort worthwhile and visit it yourself. I'll place the link in the description. You wouldn't imagine it would be so hard to find a program that created a simple grid while not altering the colors of your image. Anyway, I would use this to produce a grid that would make it easier to see which pixel equated to a bead. After getting that sorted to produce a reference image, I would then look at my plates and move from one corner to the nearest appendage. For example, I often started in the bottom right corner, counting the empty pixels on the way to the first one with color, usually black as part of the outline. From there, I would simply follow the reference image, placing beads in the correct order until it was done. Some people go line by line, but I found that creating bordered partitions allows me to see my progress on the image. For example, you can see the tail to the right that is 3 spaces from the edge, as well as the talon that's on the bottom of the board. Moving on, I skipped ahead to show another border set I created, outlining the front of the body to show a space I needed to fill. This also made the wings feel like they took a shorter amount of time, and completing a specific section felt like a big chunk of workable progress rather than a mountain of beads I had to do line by line. Partway through the project, as is customary in my house, I had one of the girls jump up and hang out with me. Little Mina snuggled in my arms while I kept working on Taito for a good while. In fact, I think each of these took me a few hours to bead, let alone taping and heating. For experienced beaders, is that the term? This probably wouldn't take too long. I have a tendency to be overly deliberate on projects like this, but you can't deny the outcome. With Mina's help, I got the project almost completed toward the face. I always left that for last as a sort of reward, that way I knew the piece was finished and I was ready to be excited about it. And with a bit more time and Mina heading out, I was able to finish Taito's build and he was ready to go. The brown colors were really similar and I noticed one of my pegboards had become a little warped over time, but overall the image was decent and ready to heat. First things first though, if you're gonna do a fuse bead project, I insist you use the tape method. What this does is help to preserve your pegboards so they don't warp from the heat. Just like the beads, the board is made out of plastic and is susceptible to that rise in temperature while you're melting. To avoid that, all you need to do is tape over your piece with painter's tape, preferably this lighter color so you can see through it. You want to overlap the tape about a ½ inch or so at least, ensuring that the piece will stay together when you flip it. Fair warning to those with trypophobia, you may not like this next part, so feel free to skip ahead a little. To give you time, I'll also mention one issue you can come across while taping. If you don't pull the tape taut and place it down evenly, you may accidentally raise some of the beads which will stick to the tape, lift, and place down incorrectly. This is sort of annoying and does take a second to fix, but it's not a permanent or massive issue. Doing fuse bead work is an exercise in patience for sure, and it's a good thing I actually completed most of these before the drawings were done. The most monotonous part is what you have to do next with the tape method, poking holes in each bead. To me, it was pretty satisfying. Taking a mini Phillips screwdriver, I just poked holes to create the border of the image, then followed into the center. The reason you do this is to create gaps through which the heat can flow, allowing the temperature to pass through evenly so you can melt the bead despite having the tape there. And don't worry, the tape will hold even with the holes placed. After you have the holes poked, don't do what I did here. Instead of using your hands and hoping for the best, take a sketchbook, textbook, clipboard, or some other straight and flat object, slide your piece onto it, then flip it over that way, sandwiched between the pegboard and your flat item. Because of the way I did it, I had to scoot some pieces around, but it wasn't a big deal. Next, place your parchment paper over the image and turn the iron on. Once it hits a good temperature of around 160 Celsius, use the iron to heat your pieces. Move it in circles to ensure even heating and try not to linger on any spot for too long. This could lead to your beads fully merging, which is fine if you wanted a cleaner, flat, pixel art look, but I didn't. Keep in mind that as the beads melt, they flatten, and some colors melt sooner than others. For me, white beads seemed to have trouble melting and needed multiple passes. Continue this process until all the beads are melted. Another reason I recommend this translucent tape is because, when heated, the beads will darken visibly. This indicates that they are in fact melting, which is a good indicator of when to stop or start a section. When I first began this project with Crush, I was very worried about this part of the process, but it's honestly quite simple. So long as you maintain even heat with the circular motion, only heating parts until the beads visibly close to your desire, you'll be just fine. And when you're done with the first side, leave the parchment paper on top. While the piece is still warm, place some heavy books on top of it. This will flatten it out, avoiding that curled edge that sometimes happens as an image cools. After an hour or overnight, depending on how long you want it to sit and flatten, just take the piece and flip it over, repeating the heat process until the beads are similar in appearance and melted together like the other side. Place the books on top again, and after a few hours, you have a real-life image of your Pokemon. Here's a quick comparison of my fuse piece compared to my partner in game. I think he looks pretty nice, and although the colors are fairly similar, melting the image seemed to have created a nice enough contrast that I can see the variation. Taito was the 5th of 8 pieces I made this way, so let's get a clearer peek at the others. colors. The first was Crush, of course, and I love the cherry red spines. He looks just as strong as he does in game, with all starter Pokemon being made to take up the full frame. Prancer was a bit more difficult, but I absolutely love the pink in her design. The fact that it gets used as a shader elsewhere in the body is very Gen 2, and I mean that in a good way. I've tried recreating that aesthetic with Courage the Cowardly Dog, but it didn't quite pan out. Maybe in the future I can use my leftover beads to make a good one. The next was Vinorak, using more of that cherry red but with purple this time. This one ended up curling slightly since it has so many thin appendages, but he still looks pretty cool. Angel was a pretty simple one since her body was mostly one color. The difference between this and the drawing is that her sprite is a bit monotonous. With colored pencils I was able to make a little gradient and have more fun with color, but I still like her Gen 2 sprite regardless. After Angel was Taito, which we saw before, and after him came Aloe. I ended up having some really good colors to use on this one, I think. He looks pretty accurate to the in-game sprite if I do say so myself. You may have noticed that I also made 2 more Pokemon apart from my main team. The first of these is Citrala, the Scizor. She was the ultimate technician Pokemon, even though abilities hadn't technically come yet. I decided that, since she was instrumental to both the completion of the decks and the acquisition of items for that and the stadium teams, she deserved to be on the board. I believe her in-game sprite uses gray as part of the outlining, but all I had was this purple color. I think it looks pretty decent regardless. Her pose is so menacing despite the fact that her training was all based around keeping the opponent alive, even if they were a Chansey that didn't deserve the mercy. Finally, as our last Fuse Bead project, we have Dreadpike the Cloyster. No, I don't know what the name means, but it sounded cool to me back in Gen 5 when I had one with Skill Link. Thank you, Dream World. I'll never forget you. This is my favorite Pokemon, combining the strange lifestyle of a bivalve with the enigmatic reaches of the ocean. As a spin on that calm, simple existence, Cloyster has a mischievous demeanor and is covered in spikes that launch in many directions. I find this so cool despite all the jokes that ruin our favorite Pokemon. This piece was also the largest of all, taking up a bunch of space, and because I misjudged its placement originally, I had to make use of extra boards to finish the left and upper edges. I think it was totally worth it, and the decision to use blue and dark purple versus the monochrome bright one did end up giving it a cool look. It looks shiny now that I consider it, though that wasn't the goal, and I've never had a shiny Cloyster before. After all that effort, here they were. A permanent reminder every time I enter the office that my team is still with me. And so I don't forget anything else about the project, let's mention that last little bit of sentimental work that I haven't yet described. Over the years, I have slowly put together a binder of the Crystal Project, representing the effort and time spent on this endeavor. To start, its binding was made of printed unknown from the Game Boy printer, somehow untouched by heat unlike the other pieces I showed before. The back cover art is my first attempt at Suicune, providing an example of how far back I started. The front, opposite to this, shows how far I've come. Despite its flaws, I am genuinely proud of this drawing. A big thanks goes to my wife for teaching me to look deeper at the colors, to shade with other hues than gray, and for generally having my back during this whole project. On the inside of the cover is a set of stickers for my team. I wanted to spam all sorts of Johtomons, but I ended up using them for my project notebook, containing about 100 pages of notes on top of whatever you see here. The cover of that notebook fills me with determination. The first page shows a larger version of the diploma for completing the decks in Crystal, which was the original goal for this project. The playtime, although reading 263 hours here, was actually 108 hours and 27 minutes at the original moment of completion, which included some time playing while I waited for the printer to arrive in the mail. Although some of the prints faded, I did use that other method to create a near permanent set of notes for the binder, so there are no worries about losing the memory. I also have a project folder of about 12,500 files to back up any information that's lost, should something happen to the binder. Moving on, you can see a test print of my name, the original diploma, bless its heart, and the first ever test print, an image of Taito. You can see the test print in action here, which was such a cool moment despite it being slow. On the top and bottom of this page are Celebi and Mew. These two Pokemon I didn't anticipate having a means to obtain in Crystal, though that was of course later corrected. This was originally meant to fill that void. After this comes a set of pages for each team. First off, we have some Pokemon cards representing each member. In the middle is the game title printed with unknown. The art of these cards is so nostalgic and provides a fun addition to the life of the team. And of course, for the Crystal team only, because I've spent 4 years on this project and my fingers are cramping, we have the drawings from before. Instead of signing and dating them, I simply wanted them to speak for themselves. This video is the ultimate time capsule for the project, and there is a stat page later on. That means I have all the figures necessary should I need to find information. I would also feel strange signing an image of a Pokemon I drew based upon Sugimori's image, if that makes sense. Maybe I'm off base, but oh well. To better record the nature of each team member, I printed their photo and dex entry. These were attached to note cards, each mentioning interesting stats or information about the Pokemon. For example, we have Crush, our starter. We met in New Barktown, he was level 5, and his name was based on a crushing ocean wave. Taito's name was was based on the scientific barn owl family. Venerak is a portmanteau of venomous and arachnid. Aloe is the name of the Japanese rhino beetle genus. Angel was based on the anglerfish itself, and Prancer was just a cute name. As we move through the binder, we see our teams and relevant information for all other games used in this project. We had a really cool silver team using a few Pokemon I had never completed a game with, such as Hypno, Slowking, and Togetic. Trunks the Hypno was traded over from Crystal in exchange for Prancer. Cloud the Togetic was from the original Togepi egg. A lot of my Pokemon are named after a scientific family or genus, such as with Moospark the Raichu, and Bombbuster the Beedrill in blue. My yellow team was to be expected with Pikachu, all 3 starters, and 2 other Pokemon in Butterfree and Nidoking. I had a habit of always naming my Pikachu after Carmen Electra for some reason. I can't even tell you what she looks like, but as a kid, the last name always stuck with me. Too bad Electra turned out to be a boy when I traded him to Crystal, but who cares, he rocks it. Some other neat details. Trunks evolved on 6 HP, and Cloud, as a Togepi, somehow metronomed Thunder Punch twice in a row. Super odd. My gold team was especially fun. In a normal playthrough, there's no way you could ever get these Pokemon early on. Maki the Dragonite was named after her noodle-like antenna, and was my gifted Extreme Speed Dratini from Crystal. Octillery and Houndoom are very late game. Aerodactyl is equivalent to a 1% post-game encounter if you only use one Gen 2 game, and Stantler spawns just a little later than I usually formed my team. This all allowed for a super fun experience in-game. The way Cerbera and Petrie played into the battle teams is pretty cool too. If I had a better means of printing the family tree, I would make a page for the binder. This is probably a good time to note again the printing solution. Once I printed all those images through MGBA, I combined them in one massive image file, which I then cropped and printed. Although the image was really good on the computer, it ended up losing resolution somewhat through printing. My printer is old, but it did a good enough job for me to be content. And yeah, it took nearly a fully dedicated canister of ink, but it was worth it. Next up is my Silver Victory team. When I typically play a Pokemon game, I never get to use legendaries. By the time I catch them, I've already built a team and bonded with them. The legends unfortunately go to the box and don't often come out. This time though, I had an idea. I knew I would need more TMs for the battling stuff, so I took the opportunity to have a quick and fun playthrough. I took the 3 legendary cats from Crystal and traded them to a new silver save once I hit Ekrutique. As for Lugia and Ho-Oh, I had to do some work. See, the previous box legends, when caught in Crystal, do not have their signature moves. In order to get those, you need to catch the Pokemon in their respective games. In comes Maelstrom the Lugia and Invigora the Ho-Oh. I sent my main team into each of these to hunt down the native legends and bring them to Crystal, then back to this copy of Silver. From then on, we dominated the game, beating it in the shortest amount of time I ever had, which was then added to by grinding and getting other Pokemon. This was also the team that accompanied me on a trip to New Orleans, where Eden, the Herald of Legends, evolved in the upper loft of a relative's house. Pretty neat stuff. Last but not least, in the regular playthroughs is the online team. As mentioned before, these Pokemon were part of my team when I was originally playing a separate run for footage purposes. Once I got the tech to avoid that extra work, I couldn't just leave them in purgatory, so I saved them, sent them to Crystal, and evolved them. Finally, we get to our battle teams. The first is a set of 2 that were bred mostly for the battle tower. Our level 10 team has Anise, Saffron, and Cinnamon, a spice-based girl power team. Although my time spent with them was short, it was meaningful and memorable. The level 100 team included Andromeda and Regulus that you know well, as well as Lyrid, Perseus's grandma. All of these Pokemon were instrumental to clearing the tower outside of Olivine. Needing very little introduction are our stadium teams. The top of the Little Cup board was a tie between Andromeda and Orion, both totaling 18 knockouts across round 1 and 2. Poor Vila was too powerful to unleash her full talents. She had to be contained lest the other Pokemon spontaneously combust. Our main team is the stuff of legends. Andromeda knocked out 243 Pokemon out of a total 579. This number only counts the battles I could remember and doesn't count Pokemon who knocked themselves out by confusion or by explosion. Regulus was in second with 102 knockouts, and Cassie was in third with 81. For the many reasons you saw before, these Pokemon are well-storied heroes. Those of a more subtle nature are our HM users and catching assistant, all of which had been printed and noted on these historic pages. Without them, we quite literally could not have completed the project. We also have our shiny Pokemon. First was Kaido the Gyarados, who was used in the Ditto glitch, producing Beauregard, who is also shiny of course. My third shiny was Blink the Sandslash, a full 1 in 8,192 chance Pokemon. Very cool and random. He appeared while I was in Victory Road, leveling up Ketchup the Electabuzz. After this came Andromeda from 73 eggs, Anise after 87 eggs, and finally, the appropriately named Gyarados, caught by whoever owned my N64 before me. All in all, pretty pretty cool. Beyond this point, I noted my legendary Pokemon, including a footnote to remind myself that Celebi and Mew, while very nice to have, are not technically legitimate. And following these pages are a full list of my 279 Pokemon in the PC, not including my 6 party members, bringing the total to 285 Pokemon. All of these are organized by national dex number with preference to family units. After this comes the team sets and the last 3 boxes. Now for some fun stats. I'll simply list these as they are on the page since it's a quick detail. This project started on November 21st of 2022 with the creation of the Crystal GBASP version 1. It ended as soon as this video was uploaded to YouTube. The highest level legally achieved was 100 on my starter, the Feraligatr named Crush. I obtained a total of 8 level 100 Pokemon: Crush, the Stadium 2 team, and Lyrid for the Battle Tower. To complete the dex, I beat the Elite Four 40 times. To complete this project, I beat them 110 times. Of the current 263 hour playtime, and with an average uninterrupted time to beat of 25 minutes, the Elite Four grind sessions took up nearly 46 hours or 17.4% of my total Crystal game time. Our total number of Pokemon is 285 on the Crystal cartridge. We hatched over 250 eggs to obtain our shinies, team members, and dex filling Pokemon. The dex took 108 hours to complete, and the unknown dex was finished at a time of 114 hours. We did 1 glitch, catching the shiny Ditto. We did 2 cheats, obtaining rare candies for the battle teams and acquiring the event Mew and Celebi for completion's sake. 7 mainline playthroughs were used to complete this project, as well as Pokemon Stadium 2, meaning 8 overall. It's important to know, however, that you can complete this project with only 4 games and some resetting. We completed 355 battles in Stadium 2 as a close estimate. We knocked out a total of 638 Pokemon in Stadium 2, also a close estimate and not including Pokemon who used Explosion. The MVPs for Stadium 2 were Andromeda with 261 total KOs between Little Cup and the rest, Regulus with 102, and Cassie with 81. This does not include the supporting efforts of all other team members, and it's important to note that they did their jobs well, setting up the attackers to earn their victories. In total, there are 8 drawings made specifically for this project, as well as 31 pages of notes outside the binder and notebook, and 24 Excel sheets relating to planning, execution, and production of the Crystal project. Total in-game times add up to 452 hours and 17 minutes, with the first playthrough of Silver being estimated as it was overwritten for the victory run. The total time to complete this project was about 3.5 years more accurately. I may have said 4 somewhere in this 100+ page document, but I hope you'll forgive that minor error. And with the stats out of the way, there's only one thing left to discuss. Why did I do this? Crystal was the first Pokemon game I ever played. My cousin Noah showed it to me and let me run around catching stuff. I remember the shine of the cartridge, the light flooding into my aunt's house, and while my sister played with the others, he was showing me how to control this game. "That's you," he said, pointing to the character on the screen. We spent a good while catching and naming Pokemon goofy stuff like Dummy and Butthead. It was a great time. I never owned a Pokemon game until about 5 or 6 years later when my friend Jason Savage gave me Pokemon Silver. A big thanks goes out to him. I remembered the area of Johto like I was revisiting home. But as far as dedications go, this one's for Noah. I just want to say that I thank him for having shown me the game, and I miss those memories we had as children. Apologies for changing the tone somewhat, but I think it's important to recognize those you've lost by whatever means you can. Over the course of this project, I've worked 4 different jobs, some simultaneously. I graduated college with a bachelor's degree. I presented research at the state capitol, representing my school, having just beat Lance and Crystal the night prior. My channel started to take off with the Elder Scrolls videos. I joined onto a research team. I also lost family members, as well as my job. But I had so many good things happen, mixed between the bad. During any of these times, both stressful and invigorating, I had the Crystal project to work on. I learned how to draw better. I made my first fuse bead pieces. I made my first scrapbook. I gained the skill to repair consoles, even made a custom DS for my nephew. And beyond all these, I completed a childhood dream, reconnecting with a region that is so much like home in an environment where the world feels so different. This truly was the culmination of years of planning. And although Pokemon Crystal is just a game, it drove years of entertainment and personal growth. The talents I learned here will help me in so many other areas, all from playing Pokemon Crystal and feeling inspired to just do something. It goes to show how much you can get out of a 20-plus-year-old title. Even then, I still have so much to do. There are tens of Pokemon I have never completed the games with. I've never done a Nuzlocke or a Monotype run in Generation 2. I can draw more of my team members or try to speedrun the games. Truly, you can get so much out of these older titles. But with that, the Pokemon Crystal project comes to a close. I want to thank you for watching this video. It's been many years in the making, organizing, working, playing, drawing, etc. Genuinely thanks. People like you make this whole thing possible and very much worth it. I also want to thank my channel members and Patreon supporters. You guys rock. If you would like to catch up on behind the scenes stuff, as well as other projects that don't quite fit the channel, consider subscribing there for more. Here's our updated list of supporters. David Brunner, Rachel, Squiggy, Levi A, Zasarima, Sarah Sina, Liam Zeden, Give Me Gravity or Give Me Death, Rumor Raisin, Courier6, Jam, Blonderbell, Morgan, Calvin Jones, Lynx Canadensis, Stuper Spoopy, Erdnot Wellman, Baconomics, I'm with the Science Teacher, Professor Bayless 627, Ash Althos, ST Samples, Blue Zephos Fan 970, and KOG Fathom. Every little bit helps and allows me to continue doing large projects like this. As a final thanks, I want to say I appreciate all my friends and family who have let me drone on about this elusive, maybe someday project for the past 3.5 years. Just wait until you hear about the next one. But as for our very next video, we'll be returning to Tamriel. For the time being, please enjoy this project and all the rest. Play some old games, and please, if you do a similar project, share it with me in the community page. Tell me in the comments or reach me on Patreon. I'd love to hear about your experience. That's all for today. Bye for now.